Welcome
Hey.
to. Okay. That's my intro. Woo. That was $1,000 intro.
I think you should have intro music, and I think it should be the Cantina theme from Star Wars.
Cantina. Well, I don't think I'll be able to get that past the copyright.
Oh,
Just gotta use a little bit of it. Or parody it, and then it'll be fine.
I can play it on guitar.
There you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, you play it on guitar, and then it's your own.
Yeah.
All right.
No, here's the Detroit Masonic Temple.
So what are we going to rap about? What is the topic?
I don't know.
Oh boy. You have other guests, and you will talk about interesting things, and then you have us on, and you're a blank.
Well, I don't got very good weed right now, so I can't think.
Like, fair enough.
Smoking this, it's like
Wait, this is in Troy, Michigan, or
this is in Detroit?
Oh, Detroit. I just said Troy.
Yeah, it's the largest Masonic temple in the world.
Wow,
it's pretty cool.
That's in Detroit.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
and it's a Masonic temple.
Yeah, the biggest one in the world.
Whoa, that's pretty nice.
I've read stories about people at raves there, and they got lost in the secret rooms or something.
It's got secret passages.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's just for fun.
Ooh. Hey, Clint, I sent you a commercial, and actually there are a couple of them right now because my husband watches local news every morning. The Oregon Freemasons are running commercials.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, they're really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're
here.
And the Shriners are constant Shriners. Freudian slip. The Shriners are constantly running ads too. There's a big Shriners hospital in Portland.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about this.
What's that?
Steps towards British Union.
Oh. Why would you want to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, there's some serious issues.
It's not true. Oh, I think I shared with Clint, maybe I shared with you. I've been obsessed watching the sovereign citizen arrests.
They're pretty funny.
It's like I'm just traveling through the state. I am not going to enter into a contract with you, officer. I'm not entering into a contract. Here's my passport.
Yeah,
the only idea you're getting.
Doesn't work.
I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Correct.
Yeah. If you wanted, there was a real video of a guy who successfully who was like actually did do the correct method for going and becoming a sovereign citizen, so to speak. And I saw a video of a cop pulling him over, and the cop's like, "Listen, I understand. I just want to meet you, say hi, and just let you know because I'm new around here." But and he actually, because there is a way to go about it correctly. It takes a while. There is a way to do it, but most people just think they can declare it, and it's like, and no, you can't just declare it. You have to go through a process that establishes you as an allodial, so to speak.
Yeah, because these are people that are just deciding. They get pulled over because they have an expired registration or they ran a stop sign, ran a stoplight, they're speeding, and then the standard protocol is license, registration, and proof of insurance.
Yeah.
No.
Well, my friend
And
has
they
his
have a suspended
cars.
license and.
Well, my friend has his cars under. Well, okay, so if you're from a foreign country, you don't need a license to drive in America, which that's proof that proof of somewhat of what's happening. But like,
yeah, but you cannot do that indefinitely.
well, and there's more.
There's more to it than that.
Well, my friend, he's got his cars all. He's got everything he owns under a trust that's some kind of. I can't remember where the trust is at. But like, he's got the car in the trust. He's got some kind of international insurance on the car. He's got the car registered and insured through some kind of weird shit that's like international or something. And like, I don't know, it's weird. I mean, I don't know if I trust what he does, but for some reason, he hasn't been pulled over, and like his cars haven't been.
Well, it is true that diplomats have some kind of immunity, right? Non-citizen diplomats, yeah, which is messed up.
Yeah, that happened in England. There was this American diplomat woman who killed a motorcyclist right outside of an army base, and they asked her, "Hey, can you stay put? Because we just want to investigate this." And she was like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." And she jumped on an airplane and flew back to the United States and never came back to England. And they're pissed off as hell because they're like, "Are you kidding me? We can't get any kind of like justice for our son, brother, whatever." And
well, she can't go back to the UK, that's for sure.
No, she can't, but she has diplomatic immunity, so they can't even do anything about it here. They can't be like, "Hey, we're going to extradite you" or something like that. Yeah, they're kind of ridiculous.
France doesn't have an extradite treaty with the United States, right?
There's a few countries that don't. Eric Adams just recently got Albanian citizenship. And somebody pointed out that Albania doesn't have a political extradition treaty with the United States. So if they decide to bring him up on corruption charges, he can flee to Albania, and Albania won't extradite him.
Albania?
Yeah.
Albania.
I'd rather go to Florida.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
But I'm pretty sure France doesn't. That's why Roman Polanski fled there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there are a bunch of countries that don't. There are a whole bunch. But yeah, no, that whole sovereign citizen thing, it's like I don't know. It's the same thing as with these these people who like file notices of claim and stuff like that and go outside the court system in order to like hold people accountable. It's like I haven't seen it work yet. Like I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, they're not doing it right. The technique they're using isn't a real technique.
Well, you need someone. There is like Eric John Phelps interviewed Jack and Margie Flynn, and I reached out to them because I'm like, "Hey, I really could use your help." And they're like, "Yeah, we're not really doing it anymore. We have the documents on our website. If you want to use them." And like, I had a little bit of a conversation with them because before the mandates, they had an affidavit that they had put out, and I of course didn't know about it, that everybody who submitted it got a religious exemption and left alone, and that some companies, this is true, some companies where multiple people submitted it dropped their mandate altogether because they would have legally been held responsible if they carried it out. So and the federal government declared the mandate unconstitutional and yada, yada, yada. But on a state-by-state level, it doesn't make a difference. And that's the problem. It's like here in New York, our courts are so corrupt. Just so unbelievably corrupt. There was a couple of people filed a civil action. It's like a certain kind of motion in the New York State courts that allows an investigation into something. It allows them to open up an investigation. So the court dragged them around for a while, making them file, telling them, oh, no, you can't do this. You just got to file an Article 78. So then they
Mhm.
went to the court, they appealed it, and the appeal's like, no, no, they're correct. They can file the civil case. So the judge, we get there, finally get into a court, to the civil court in Queens, and we go inside, and I looked up the judge, and of course the judge has her pronouns in her bio, and she's clearly a DEI hire. And we get in there, and the law, I would say that, I'll be honest, the lawyer for us, for our side, was a little bit of a nice guy. And I think that pissed me off. I actually got up and walked out because I couldn't stand how nice he was being and showing all this prudence. And she basically said, I didn't have a problem with COVID. I didn't have a problem with the lockdowns. I didn't have a problem with the mandates. This is after everything came out, like the Jay Valma admitting that it was coercion and Order 62 and all this other nonsense. And she just basically denied them. And then they just walked away and nothing has happened since. And it's like, how do you just like, how is this possible? Like, how can our courts be this corrupt? And it's like, you're seeing it across the country,
Yeah.
not just with COVID, but with crime, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Laws are just for us.
Well, I got
Yeah.
this good episode that we could reveal a little bit, but I'm having trouble finding it. About Supreme Court rulings of sovereign citizenship. It's got like a cowboy picture on it or something.
Listen, there was a Supreme Court case in the 1905 or so, and it basically said that if a police officer unjustly tries to apprehend you and it's legal. And it's like, wait a second, what? And people are like, oh, that's obsolete. And I'm like, no, slow down a second. That's not obsolete. That's nobody overturned that. Like, that's still on record, buddy. And I'm not saying it's the right thing to do, but if you're illegally detained by authorities, it was actually a Native American on a Native American reservation, and he was, basically being denied, they were trying to apprehend him for no reason, and it led to a scuffle, and the constable the court said, yeah, he did that to himself.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I figure we could like play it, and then after he quotes one court case, we can pause it and then discuss it.
Sure.
Okay. Hopefully the audio is not too quiet. I got it up as far as we'll go. So, but where's that? Seems like he started off right.
As of May the 16th, you're going to find most of the forest land and to the hour of the time. I'm William Cooper.
Okay.
And I'm Carolyn Nelson.
Things are
Who's Carolyn
happening all
Nelson?
over the place quicker than we can keep up with them, ladies and gentlemen. As of May the 16th, you're going to find most of the forest land and what they call federal land, which is also public land across this country, will be closed to usage by just about anyone. Pay close attention to what I'm going to read you. This is from the Federal Register, Volume 59, Number 32, Wednesday, February 16th, 1994. That's the Federal Register, Volume 59, Number 32, Wednesday, February 16th, 1994. Now bear in mind that this was open for public comment until April the 18th, 1994, and then it was extended until May.
Oh, feel free to interject too at any time.
18th, 1994. I believe it was May the 18th.
He might start off kind of slow.
And this was never publicized. No one knew anything about it. You just barely have time to get your 2 cents in, and you better overnight it. You better call. You better raise holy hell with your senators and your congressmen.
Just fast forward it.
With the chief Forest Service USDA, Post Office Box 96090, Washington, D.C.
He quotes some really good Supreme Court cases about sovereignty in this one.
6090. That's the Chief. Forest Service, USDA, Post Office Box 96090.
Yeah, maybe I should have got the timestamp when it actually started.
20090, and Postal Office 1994. Comments must be received at room 605. Other information,
Can you drop
Jack
the link
Gregory,
to this?
Office of the General Counsel of Natural Resources Division.
Yeah.
Area code 202.
Okay, I need to fast forward it more.
720264. 18 USC
Okay, here.
3559 and 3571. Both federal and state laws apply to the National Forest. 16 USC 480, that is both federal and state criminal and civil jurisdiction apply to persons within the National Forest. During the past several years, however, it has become evident that reimbursement through the Cooperative Law Enforcement Program cannot alone provide the level of protection that should be afforded the public and Forest Service recreation areas. I didn't know there was a great outbreak of terrible crime in the forest. Did you, folks? When state and local law enforcement units cannot respond promptly, and trained and equipped forest officers are at a location where persons need help or encounter criminal activity affecting those persons, the Forest Service should be in a position to render emergency assistance. Because forest officers generally cannot enforce state laws, the agency needs rules which will make certain state crimes violations of Forest Service regulations. Hope you understand what you're hearing. 18 U.S.C. 3559, 3571, and the National Forest System Drug Control Act of 1986, as amended, 16 U.S.C. 559B through G. Did you know that there was a National Forest System Drug Control Act of 1986? Subpart B grants authority to regional foresters and forest supervisors.
I should fast forward a little bit. This isn't.
Prohibits offensive, derisive, or certain animal parts are fish, similar roads that have little or no vehicular use. Orders, subpart A, paragraph in the forest, and special.
Let me just fast forward this.
Changes proposed for the employees. So, criminal law enforcement procedures associated with impoundments and property seizure. Ski masks. What do you think? Executive Order 12-866, it looks like. And Executive Order 12-630 for the evaluation of risk and avoidance of unanticipated takings directs all agencies to evaluate whether certain proposed agency actions present a risk of effecting a taking of private property. Of the order exempts law enforcement actions from a requirement of the Executive Order. In other words, they're exempt. They don't have to worry about it. They just take it. This proposed action involves additions and technical and...
I think it's fast forwarded more. Okay, I think it's like right here.
Talking about unique in all the world, centralized power. Centralized power. Someone to assume that the citizens of the 13 colonies who had fought a revolutionary war to absolve themselves of the centralized power and jurisdiction of the English king would shortly thereafter cede a comparable power and jurisdiction to the federal government. Not reasonable at all. The citizens established a nation unique in all the world, free of governmental greed, power, interference, and restraint, a nation where happiness was a sacred right and where liberty, freedom, and independence were fundamental and unchangeable principles. What has happened? Webster defines freedom as, quote, liberation from the control of some other person or arbitrary power, liberty, independence, unquote. Webster defines independence.
Oops.
Where'd it go?
Talking about.
Wait, you talking to me?
I'm
Yep.
talking
Cut
about
out.
what our forefathers
Okay.
collectively
He should
formed.
be getting into it really quick.
The government, their servant, they, the sovereigns.
Okay,
The
yep.
only purpose of government in the constitutional republic our founding fathers established was according to the Declaration of Independence, which most of you have never read, never paid much attention to, don't have a copy of, have no idea what it
I've got a
says.
copy in my pocket.
The only purpose of government in the constitutional republic was, according to the Declaration of Independence, quote, to protect the rights of the governed, unquote. What has happened? According to the Supreme Court, United States versus Lee, 106, U.S. U.S. stands for United States Supreme Court, 196 at 208, and I quote, under our system, the people who are there in England called subjects are here the sovereign. Their rights, whether collective or individual, are not bound to give way to a sentiment of loyalty to the person of a monarch. The citizen here knows no person, however near to those in power, or however powerful himself, to whom he need yield the rights which the law secures to him when it is well administered, unquote.
So that was the first sovereign Supreme Court case, quote.
The problem is it's federal. That's the problem, is that it's federal. The states can do what they want. That's how they've circumvented the Constitution.
Well, if it's a federal case, though, the states, if you're in a state court and you quote a federal case, that it's still relevant. They have to abide
theoretically. Theoretically, but if that was the case, I would have been put back to work, or I would have really never been out of work because Joe Biden's federal vaccine mandate was declared unconstitutional. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem, is that because the Bar Association
should be able to appeal those
what's up?
bastards. That should be grounds for appeal if they ignored a federal court case.
The problem is, one of the biggest problems is we can't find lawyers willing to do this kind of stuff. We can't find lawyers. It was impossible enough to find the jerk off we found, and like there's only like not, I wouldn't even, compared to all the lawyers in this country, like a handful is still too many. There was a trickle, a drop of lawyers willing to take on these cases, and they want to go about them their way. They don't want to actually do the kind of things like, hey, the federal government declared the mandate unconstitutional. So if the federal government did it, how does the state of New York get away with it, doing it, you know?
You're probably gonna have to go pro se litigate what I plan to do with my when I sue the government, because it's like, I mean, basically it just takes a stack of affidavits and some free time.
Well, hey, that's all I got these days is free time, and you know, the Margie and Jack and Margie Flynn have it on their website. I don't know if I think I sent it to you a little while ago. They're affidavits that you just print out and you submit.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Well, I guess let's hear what the next one is.
Would you say that it is being well administered now? What has happened? I quote again. Here, sovereignty rests with the people, unquote. Chisholm versus Georgia. First Law Edition, 2 DALL 415, 472. Quote, the words people of the United States and citizens are synonymous terms and mean the same thing. They both describe the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, form the sovereignty. They are what we familiarly call the sovereign people, and every citizen is one of this people and a constituent member of the sovereignty, unquote. Why is it that you never knew that?
Yeah, so we're all the sovereigns according to the law, but like the sovereign citizen people are all full of shit.
Yeah.
That's from Wong Kim, Arkansas, page 914, quoting Dred Scott versus Sandford, 60, U.S. Supreme Court ruling 393-19, HOW 577.
I forgot about Dred Scott.
Sovereigns, ladies and gentlemen, are entitled to all rights which formerly belonged to the King of England.
Just like I told everybody.
Titles of nobility are prohibited under the Constitution, the courts have ruled on several occasions that the people as sovereigns are entitled to all of the rights and prerogatives of a king. Quote, people of a state are entitled to all rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative, unquote. Lansing versus Smith, 21, 1.89. The word prerogative, folks, means, and I quote, exclusive right, a distinctively superior advantage, unquote. This is another court ruling establishing we, the people, on an equal level with a king. Quote, it is true that at common law the duty of the Attorney General was to represent the king, he being the embodiment of the state, but under the democratic form of government now prevailing, the people are king. So the Attorney General's duties are to that sovereign rather than to the machinery of government, unquote. Hancock versus Terry Elkhorn Mining Company, Incorporated, Kentucky, 503 SW, 2nd, 710, Kentucky. Constitution, 84, Commonwealth. Hancock versus Paxton, Kentucky, 516 SW, 2nd, page 867, 2, clause 3. A sovereign is answerable only to God and conscience. The definition of sovereignty, this one is from Bouvier's 14th edition Law Dictionary, quoting from 4 Wheat 402, quote, it has been justly thought a matter of importance to determine from what source the United States derives its authority. The question here proposed is whether our bond of union is a compact entered into by the states, or whether the Constitution is an organic law established by the people. To this we answer, we, the people, ordain and establish this Constitution. The government of the state had only delegated power from the people, and even if they had an inclination, they had no authority to transfer the authority of the sovereign people. The people, in their capacity as sovereigns, made and adopted the Constitution, and it binds the state governments without the state's consent. The United States as a whole, therefore, emanates from the people and not from the states. And the Constitution and the laws of the states, whether made before or since the adoption of that Constitution of the United States, are subordinate to the United States Constitution and the laws made in pursuance of it. The people are the fountain of sovereignty. The whole was originally with them as their own. The state governments are but trustees acting under a derived authority and had no power to delegate what is not delegated to them. But the people, as the original fountain, might take away what they have lent and entrust to whom they please. They have the whole title, and as absolute proprietors have the right of using or abusing. It is a maxim consecrated in public law as well as common sense and the necessity of the case that a sovereign is answerable for his acts only to his God and his own conscience. There is no authority above a sovereign to which an appeal
can you stop it for a second?
Yeah.
So here's what's happening. So people are interpreting that to mean I don't have to register my vehicle. I don't have to have a valid driver's license. I don't have to abide by the laws, you know, on the roads. So if I'm going twice the speed limit, it has nothing to do with law enforcement.
Mhm.
That's how wacky these people are.
Well, there is something to it because crime has, I mean, they can make statutes and stuff, but what their mistake is that they believe that there has to always be a habeas corpus. And that if you get pulled over, there's no habeas corpus because there was no crime committed. There was nobody, there's no, in order for something to be a crime, there has to be a victim, a victim and a
Yeah.
perpetrator.
Yeah, there
And
is no America now.
yeah. And there's when you get pulled over for like not wearing a seatbelt, there's no victim in that. You're your own victim. But I don't know.
Speeding,
Well,
that's they're it's taxation without representation. They're taxing you for going fast, and they're putting you in. It's like when Ralph Epperson, when he argued with the police about driving, they gave him a pass. He laminated it. He put it where his license plate was, and he never bought a license plate again. But like he knows how to quote the law much better than I do, and that I think there's like 10 more
but
minutes.
it just doesn't make sense that at the time that you're getting pulled over by a police officer, that they're going to get into a discussion with you about that.
Well, that's the mistake that people make.
Yeah,
It's like, okay,
yeah,
say it in court and then let it get thrown out.
Exactly.
But you have to go through letting them, well, if you're driving without a license, they will impound your car.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can sue them for the costs. You can. There's a thing about making them pay for your time and stuff if you have to go to court. I forget how it goes. Carl Miller talks about it.
I mean, here, like in New York, to make the 15-minute city thing, they've instituted the congestion charging, and the congestion charging is not a legal toll, which means it's an illegal tax, and because there's no doesn't serve a purpose, and there's by law legally. Let's say, because like in New York, I don't know, you probably have something similar in your states. We have Easy Pass, which is like what gets you through the toll booth without having to like drop money in a basket like we did when we were kids. So it's the electronic toll booth. So we have it's called Easy Pass, and it works throughout the tri-state. Well, I guess the East Coast. I mean, it works in other states too, whatever. But so let's say I drive in the congestion pricing zone, and then I drive into the Battery Tunnel, and that costs me, and I have the Battery Tunnel toll, and then I got to pay the congestion toll, and then I go over the Verrazano Bridge, which costs I think 20 something, at 16 to 20 something dollars right now, because you only pay going one way.
Jesus.
So yeah, it's ridiculous. To get into New York, they really rape you. So what happens is, by legally, and if everybody did this, it would actually cause a problem. But by law, you have to pay your tolls for going through the tunnel and going over the bridge, but the congestion price is not a lawful tax. So you pay all your other tolls, subtract the amount for the congestion charging, and just not pay it. There's really nothing they can do to you. They can't take away your license. They can't charge you any kind of interest. They can't do it because it's not a legal toll. And I wish the people in New York, and I was telling this to my mom because I was driving to and from Brooklyn every day, and it was costing fucking $9 extra every day to do that. And I'm like, guys, don't pay it. I'm like, take your bill from Easy Pass, pay only the legal tolls, which is to get through. If I take, because I didn't always take the Battery Tunnel. Sometimes I could take the Brooklyn Bridge, which is a longer way to go, but it avoids a toll. So, but now you have to pay. Now it's regardless. It's $9. So I'm like 9, 18, 27, 30. Just subtract it, and don't pay it. End of story. Like I'm like, there's nothing they can do to you.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I find it ironic how he says that everybody in America was to have the same rights as the King of England, which I've discussed over and over, and how all the sheeple have signs that say no kings, but
yeah,
in America we're all supposed to be kings,
exactly. Yeah.
and it's like they don't understand that.
Yeah. No kings, but yet everything they do is authoritarian.
Yeah,
Don't drive your car. Don't take vaccines. Don't own guns. Get rid of the Constitution. No free speech. And it's like, well, what happens if you violate all that? Then the police will come for you.
Yeah.
It's so mindless. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's bad enough with the war on weed in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, yeah.
It's like smoking a cigarette made out of weed and everybody freaks out.
Well, it's crazy. I wondered a lot about prohibition. One of the things I think prohibition happened for, was to create a method to circumvent the Fourth Amendment in cause and while traveling.
It's pretty
Because
brilliant.
now, yeah, because if you think about it, once they instituted it, now you have people driving around. Oh, do you have hooch in your car? No. I can search for contraband. And then once prohibition ended, it got moved over to cannabis. And cannabis became the easiest way to circumvent the Fourth Amendment. The fact that in a legal state, the fact that I can go to a state where weed is legal recreationally, legal medically, and I can still get my car searched for weed because I have weed, and anything that the cops find, if it's not weed, is not fruit of the poisonous tree. It's crazy.
Yeah.
There was just another Rodriguez case that came out. I forgot where it was. No, it wasn't Michigan. But this guy got pulled over, and it basically set up. It definitively said, like, the cops cannot hold you on a traffic stop to get a drug dog when the purpose of the stop is done with. This guy, he was pulled over for kind of veering slightly over a line. They pulled him over. They finished the traffic stop. And then when they were done with the traffic stop, they decided hey, we want to get a drug dog. Held him there, found meth in his car, and arrested him. He got to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overturned. And the lower court, they overturned his conviction, saying the cops had finished the traffic stop. They had no right to continue asking him questions unless he voluntarily handed over his time, which he didn't. So,
there's a case in Michigan where they ruled that if they smelled unburnt weed, that it wasn't probable cause. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, well, that should be the case.
Yeah.
Weed should not be grounds to do that anymore. It shouldn't. But
Yeah,
people
should be treated
continue
like
to
a
allow it.
cigarette.
Pretty much.
If somebody never smoked a cigarette before, and then they were driving on the road and they smoked a cigarette, they'd probably crash.
Yeah.
We got like 10 more minutes or so on this
Supremacy,
video here.
ladies and gentlemen. Sovereign dominion, authority, and preeminence, the highest state. In the United States, the supremacy resides in the people. Unquote. Bouvier's Law Dictionary. It is the doctrine, ladies and gentlemen, of the common law that the sovereign cannot be sued in his own court without his consent. The Siren versus United States, 74, United States Supreme Court ruling 152. How come you don't know that? How come they're pulling the wool over our eyes on a daily basis? Why is it? What has happened? There is no power of inherent sovereignty in the government of the United States. There is no such thing as a power of inherent sovereignty in the government of the United States. There is no such thing. In this country, sovereignty resides in the people, and Congress can exercise no power which they have not by their Constitution entrusted to it, all else withheld. Juilliard versus Greenman, 110, United States Supreme Court decision, 421. Sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to law, for it is the author and source of law. Yik Wo versus Hopkins and Wu Lee versus Hopkins, 118, United States Supreme Court decision, 356. Quote, under our form of government, the legislature is not supreme. It is only one of the organs of that absolute sovereignty which resides in the whole body of the people. Like other bodies of the government, it can only exercise such powers as have been delegated to it, and when it steps beyond that boundary, its acts are utterly void. Billings versus Hall, 7, CA 1. Quote, in Europe, the executive is synonymous with the sovereign power of a state, where it is too commonly acquired by force or fraud, or both. In America, however, the case is widely different. Our government is founded upon compact. Sovereignty was and is in the people, unquote. Glass versus the Slope Betsy, 3rd Dial 6. The government of the United States that we, the sovereign people, created and entrusted to protect our fundamental rights has misled us, has deceived us, has lied to us into believing that the government is sovereign and we, the people, are persons subject to United States jurisdiction. Now what, I ask you, is their motivation for this mass deception, this manipulation, this great lie? The Supreme Court has ruled that the rights of sovereigns cannot be taxed or regulated by the government. In law, the person is generally a juristic or corporate entity without rights. A human person is called a natural person. By creating a legal term for person that excluded the sovereign, the government has been able to create vast volumes of governmental rules and regulations for the person to pay income tax, property tax, license and registration fees, business license fees, marriage license fees, dogs license fees, etc. It is also this person that the government can jail as an incentive to comply with its codes. The sovereign is not the legislative person, but they have convinced you that you are. The term person does not include the sovereign. Since in common usage the term person does not include the sovereign, statutes not employing the phrase are ordinarily construed to exclude it. United States versus Fox, 94, United States Supreme Court decision, 315. The sovereignty of the state resides in the people thereof. California, Title I, Article 1, Section 100. Quote, while sovereign powers are delegated to the agencies of government, sovereignty itself remains with the people by whom and for whom all government exists and acts. Yik Wo versus Hopkins and Wu Lee versus Hopkins, 118, United States Supreme Court decision, 356. Quote, state governments are but trustees acting under a derived authority of the people, unquote. 4, Wheat, 402. The Articles of Confederation which were not repealed by the Constitution. Did you know that, folks? The Articles of Confederation were not repealed by the Constitution. State this. Article 2. Each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right which is not by this Confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled, unquote. Quote, each state declared itself sovereign and independent according to the limits of its territory. The soil and sovereignty within their acknowledged limits were as much theirs at the Declaration of Independence as at this very hour, unquote. Harcourt versus Gilliard, 25, United States Supreme Court decision, 12, Wheat, 523, 526, 527. The original several states were each separate, independent, and proud nations who vehemently valued their freedom. They fought and died in a revolutionary war to sever their ties as subjects of the King of England. As previously stated, their purpose was to establish their independence as sovereigns. The states jealously guarded their own sovereign rights, powers, jurisdiction, and land. Why is it that most of the land in most of the states of the several states of the United States is owned by the federal government? How did that happen? They haven't paid anyone for it. The states refused to cede their newly won sovereignty to a federal government and be subject to another jurisdiction. The citizens of the states, however, thought that it would be advantageous to the general welfare of the states to delegate certain responsibilities, such as uniform monetary creation, which was to be in gold and silver, defense and postal services to a federal government, other than the very limited and reclaimable cessions of powers delegated to the federal government as specified in the Constitution. The states maintained the same independent sovereignty that they had under the Articles of Confederation. The only concession of lands made within the states to the federal government were lands or enclaves essential for the operation of the federal government. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution gave the federal government exclusive sovereignty and jurisdiction over only the District of Columbia and the territories and possessions belonging to or ceded to the United States. A federal marshal on your private property within a sovereign state has no jurisdiction and no authority whatsoever. Neither does the BATF, neither does the Federal Bureau of Investigation, neither does the Post Office Department or the United States Forest Service, and public lands belong to we the people, not the federal government. Do you understand what I am conveying to you? However, you must understand in America, such federal jurisdiction could not exceed a 10-mile square outside of the District of Columbia and did not include the 50 states which retained their sovereignty through their people. Prior to the adoption of the federal Constitution, states possessed unlimited and unrestricted sovereignty and retained the same ever afterward. Upon entering the Union, they retained all their original power and sovereignty except such as was surrendered to the federal government or they were expressly prohibited from exercising by the United States Constitution. Now, listen very, very closely, for I'm going to outline for you the limited powers of the United States. This is a list of the only areas where the people have ceded powers to the federal government. Remember that absolute sovereignty is still with the people, and there can only be one sovereign. The Constitution for the United States of America, Article 1, Section 8. The Congress shall have the power, 1, to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises with the following restrictions. A, all direct taxes must be apportioned, that is, divided equally according to population, and B, all indirect taxes must be uniform. Now I ask you, where does that leave the graduated Marxist income tax? 2, to establish uniform rules regarding the naturalization of aliens. 3, to establish uniform rules of bankruptcies throughout the United States. 4, to coin money. To coin money. To coin money. That meant gold and silver coin, and the law specifies that a dollar is 1/20 of 1 ounce of gold. To regulate the value of such money and the value of foreign coins, and to fix a standard of weights and measures for such money, which was done and has never been changed. What you have in your pocket is counterfeit debasement. 5, to provide for the punishment of counterfeiters of United States coins and securities, and the law says the punishment for the debasement of the monies of the United States of America is death. Yet I see no officers of the Federal Reserve hanging from any gallows where they should be hanging at this moment. 6, to establish the post office and post roads. 7, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings, in effect copyrights and discoveries or patents. 8, to constitute tribunals or courts inferior to the Supreme Court. To define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas. To define and punish offenses against the law of nations. To declare war. To grant letters of marque, letters of retaliation and reprisal. To make rules for capturing the enemy on land and water. To raise and support armies. To appropriate money for the military. No appropriation of money for the military shall be longer than 2 years. Now understand what I'm telling you. For 15 is to provide and maintain a navy, and the navy is the only authorized standing military force that is constitutional. Number 16 is to regulate the land and naval forces. Number 17, to call forth the military to execute the laws of the Union and to suppress insurrections and repel invasions of the enemy. 18, to organize, arm, and discipline the military, the appointment of officers and training of the military as prescribed by Congress was reserved to the states. The states. Yet the appointment of officers and training of the military is not being done by the states, therefore guaranteeing their treason when they are ordered to move against the sovereign citizens to bring about the one world government. Other than these specifically delegated powers, the government of the United States has absolutely no power over the citizens of the 50 states, and you will notice, ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing here that gives them authorization or power to enforce the law anywhere. Anywhere. You see, the Constitution prohibits a police state. So, how is it that a police state is emerging nationwide? The United States government may not assume powers not specifically granted to it by the people. Also, the people as the absolute sovereigns may take back any powers it has delegated, and it is time for us to do that.
Yeah, how?
I must warn you, though, there will be no political solution, there will be no relief in the courts. If we are to maintain our freedoms, if we are to reinstate the Constitution as the supreme law of the land, legally within the law,
It's got like 3 more
it
minutes.
will be by the means that our forefathers left for us, exercising our rights and powers guaranteed to us by the second article in Amendment, all power. As Mao Zedong once said, he did say something right, folks. All power emanates from the barrel of a gun, and the moment you give up your guns is the moment you cease to have any power in this entire world. Good night.
Okay. Yeah. So that's William Cooper. I stopped it because he probably was going to play a song.
Wake up.
Oh.
And God bless you all.
Oh. Okay. Now it's finished. Yeah, that episode is pretty intense with the law quotes. Which in the quotes he proved that the people of America are sovereigns. They have the rights to the King of England, that they are the ones that grant powers to government, that the government's supposed to protect from encroachment of the sovereignty of the people. I mean, there's a whole list of stuff.
Yeah, well, that's because we and the government, agents of the government, i.e., the politicians, are trustees. They're our trustees. We entrust them to protect our rights. I forgot which case that is. I don't know if that might have been Dred Scott, but I don't think so. I can't remember. I have it written down. And the problem is that once they act outside of that capacity and start taking away our constitutional rights and depriving us of our right to life, liberty, and property, now we're supposed to be able to hold them accountable. But we've developed a government where the people cheer on, the deprivation of life, liberty, property, and the Constitution, from both sides. Because we've created a two-sided government, which our founding fathers knew a two-sided government was the worst possible thing to have, and they didn't want it. They didn't want a two-party system.
Yeah. George Washington spoke against it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They absolutely didn't want it.
Yeah, he said that the two-party system would destroy America.
Yeah.
Break up these roaches on.
Because it's like, if you stop, you basically narrow everybody down to one out of two ideas, and you stop people from critically thinking and critically and having any sort of logic anymore, because people are now only going to be interested in the two choices that they have. If they only have a choice of Coke or Pepsi, nobody's gonna think to drink Mountain Dew, and that's why a duo is not the system you want, and people don't get that. That's why, like, even here in New York, I beg and I plead with people, let's get the independent party active. Let's start doing things independent. Let's start doing things independent. Oh, I'm only registered as a Republican. I'm a Republican. Even though Republican in New York is as futile as owning a surfboard in Oklahoma. And
the same with California.
Yeah.
And Washington and Oregon.
So it's just insane. It's like we have to get a license to have a dog. I mean, think about that. That's insane.
Yeah. You have to get a license to own a gun, even though it's literally the Second Amendment.
I know. Well, you need a license to fish, to hunt.
Yep.
Slaves can't have gold and silver. That's why we got coupons.
I know the plebs are getting uppity. We've never had it so good. So they're starting to shut us down.
Yeah,
no, this is what these people want.
That's crazy. I mean, we don't got the right to contract. We don't got the right anything. It's like we don't even have the right to assemble. I mean, think about that.
You have to get a permit.
Well, I mean, even during the corona, is like, if you could have 4 people in your house, like, what? What are you kidding? Like, it's the First Amendment. Like, we can have as many people over, do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
Freaking yeah. I probably would have raised hell if fucking I still lived in the city when that shit went down. Like, fucking like had like a party every weekend. Like, fuck those rules. Meanwhile,
that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just fucked up. We need to start becoming pro se litigant lawyers and suing everybody. That's
what I want to do. Because I used to talk about going to law school, and
well, we don't even have to go to school for that. We just got file the paperwork.
The problem with law school is I don't want to join the bar association. That's my problem with it. I don't want to join the bar association. I don't.
Yes, arbitrarily and erroneously taking away your rights to join it.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's the same. It's exactly the problem. Look, the reason why the vaccine mandate and lockdowns were so big in New York was because was simply because of the fact that the Bar Association sat down with the state in 2019 and laid out exactly how they could do a mandate and how they can lock people down, even though there was no legal but it was to me what it was it was an agreement that we're going to do this and your people are not going to fight it. And that's why we couldn't find lawyers to handle these cases.
Yeah, I think the lawyers are being instructed to not handle those situations.
Exactly.
They created a class system when they made lawyers. So lawyers have rights that the regular citizens can't exercise, and that violates the Equal Protection Clause, 14th Amendment. There's a bunch of stuff that violates the Equal Protection Clause that I could go over a laundry list of it. Probably fall asleep.
Yeah. No, that's the truth, is that there's, equal protections of the law is gone, due process is gone. Like, people just let this happen, and it's insane. It's absolutely wild because
people aren't aware that it happened. I don't even think they teach civics in high school anymore.
Oh no, they don't teach civics anymore.
Well, they do, but they teach commie civics. Worship the UN, situational ethics.
Yeah.
Freaking yeah, it's like it's like the generations before us, like 3, 4, 5 generations have all failed us. They let it all happen, and we're sitting here and they're rubble. And like the youth are all blaming boomers, quote unquote, when the whole country had gone to shit before the boomers. It's like there's stuff about the law where it's like 1938 they created the one force action. Then 1966 they completed it, and they merged the jurisdictions to, quote unquote, make it simpler. But really what they did was when they merged it, they created a number of loopholes, and that which they could screw you and fucking get away with it.
Yeah.
It's
There's
true.
a lot of that going on.
Oh yeah. Well, then on top of that, the New World Order engineers a new minority, which isn't based on race but based on sex. and then the whole victim mentality is pushed on all these people.
Based on sex, you mean what I identify as?
Yeah.
Yeah, they created a new minority. They engineered it.
So crazy, man.
I mean, I think it's connected to Minglas, where I think that they would pacify the masses, and that they would that's how they would rule, by pacifism.
Well, it's also you allow antisocial behavior to become normalized. I mean,
Mhm.
like when you think about it, like back in the day, if you were a weirdo, you kept it to yourself. You wanted society to think you were normal. Like there weren't that many people going out of their way to, to like push being at the fact that they were messed up, or like they had weird proclivities. Like now we've created this like, oh, you can be a victim too. We're all victims. Everybody's a victim.
Yeah.
And like when you allow that to become normalized, you're creating a society where the people who were purposely kept at the bottom in previous generations because nobody wanted them anywhere near the top, they it becomes like the Brazil nut effect, where they end up coming to the top, and everybody and the majority go to the bottom. And like I look at New York City politicians. We have this one New York City politician named GOC, and I promise you, I hate this guy on a primal masculine level. Like, I get it. I don't talk like John Wayne. I'm not 6'6", but this guy is like, I don't know how any man could vote for this guy. Like, how he doesn't just piss you off on a masculine level. Like, I don't want this kind of man thing in my government. There's something wrong with him. And yet,
Talking about Mandimi or whatever.
what's up?
You talking about Mandimi or?
No. Chiosei.
Oh, okay.
He does. He's so cringy, and I was about to say it, the other F word, but like people would not vote for people like this back in the day. People didn't want government of that. Like, what happened to like the McCarthys and the John F. Kennedys and even the Reagans? Like these were people who had like, or even the George Bushes. Like, say what you want about George Bush, but he came off as like a dude. He came off as a dude who'd have a beer with you. He came off as the kind of dude who you're like, because leadership is masculine. Leadership is not feminine. And a society that allows the worst of its people to be comfortable and being horrible out and about in the day and then pushing it on is a feminized society. And a feminized society is chaos, because we have to feel bad for everybody. We have to be
You
emotionally
don't have to tell me that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it all makes sense.
Yeah, well, because that's why that's why men ran society. I mean, there were queens and everything, and there were plenty of good female leaders. I mean, I don't know, I guess Margaret
Yeah, but
Thatcher.
we're not talking about the exceptions. You're talking about the general rule.
Yes.
And it is my work experience 100% true. And I think last night or when I was on with JJ, we talked a little bit about human resources.
Oh God.
And sensitivity training, and women are leading the charge. And even the Central Intelligence Agency said they couldn't test the efficacy of sensitivity training because it was brainwashing.
Yeah.
And the last round, of course, it's all automated. My company outsources the sensitivity training to a third party. And I'm being told this Mexican kid is being told that I have unconscious bias. So
What?
I guarantee you it was created by somebody who has no idea, who hasn't been discriminated against. And but yet I have to sit there and listen to the brainwashing, and I can't say anything. And the other thing that I mentioned during talking with JJ is the way that the government gets around this is by outsourcing it to corporations, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
If I speak up, I lose my job.
Yeah.
Period.
If you speak up, you lose your job. If you show that you're like, you know, if like that's the thing, the work, you know, in the workplace, it started with like when women were entering the workplace and upset at at like the locker room culture that existed.
You can't do this without women. And I report all the way to the senior director level, all female, all touchy-feely, all sensitive, all get upset. There are the standard issues that happen with females, and that is women holding other women down.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's true. And I work with a lot of women who experience it every day, but we can't say anything.
Yeah, well, it's economic slavery and it's voluntary slavery. It's like imagine you get a job at a big company and you try to negotiate the contract of what you can and can't say, and they're just like, nope, we don't want you, and it's like that's discrimination, but the courts would never give a fuck, and like it's like we're living in this world of idiots.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Well,
yeah, and it's not easy. I mean, when everybody's doing it, you don't have a lot of choices.
Well, that's why we need to bring masculine society back, because men are hierarchical creatures, you know, and the reason why some men get to the top and some men don't is because we like, if you put a group of men together and give them a task, they're going to find who gets what and who gets where and who belongs in this place.
You mean they actually accomplish something instead of just coming up with mindless, useless processes, meetings, can't actually accomplish anything.
Well, that's
what I'm dealing with.
You know, if I in a feminized society, I could join the NBA. Okay. In a feminized society, like, did you ever see those things where like they have a group of women and they say, okay, you guys rate yourselves from prettiest to ugliest, and they'll always put like the fat, frumpy woman at the front, and then like the really plain, boring woman at second, and then like the actual hotter woman at the end. And then they'll ask men to like rate the women who's prettier, and they'll put the prettier woman in the front, the frumpy woman at the back, and they'll go right down the gamut where most guys will be like, yeah, maybe I'll switch 2 and 4 a little bit, but yeah, they pretty much got the right idea. And that's how women run societies. That's how women are running this society. And like, you know, men are naturally hierarchical, which is why we are a little bit more accustomed and why a little bit more built for like leadership, because it's like the NYPD. The NYPD right now, they don't want masculine men. They want Asian women. I'm not even kidding with you. The NYPD is desperate to hire more Asian women.
That is a liability to a male police officer. And San Francisco started doing that 15 years ago. They were pairing up male police officer with female.
Yep.
And no matter how strong a woman is, she's going to become a liability. If he gets into trouble. I mean, that's a fact. Even the smallest guy is going to be stronger than the strongest woman. Is there an exception? Everybody always brings up the one odd time that, you know, gee, maybe a woman could, but typically it is a liability. So, and I'm willing to accept that. I mean, I know physically, you know, females are weaker, but it's putting people at risk, including those peace officers.
Yeah.
And somebody joined us, Disembodied Blue Avian Spirit. Hello.
That's right, man. Disembodied blue avian spirit of David Wilcox. That's because what y'all are describing is the nightmare world we live in, and the nightmare of the disembodied blue avian spirit.
It is
of David
getting a little
Wilcox.
echoey. Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to let you guys know it's getting a little echoey.
Let me turn off my air thingy.
Disembodied blue avian spirit. I think you're a little obsessed with David Wilcox.
I would say very obsessed. I would say extremely obsessed. But to your point, though, I've actually met a few men that are basic ass bitches, and I've had to leave them behind in combat in favor of women that I didn't necessarily care for their services either. But they were superior.
You know what women say? I mean, a lot of women do say that they want the sensitive guys, but then when it comes down to it, and you find yourself in a tough situation, I've had a few. One girlfriend, so it's a mate. In fact, most of my girlfriends who are married, their marriages are matriarchs, period. I mean, down to finances, decision making, buying homes.
Yeah.
The women do it all. It's their show. And I remember one girlfriend was going through some tough decisions, and she was the primary breadwinner. Her husband had zero ambition. I mean, he had a job. He was a UPS driver. But when he got home at 2:00 in the afternoon, he got his golf clubs and went to the golf course. And she got a second job.
Though. What you're explaining to me as a child.
She got a second
with
job
responsibilities and stuff
to pay for Christmas. And I said, why doesn't your husband get a second job?
Yep, because he's a child. He's a man child.
He's a man child. And one day she just said this, which was shocking. She considers herself a feminist. She said, I wish I had a man I could lean on.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of weak men out there. I've met a few of them even in the military, and that's supposed to be kind of the upper echelon of our strongest men of our society, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what happened in the NYPD is they got rid of all the masculine men. They replaced it with DEI. They replaced it with men who like even in government, even in like government leadership. Look at the New York City Council. Tell me that you don't want to hit Chio Say over the head with a cricket stick until he never does a dance video ever again. Think about a guy like Mamdani. How does a man vote for a guy like Mamdani? He looks like the biggest cup you have ever met in your life. He looks like the kind of person that, forget combat, I wouldn't trust this guy to try to blaze a freaking bathtub. Like,
Danny, do you really think that New Yorkers voted for Mamdani and it's not corruption?
No, women did. Women did. It was all women. It was all women who were, oh, yeah, such a pretty smile. He smiles like the creepiest thing on. See, that's another thing that women don't get about men. We're much better at judging each other. If we see a guy and we're like, yo, that dude's a weirdo, stay the fuck away from him, we're probably 99% chance you're right, that we're right. Women will be like, no, he's just sweet and hurt and innocent. Like, no, that dude goes home and wanks off to some pretty creepy shit. Stay the fuck away from him. But, and that's what I said. That's why, like, look, when I started off in sanitation, everybody had to question. Everybody thought I couldn't do the job. Everyone thought I wasn't going to be able to do it. And I said, I know I can do it. I know that they're going to judge me by how I look, but I'll prove myself to the hierarchy. And I did. And then there were guys who were much bigger than me who, if it rains out, they cried. If the route was heavy, they cried. If the truck wasn't working, they cried. And then there's me, who I had like some of the best guys who wanted to work with me because I shut the hell up, did my job, and threw 15 tons. And that's how it's supposed. And they would have been trying. DSNY has been trying for the past like 20 years to get more women to join. Women don't want to be sanitation workers. They don't want to do it. And then when they do it, you once in a while will get a woman who throws garbage. And out of the 3 or 4 women, 1 in a half, you'll get about one or two, maybe, probably usually one, that will actually be able to keep up with the big boys. Everybody else, they drive mechanical brooms, they work at the garbage dump, they're on FMLA, so they don't work 12-hour days. Like, you know, there are places for women to be, and there are some places that women shouldn't be. There are some places that men shouldn't be, and there are some places that Men should be. And when you create a society that turns that inside out, and you allow the most feminized men and women who don't to become the leadership and women to take over leadership, you end up in a situation like, look, when my mom, she worked in the medical field her whole career. So there used to be a lot of like gays and lesbians in the medical field. And she had a friend who, I'm not going to say their name because if I give, well, I'm going to say her girlfriend's name. Her girlfriend, this was back in the 90s. And through the 80s and 90s, she had a girlfriend, Becky, who was an NYPD cop. And I remember Becky, because Becky was brawling. Becky was not some chick like 4'11" who, twinkled around. Becky could knock you the fuck out. Like, she was tough. She was an NYPD cop. That's a female cop. Not a 4'11" Spanish woman who you have to make a custom freaking uniform to accommodate her 6-foot ass. That's not.
Hey,
I wanted to add something. But you forgot Sabrina's Spanish.
Well, that's really the point of it. It's lowering the standards in which to meet the hire these other folks. I mean, it's one thing to have folks that are qualified. Right. It really should all be based on that, some sort of meritocracy. It's never based on that, though.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know that it really has been. I mean, it's just gotten worse, obviously. But yeah, I mean, at least it was somewhat more of a meritocracy in the past.
Yeah, all my years of doing shingles and cement work and stuff, never seen a woman carry up a bundle of shingles up a ladder or a bag of cement.
I've had a few women say, my friend, she's in construction, and then she's in construction and she's holding up the sign that says slow and stop.
I was gonna say, all the road crews I ever see, the women on the road crews are always just holding the sign or working the walkie-talkie.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's it. I saw one time I worked on when I was did the week where driving a truck for a construction company about 2 years ago, and there was one woman who did the FEL, and I was like, all right, that's cool. She can do an FEL. I could see her learning to drive that, but I don't think they're putting her out there to build shit. Dig holes with an FEL, fine, but that's it. But that's how it is. I mean, that's why, like, we really need to like figure out a way to get our society back into a masculine society, and that's why we're in the problems that we're in now. That's really why we have these problems, is because men are not running our society.
Yeah.
Well, we needed feminism in order for everything else to trickle out, and you know of what I speak.
The communists.
You had to have feminism first, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's like when I used to do roofs.
Where did feminism get born? Like before Gloria Steinem, like where, like that's kind of the modern era. But she didn't come up with feminism. Like where did that really come from?
Feminism comes straight from
Illuminati.
the pits of hell.
From the nightmares of the disembodied blue Avian spirit of David Wilcock, then, right?
Yeah.
When I say it comes from the pits of hell, I'm kind of not kidding.
Well,
so
really
the 19th century, when the suffragette movement started taking off toward the end of the 19th century, I mean,
so this is after the
Rachel Wilson wrote a book.
Well, it's before that.
Before the 19th.
Weishaupt, guess what they found on all the Illuminists in Bavaria?
Child porn.
No,
my bad. What was it?
What?
They found stuff to make
AI child porn from the future, because that's what it's time travels and back to Weishaupt. It's all one big circle.
Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein and Weishaupt are related. No.
Jeffrey Epstein hung out with Isaac, not Isaac Weishaupt, Adam Weishaupt.
So the Illuminati had abortion stuff. They had documents about empowering women, creating an Illuminati of women. That they had stuff about indoctrinating the masses into the most vilest things. Like it's all. I think it's all Illuminati. I mean,
Well, I mean, when I say it comes from the pits of hell, there actually is a book by I'm not kidding when I say that. There actually is a book by, I think, by a Swedish author. The title of the book is Satanic Feminism. His
No
name is
shit.
Pearl Flaxneld. Lucifer is the liberator of women in the 19th century culture.
Well, I mean, I could definitely. I'm looking that book up right now. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I could see the Marxist angle to it. I mean, obviously, with the destruction of the nuclear family, that's obviously going to birth a movement of feminism. I just don't know how far back it really goes. I guess really, but it sounds
Marxism,
about
because
right
it
with the
erases
Illuminati, the
gender, right?
Weishaupt stuff.
It's like Albert
as
Pike.
well before. Yeah, sorry.
Well, Albert Pike made these lodges of I forget what they're called. Some kind of lodges in France. Had to do with the French Grand Orient, where it was like they had females in the lodge. They were Cagliostro. In one of the books, Cagliostro was asking all the ladies to disrobe so he could initiate them. It was clearly some Crowley shit, like fucking orgiastic. I think that it was. I think that it all evolves around France, the French Revolution, like their tactics, how they do stuff. No, oh yeah, this is a slide on the screen I can never find. That's
Good news, buddy. You found it. It's right there.
That's Andrew Jackson about to get his hand sliced by a British soldier when he was a kid.
When he was held captive during the Revolutionary War down Charleston?
1780.
Yeah, he was a spy. He's also a member of Clan Vance from his mother.
JJ, can we talk about you being in Tijuana right now?
Yeah, sure. Tijuana. I'm wasting away in Tijuanaburg, ma'am.
So where are you in Tijuana? Are you in Playas or something? I mean, I haven't crossed the border. I'm too scared to cross the border anymore.
Well, I also didn't want to go back into the city center. I'm actually in a rural area. I've been traveling to my appointments by about 25 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
you feel safe there?
I try to stay in the rush of anything. I try to lay in the outer perimeters of anything in life, the edge, if you will.
Okay.
No, I haven't had any problems down here though. Quite honestly, it's been super nice.
Good.
I got a couple more. I don't know. I've been hitting it pretty hard on the hyperbaric oxygen. I'm pretty fucking tired, so I'm taking a lot out of me. So I was trying to get it all done like a month, but it's going to be like 6 weeks. But that's all right. I got nothing else going on.
Wow. Yeah. Good luck with that.
I appreciate it.
The weed probably sucks down there.
What is it?
Yeah, it's probably good that you quit weed because the weed probably sucks down there.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I haven't even been smoking cigarettes down here, man.
I heard the weed down there actually got pretty good. They opened up like dispensaries, like not cartel owned, but they're still like they have some pretty nice
dispensaries in Mexico. Huh? Okay, I don't know. I haven't even searched.
Yeah, like the stuff like they used to have like the bodega ones like in New York, but a little bit more professional. But apparently they have like they're not licensed or anything. They're just like nobody stops them because it's Mexico.
Right. Well, those New York bodega ones, dude, those got out of control. They were doing tens of $millions in sales across the city. It was pretty wild.
My store did it. My store used to pull in. I used to pull in over $1 million a year.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I put it on the resume. I'm like,
it was wild, dude. They were just letting him. Well, they were letting him thrive while not capturing any of the tax money. I'm like, what is the state?
No, they were paying taxes. That's why it was actually illegal. They weren't paying New York State cannabis taxes, but they were paying sales tax and state tax. And
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They weren't capturing that other 19% cannabis tax or whatever.
Yeah, my store was paying $15K quarterly.
Well, yeah, you got to pay off the man in which to avoid the law, right? You got to pay tribute to the authorities.
Yeah, we were just talking about that early on.
It's always how it goes, dude. It's those who don't are the ones that get fucking beef from the law.
Well, they shut everybody down eventually. But I had a lawyer. I wanted to use, if we would have used my lawyer and not my boss's idiot celebrity lawyer, we would have actually not only reopened, but we would have actually been able to sue the city and the state for for shutting us down because the lawyer that I had, the Mendenhall law firm, they had actually a 99 to 98, 99% success rate in all their sheriff's office hearings. And if you didn't win the sheriff's hearing, if for some reason you didn't win, he put you on the Article 78, and you won the Article 78. So he actually
you had a favorable experience, I think. There. Did they see
Say
your
it again?
last name was Hulk, and they're like, "We don't want this guy busting this place up. We better rule this favor."
You don't want to make him angry.
You don't want to make him angry.
Sanitation called me Bruce Banner because I was a nice guy.
That was I used to love that show, dude. That was a pretty good show, especially for Jared. As far as
loved the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I thought I missed the era of Hollywood or TV production where they actually gave a shit about special effects, and that was the show that I appreciated. They tried.
Did they have a sound effect when he turned into it, just like the
dude? They
$1 Million
Man turned green, dude. He ripped his jeans every show, dude. They were wrecking jeans like Dukes of Hazzard was wrecking cars, dude. One time he did LSD. I saw that one again recently where he does the Hulk does LSD. That was a good one. yeah, dude. He hulked out on LSD. It was pretty wild. Well, that was one of so I assume he's an occultist. Bill Bixby.
Yeah. I think the Hulk story is about Osiris in a way.
Yeah, the Green Man. It's got some Green Man elements too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Bill Bixby's best friend, one of his best friends was Elvis Presley, and he was definitely an occultist.
Elvis Presley was an occultist.
I've suspected it.
He was part of the Manson family, man.
Elvis Presley?
He was in tight with the Manson family in the process.
Oh.
Yeah, his spiritual guide that started traveling with him in '68, that he quit his job. He was Jay Sebring's business partner and Sebring hair salon. A victim of the Manson family.
So were Abigail Folger and that Wojciech guy, were they dealing drugs?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Folger's family had been long involved with drugs, dating back to the Dutch East India Company. I believe the Folgers go back to.
The Folgers go back to the Dutch East India Company?
Peter Folger was a major figure. That's Ben Franklin's grandfather. I'm a Folger.
Interesting.
Peter Folger's one of my ancestors.
We're talking 17th century, right?
Oh yeah. Peter Folger was, I think, the first inhabitant of Nantucket.
Wow.
They're from the coffee lineage?
He was an underling to one of those other fucking Muppets of that era. I realize I say these people I'm related to them, but I'm not a Muppet. I mean, I'm a former Muppet, I guess. I'm a retired Muppet. How about that? I mean, Master Sergeant. That's what I meant. Yeah, he was the assistant to one of the governors there. I don't remember which one off the top of my brain hole. Peter Folger, died 1690 in Nantucket. Yep, he's Founders Burial Ground in Nantucket. I used to vacation in Nantucket every summer for a couple weeks out of my Vermont summers. So I remember I've actually been to his grave before because, again, I'm through my New England heritage, I'm a Folger.
You get coffee rights?
Yeah.
Dude, they sold all their coffee stuff to Procter & Gamble in like 1961.
Ah, damn.
So I'm pretty sure her parents were occultists, right? She's born into it, Abigail, for that matter. And then Wojciech Frykowski was a Polish fellow who was into drugs, running largely MDA, I think. MDA and some of that STP that was rolling around the canyons at that time. The real hardcore stuff.
By the way, when you mentioned the Dutch East India Company, if I ever hear that, you reminded me of the Batavia. Do you know that story?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's a doozy. several years ago, I was watching a 60 Minutes story, Australia 60 Minutes, and they brought up the worst serial killing in Australia's history. Well, they're going all the way back to 1628, and there was a shipwreck of a ship called the Batavia for the Dutch East India Company. And what happened? There were about 340 people aboard, and some of the people who were there, the main skipper was not a good guy. And the commander of the ship went to try and go get help with a few of his men, and then they were left with some very bad people who decided to run off the men and then enslave the rest of the people who were left, and they just started killing them.
The Dutch are wild, huh? Like that, aren't they? And they have a lot of this.
I'm
reading this right now. That's pretty wild. I didn't realize this is Jakarta, Indonesia, huh?
Yeah, I'm not even doing the story justice. This it sounds like it's made up in Hollywood. Absolutely.
I didn't realize this was a major Dutch city for many years. I'm looking at the infrastructure of the city, and it's very Dutch.
It is just mind blowing. I mean, in the very end of the story, the bad guys are caught because there is a rescue ship coming. They've killed most of the people there, and you've got the bad guys and the good guys racing to the rescue ship at the same time.
So this was all like the ethnic Chinese folks were the victims in this one, looks like, right? 10,000 killed, it says.
Jesus.
No, not for the Batavia. Not the shipwreck of the Batavia.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Maybe this is the 1740 Batavia massacre.
This is
different situation.
1628 Dutch East India Company Batavia shipwreck.
Well, this is a war they waged against the Dutch East India Company, later waged against the locals, where they lost 500 people and they lost 10,000.
That is true in Jakarta. Yes, there.
I didn't realize Jakarta had that kind of history with the Dutch. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. The Dutch East India Company was pretty intense. Yeah. But I wasn't referring to that. That's intense too, but I was referring to the shipwreck of the Batavia.
Yeah, I'm reading that one now. It's wild though. There's a lot of warfare.
It is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very end, they get the bad guy, and they build a gallows, and it's before they hung him, he screams revenge. And they killed him. Yeah, he killed a lot of people. It's a great story. No one's ever made a movie or a mini series about it. I guess it's got too many moving parts, but it's quite spectacular if anybody takes the time to learn about it.
That's interesting. Yeah,
it's super interesting.
I think Barack Obama's dad lived over there in Jakarta, Indonesia. One Mohammed
Subud,
right?
Yeah, Mohammed Subud.
Yeah.
Is he still alive?
I believe he's deceased, but I'm not. Yeah, he died in 87. Yeah, he died in Java, Dutch East Indies. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Huh. Oh, yeah. This is a slide I can never find. It's a crop circle, and then 2 slides away is an occult
Is it a crop circle shaped like a blue avian? If it is, I'm in. Let's do it.
What's evidence that the crop circles are made by occultists?
Oh, for sure, dude. So are the occultists are also the ones sucking the blood out of the cattle.
Yeah.
Occultists? And the same with the cattle?
Yeah, they're the ones doing cattle mutilations and draining the blood.
Yeah, there's another. I guess I missed it.
I was just talking about that on my show last night, actually, with John Mitchell. He's done some further research into some of Maury Terry's work on that matter.
Maury Terry kind of lost it a little bit.
Yeah, there's probably a certain degree of that, but I can't necessarily fault the man. For example, I mean, even when he was doing television interviews in the 2000s, Fox News has him on opposite some muppet from the national security state trying to tell him that's not how serial killers work. I mean, you'd probably, I think we all would lose a little bit in facing that kind of scrutiny and brick walls.
But Maury Terry, and correct me if I'm wrong because my memory's a little fuzzy. But I thought that Maury Terry kind of was dismissive of the smiley face killings. I'm just calling them smiley face killings because that's what they're known as. But I think we know it's a kill cult.
I mean, I know he was around for about 7 years after the detectives had brought that theory public, but I don't know that I've ever seen anything that he'd commented on about it. Not to say that he hadn't. I know he had a big Facebook group.
I'll have to go back and look for it. I thought I was pretty certain that he had, which surprised me because he had a good reputation.
I know this much. One of his sources, Detective Jim Rothstein from NYPD, he's the one who convinced me that the smiley face killers were connecting, all the way to the Son of Sam cult through this long-standing corridor of quote unquote hood rat shit from Minneapolis to New York City.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt
Minneapolis. Huh.
Yeah, he's from Minnesota. He was in World War II, lands in New York City, and becomes a Gold Shield detective. And he was investigating a lot of the cult activity in and around the Son of Sam stuff, and that UN drug diddling operation that intersected with the mafia, with Quasimodo, the Rose Pharmacy family.
Interesting.
Anyway, he's a man with a lot of information, and he's the one who convinced. I think he's still alive. I think he's 96. He's the one who convinced me that one, the smiley face killers were a part of this process cult network, and two, that it all has been going on for many decades, preceding what we now know as the phenomenon of smiley face killers. Like it's an evolution.
I thought in the United States it really took off in the 90s, but it's not just happening in the United States; it's happening in United Kingdom,
correct,
and a few other countries Spain, as well. Yes,
Australia.
Spooky.
I think again, Jim Rothstein was right. He goes through the Crowley and Thelema networks, and it was an evolution of their hood rat shit activity. They're death cults.
Yes, they're death cults.
Yeah.
Well, I thought I had.
I'm sure it has an intersection with Gladio. Yeah, I have no doubt it has an intersection with Gladio. When you start looking at what Gladio intersects with and how it thrives to the same network of cultists and mafioso figures.
Well, they really conditioned. Oh, what, Danny?
I was just going to say, Gladio, there's a lot of drug dealing going on.
Right. And it's a small community of folks when you start dealing with all this hood rat shit. It's all the same people that do it. That includes the Satanists, that includes the mafiosos.
And I was thinking, I mean, they conditioned the American public immediately. They put out, it's a possible serial killer, or it's not a serial killer.
With the smiley face killers?
Yes, the emphasis.
Yeah, the media named it the smiley face killers. Those detectives didn't name it that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But I mean, when you read, I mean, it's still going on. There's a guy on X who's keeping track of all of these murders.
Well, there's a couple of them. Drowning victims.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jim
He's
Smith.
Really good.
Yeah, I like Jim. He and I have some differences of opinions on things, but I like Jim. There's another one too. Shoot. Jim's been doing it for a long time. I met Jim probably 10 years ago.
Bisson, John.
Oh, John Bisson. Okay, I didn't realize he was getting involved in some of that research too. Okay.
Well, I've heard him talk about it a few years ago.
John's a sharp dude. John Brisson, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think of this other account. I'm looking it up now because I'm being ridiculous. Shoot, I've had the guy on my show before too. He does nothing but smiley face killer stuff, and he's a much younger dude than myself. He's half my age, so I appreciate some staged drownings. And I think that's a great way to look at it too. The way it's not, as opposed to this term smiley face killing, I think the term staged drownings is far more,
saying smiley face killers like saying chemtrail.
Yeah, I think it's more generalized.
It sounds a little,
Yeah, and stage drownings is a more generalized description of what's going on here. They are stage drownings.
Yeah, they're stage drownings. Yeah, and we never one of the stage drownings that got a lot of publicity that surprised me was Riley Strain a couple of years ago.
Sure.
And did we ever get a follow-up on I remember reading around that time that his parents were going to pay for their own autopsy, but I never heard anything else.
Yeah,
did you?
Either publicly, other than they sued the fraternity and the fraternity members, which I thought was ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
Which, I mean, I understand they're hurt as a family, and they want to focus their attention somewhere, but I don't think anyone in the fraternity had anything to do with it. Because he was on a fraternity trip from Columbia, Missouri to Nashville, Tennessee. That would have been just over 2 years ago. It was St. Patrick's Day 2023. And it got really creepy too, because there became this whole machination of what I've long feared is that these cultists are trying to profit from, as they do everything, from every aspect of their own crimes. So we see this Taylor, the number one Taylor Swiftie, and this true crime TikToker are working together, and on a live stream they discover Riley Strain's debit card 1 week after he disappeared in an area that had been combed over I don't know how many times.
And weren't those two? So Riley, because it was getting so much publicity, I was following it very closely, and I actually called that one. If I can call it, that means that there's an obvious pattern, right?
For sure.
I don't happen to know that. So, and I was keeping a coworker updated on Riley, and I did see the two women that found the very clean debit card. They interviewed them for the news. They were at some kind of a vigil for Riley. This is before they had found him.
Yep. They were correct.
I found a video which was no talking. It was maybe a 45-minute video of someone was just recording this vigil, and those two bitches were there, and they were recording with their phones, where they had candles and pictures of Riley, and they were recording with their phones. And one of them, okay, this is true, and this might just be a coincidence, but she did have yellow smiley faces all over the back of her phone. And I watched her.
And that's a guy, actually. That's a man.
I thought it was a female with dark hair.
No,
she walked up to the table.
She's from Alabama,
and she was recording everything. I didn't see any other person recording.
Well, that trans person was a nurse, is a registered nurse from Alabama, lives in Tennessee, registered in both states. I've done a full background on this individual because they made it to the police press conference of the body found location of. So Riley Strain disappears on March 8th of 2024, and he's found 3 weeks later in 7 miles downstream, and somehow that trans individual with the smiley face phone cover who's sticking its phone in the police chief's face during the press conference made it there before any other media did. I confirmed in the back. It's that individual standing in the background of one of the first media folks on scene.
Yep.
So that person's there before anyone else is.
Yeah.
And there's definitely a trans element to numerous of these smiley face killer crimes. Murders.
Yeah. And I don't know why the police aren't investigating.
I have a good idea. So Dakota James goes missing.
Oh, Dakota James.
2017.
Yeah.
This has been 2017 in Pittsburgh. Well, when his mother got the second autopsy and she went back to the he disappeared on January 25th, 2017, was found 40 days later with about 4 hours of decomposition on his body in a location that was searched by the police 6 hours prior, and video recorded by the local news media while the police were searching that 6 hours prior. So he was also a captain of a swim team.
On his body too.
Oh well, yeah. He barely had any. The guy who found him said he looked like identical to the picture of the missing photo. Been missing for 40 days.
Yeah, but he's
40
only been
days
dead for a few hours. Yeah, that happens a lot too.
He had less than 4 hours of decomposition on him.
Yeah.
I wonder if the 40 days is relevant.
Well, I'm sure it is the same way it's relevant that he was dumped on a mound
ignore
site.
it. They just call it accidental drowning because they're found in 4 feet of water.
Well, they call it accidental drowning because that's the national security memorandum that law enforcement departments get. Because when Dakota James's mother brought that second autopsy from Cyril Wecht confirming the murder of her son to the Allegheny County District Attorney's office for a scheduled meeting, he had the Secret Service and the FBI there. With no explanation.
Well, that's bizarre.
What could their jurisdiction or interest be in if it wasn't for national security? So, and the reason why they had that there is because Cyril Wecht is a man of, you can't really fuck with that dude. He's an attorney, and he was an attorney, medical doctor, and a pathologist for almost 40 years. And he was the medical examiner in that specific county for 27 years. So, you know, you have to have some backup when you come in there with a report from Cyril Wecht confirming it's a murder, right? So that's why I think they had the Secret Service and FBI there, because it had been elevated to that degree.
Well, you know, come to think of it, I think Riley's parents got Dr. Michael Bodden to do an autopsy.
They did. I don't trust him at all.
I did not. He said that it was a drowning. I don't trust him at all either.
He also did the Epstein, said Epstein committed suicide, right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
He's like, there's a small network of these Muppets that claim to be the experts in all these deaths and stuff like that, and they seem to all know each other.
But I don't understand why. So I believe
the guy right now that's out there doing the dance around the Koberger case, Brent Turvey.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No. I was just going to comment, and then I want you to finish your thought. Don't forget, please. It seems like there was a concerted effort to scare the public with serial killers starting in the late 60s through the 70s and 80s, and now it's being suppressed. Go ahead, JJ.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, a lot of those cases are all connected. I mean, John Wayne Gacy's first victim is Paul Bonacci's half-brother, or stepbrother, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then Paul Bonacci of the Franklin scandal claims that he was there. He was the one who lured Johnny Gosch into the van. I believe him.
He said, do you believe him?
I believe him, yeah.
Whatever
I think Paul Bonacci's
Bonacci.
born into this. His mother's an Anderson. She's from the Anderson family, in which the Society of Cincinnati's headquarters is named after. The Anderson House in Washington, D.C. And his stepfather was a McCoy. His stepfather was very likely a member, one of mine and Charles Manson's cousins, was very likely a member of the Society of Cincinnati. And that man's son was John Wayne Gacy's first victim. I don't think these things are disconnected from the subject of the occult societies that started this country, or the Society of Cincinnati and their bloodlines.
Yeah.
So we're scared with these things of these random attacks of serial killers. But they're not random, is what I'm getting at, right? They're not random. But it's used to terrorize folks, right? But yeah.
But what were you going to say about Koberger?
Do you think they're hits or something?
Oh, a lot of them are, yeah, dude. Like, look, for example, this one where Edward Wayne Edwards, the serial killer you probably never heard of, was likely the guy, and he was friends with Charles Manson too, by the way. And he also had a CIA operative identity, Dr. James Garfield Langley. He murdered many people under that identity and got arrested for murdering folks under that identity. But he was very likely the man in the hood at Lake Berryessa on September 27th, 1969, in the murder, or the survivor there, Brian something, his name's escaped my brain hold at the moment. His mother's a Walker. He's descendant from a Lieutenant Colonel Benjamin Walker of the New York chapter of the Society of Cincinnati, a close associate of George Washington's. I do think he was the hereditary member in that bloodline. His mother's father had no sons. He was the eldest son in that bloodline, eldest male in that bloodline, and thus I think that was a hit. I think Sharon Tate was a hit. Her father, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tate of the U.S. Army Intelligence, his third great grandfather was Lieutenant Jesse Tate of the Virginia chapter of the Society of Cincinnati. Thus, that 8.5-month unborn baby, old unborn baby in Sharon Tate's belly when she got murdered along with her unborn son, would have been the next hereditary member of the Tate bloodline. That's probably a hit.
So, but why would they want to get rid of, if they're member? I mean, the Society of Cincinnati is
factional warfare.
Factional
it's the same
warfare?
reason why it's the same application of understanding of all the royal bloodlines, because they're descendant of the royal bloodlines of Europe. So those folks would always kill each other to take power within the family. It's the same difference.
But I thought they weren't supposed to, though. I thought there was like the rule of royalty, unless there's a different method here. But I thought like
that's what they want to tell everybody, right? But they don't. No one ever lives up to those standards.
True. I mean, they killed, what was it? Henry VIII. Only like his only son was murdered.
Right. Well, and look what they did to King James' children and grandchildren. That was the thrust of the wars that brought in the War of Independence here in America, was the Jacobite Wars, trying to reinstall King James's grandson into the throne.
Wow.
The Jacobite Wars. Yeah, I had one of my alleged forefathers, again, about an actual Vance. There was a fellow by the name of Dr. Lancelot Vance. He was the last Vance before we came to America. He died in the Jacobite Wars.
Lancelot. That's interesting.
Yep.
You're related to King Arthur?
Well, his father was a knight, Sir John Vance, and his mother was a Kennedy, which would have been the sister of one of the, RFK and JFK's forefathers. These Muppets all know each other. These wars are old. These bloodline feuds are old.
Yeah.
The only other person I've heard mention the Society of Cincinnati is Dr. John Coleman. It's not even in his book. I heard him mention it during one of his lectures 30 years ago. And he said, here's a group that no one in this room has ever heard of.
Yep. That's a true statement, man.
I've heard Cooper mention it once.
Cincinnati until you mentioned it.
Yeah, Fritz Springmeier, actually, when I look back at his Bloodlines of the Illuminati, the 1996 revised edition, he included a chapter about the Society of Cincinnati, and actually came to the same conclusion I did regarding the Bouvier line. It's been shit-coded. I actually think they are. So I think JFK Jr. was born into a dual membership position in the Society of Cincinnati. One with the Bouvier line through his mother's father, and then his mother's father's mother, so his maternal great grandmother, who's a Ewing.
Oh, yes, right.
And that's the confirmed membership that JFK Jr. was a member of, but I think he was a member of the French chapter as well, or still is. Yeah. Trust the plan.
I think Cooper alleged that he was part of the French Grand Orient. JFK.
Well, the French Grand Orient's a big part of the French chapter. There's a lot of crossover.
Who of the Orient?
The French Grand Orient.
The Masonic Grand Orient, the French Grand Orient. They're the atheist Masons, right? Like they don't have to have a belief in any god.
And women can join.
Oh, and women. Okay. Is that Dr. Inferno, dude? Dr. Inferno's here. Welcome, sir. I'm the disembodied blue Avian spirit of David Wilcock. Sabrina churched up the name a bit. I know it sounds churchy.
Nice to meet you, disembodied spirit of David Wilcock.
Welcome to my nightmare, sir. Welcome to my nightmare.
Oh, okay.
Hey, so since someone else joined, it's almost midnight here. I'm slowly passing out, so I'm going to say goodnight. It was good chatting with everybody. So Clint, thank you for inviting me. So thanks, Danny, JJ, and now Doc. Have a good night.
Well, you too, Sabrina. It's great chatting with you. I'll put in a good word for you with the blue Avians.
I got a question for you there. Disembodied spirit of David Wilcox. Maybe you can answer my question about Fritz Springmeier.
Step up to the table, my friend.
How much of a kook was Fritz Springmeier on a kooky level?
I don't know that he's kooky. I think he's following some orders. I mean, he is a CIA West Point guy, right?
He did get raided by some type of terrorist unit, FBI terrorist unit, I believe.
Yeah, he was definitely connected to the Aryan Nations compound. He was definitely involved in some bank robberies. Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that. I never heard that. Tell me about that.
Well, according to his federal indictment, dude, the bank robbery network he was connected to was connected to the Order in the Aryan Nations compound.
Oh, really? The Aryan Republican Army? Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So was he connected through like some kind of Christian identity, like the sword, the arm, and the covenant?
Well,
Was
I'll get
connected to
get
that
back to you on
network?
that one. Sir, there's definitely some connection there back up to the
Because,
Aryan
like,
Nations
that's
compound.
my wheelhouse. I researched the extremists in America and look
I think
into like their sort of.
Well, we'll have to look over those
backgrounds.
court documents on Sundays when we talk some more of these
Oh,
topics there,
definitely.
sir.
I got a lot of stuff for Carol
the,
Howe. I mean, I listened to that little podcast, both the interview.
I haven't got a
that,
chance to yet. What are your thoughts on that?
One guy. My thoughts on that is that's very like I don't want to spoil anything. People have to tune in, but the whole like circumstances of I think her name was Susan Collins when she was being in
Sarah
that
Collins, allegedly.
Yes,
Allegedly.
Sarah, allegedly. But I mean, when she was in that little small Tennessee town, and then she kept getting these night visits from this mechanic, and she was this recluse. I don't know. Something's kind of fishy there. To be quite honest, it seems like she was already spirited away somewhere other than that particular house, and they were keeping her somewhere else, and that's sort of like a shell. And they like to do that. I mean, when you look into the years of lead, the people like the different like the Red Brigades, they had these various different apartments they would take people to, and they had these also even these like little units of
like a safe house.
Yeah, not just a safe house, but these government units where like this one particular guy that was in the Red Brigades, he had this Italian guy that was a spook with like Italian intelligence that had served under like the SS and all of a sudden like was in Italy at the time of the years of lead that was following around this one guy in the Red Brigades. His name was Mario Moretti. Not the guy, not the spook guy, but the Red Brigade guy was being followed around. So I think you have a very similar situation with the Carol Howe, because once an informant, always an informant. They always follow the informants, and they always keep tabs on those informants.
And that's kind of why I look at Fritz Springmeyer too, aka Victor E. Schoof Jr. His father worked for USA, he was the executive for USAID, so CIA. But Senator Bob Dole from Kansas is who recommended him to West Point. And he doesn't really talk about that much.
I did want to mention real quick that I do think that the Christian identity movement is connected to the British Israelism.
Yeah,
the Blue Avians say
it comes from it comes to the British Israelism. It comes to the British Israelism.
With like Baha'i?
The British Israelism,
like Baha'i.
Well, I can bring up a slide here.
Isn't that British? Like, isn't that the newest evolution of British Israelism? Is Baha'i faith?
No, Baha'i is not.
I think it's connected.
Israelism. No.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure that's the newest evolution
of that. I'm sure about that, but I'm sure we'll find
where do they
some
start?
connections here. The Baha'i started in Iran. It's basically a spinoff of where they tried to combine all these different religions together.
Right.
Like this
but don't they have a major center in Israel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Correct.
Yeah, they're part Islam.
So they sound like they're British Israelism, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, honestly, the people in the Angle, the British Isles and the certain our favorite people over there in the Middle East. I got to be very careful about what I say because I don't want to get canceled again. Our favorite people in Israel, they love the British. They love the Anglos. The Anglos.
Sure, that's what the Blue Avians want you to believe.
Well, they seem to love one another. I mean, think about this: they're connected by bad food, very tacky taste, like the Anglos and the certain people.
Well, they have a birthright for bad food.
Yeah, but there's you're missing the area.
British, they were bombing the British for years. They were bombing the British. They were attacking the British. There was no love. There was no love for the British. They were trying to. They were the Zionists were ready were actually ready. They were ready to make a deal with the Nazis.
So you're talking about the Camp David. You're talking about the Camp David Accord.
No, I'm talking about pre-Israel. Before Israel, the Zionists were on paper twice. making deals, getting caught making deals with the Nazis and saying, if you supply us with weapons, we'll start the war here and
Well,
against the British in Palestine.
the problem with like the
fought in,
fascist
Egypt.
the problem with the fascist and like the Zionist is they've always been in bed together. I mean, back when Mussolini
What's your evidence of it?
Well, that's
I mean,
true, but that's because
what do you
fascist
mean?
Zionism won out.
What do you
Yeah.
mean? Have you
Well,
heard of Bihar? You ever heard of Bihar? There's like a group called Bihar that was in bed with Mussolini, and then you have the Havar Agreement, and you have people like Reinhard Heydrich calling himself "I am a Zionist." All the SS people were like signing off on the Havar Agreement, and that's like a dirty little secret, not so dirty little secret, to where they sort of like loved each other.
Well, because
And
the
then
Zionist fascists were the ones who succeeded. They were the
listen,
ones.
I'm not indicting all Jews when I say this, but what
Oh,
I'm
no,
saying
I'm
is
just
I
saying.
think
I'm
the
just
Zionist
having a screenshot is relevant here because
I think the Zionist Jews sacrificed sort of the lower level Jews and carved out their little place in the sandbox over there in Palestine, and then like started doing their own little ethnic cleansing because people failed to realize there were Jews already in the Middle East. There were like already various different Arab Jews that were living peacefully with the Muslims, and they had no problems with one another until like the Zionists stuck their nose in the whole Palestine thing in 1948.
There seems to be a division in the Zionists where some are partial to the British,
Bro,
the
there's no
Aryan
division.
stuff.
There's no division.
Well,
no, there was. Fascist Zionism is the one that won out.
Are you talking about the
No,
Kahanist?
I'm talking about pre-state. I'm talking about pre-state Zionism.
Yes.
So it's the group, the Haganah, the Stern Gang. Those were fascist Zionists. The Israeli Navy, which is descended from the Irgun's Navy, descends from the Mussolini's fascist naval school in Rome.
Yeah, the Bitar. Yes. Bitar.
Yeah, Bitar. Yeah, they used to call Jabotinsky and Abba Echimer. They used to refer to them as like the is in Hebrew. They were black shirt fascists, but they were also communists. They were also communist Zionists. They were also anarchist Zionists. But in 48, the war was started by the fascist Zionists who eventually became the Labor government. They were the ones who won out because the others were not necessarily. I mean, communism is not a communist Zionist didn't start the war. The fascist Zionists started it. The Irgun started it.
Well, I agree with you there, but you forgot about the Haganah as well.
No, the Haganah is part of it. The Haganah is all part of it because they were the ones who believed in armed. They were the ones who attempted to.
You forgot about the Stern Gang. You forgot about the Stern Gang as well.
All that is fascist Zionism. All that is fascist Zionism.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what the Israelis want to practice. They want to practice fascist Zionists because they're Kahanists.
Well,
that's a blanket
it goes back
statement.
to Jabotinsky's what is it called?
You're familiar with Meir Kahan, right? You know who
I'm
Meir
related
Kahan
to Meir Kahane.
Oh, are you really? Well,
yeah.
I got to be careful with my
I
words.
don't care.
Here,
you can talk about it. I talk about it all the time. I'm not. It's no offense.
I knew. By the way, I'm just not trying to be disrespectful, but I could tell you were of that persuasion. I'll just say that. I could tell by your accent.
Well, I'm from New York, so if you're from here, people think I'm Italian also. So you might be used to it.
The way, I'm not from New York, but I've lived in New York for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I believe me. But also, like the way you pronounced your words, your Hebrew words, that's like kind of a shibboleth that you kind of have that type of. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, guys.
No, I can pronounce Abba Echimer. I can pronounce the chet.
Yes. Yes.
I know. I thought you meant my English word.
Are you Hasid? Are you Hasid? What are you? Are you a Hasid?
I'm not. I'm secular.
Oh, you're secular. Okay.
Yeah.
But do you come from a Hasidic family?
My dad is not Hasidic. My mom's family is more like kind of secular modern. My dad's family is pretty much modern Orthodox. That's the side I'm related to Kahani from. So.
Okay, interesting.
Because he married my aunt's husband. He married my aunt's husband's sister.
By the way, I might have be in a little conflict with you because I am pro-Palestinian. I do like the
That's okay.
Palestinians, and I do think they have a right to exist. But I'm not going to turn this stream into that kind of conflict. I do think they have
I
a right to
believe in it
exist.
too. I believe I do
Good.
believe in it as well. So
Okay.
you're not in conflict with me.
I think
believe in it. I do believe in a fake solution.
But you know what I'm saying is correct, though, that the Jews in the Middle East and the diaspora, they were getting along just fine before a lot of the Ashkenazi came over there and started carving out, or like even they were building a little kibbutz around Arab villages. They were living just fine. There were a bunch of Jews in Palestine. There were Jews in Yemen.
30% of Baghdad was Jewish. 30% of Baghdad was Jewish. Yeah, I would recommend if you've ever read. I wish I could have interviewed him before he died, but Naim Giladi, who wrote the book Ben Gurion's Scandals, how the Haganah conspired to kill Jews. I have the copy of the book back when it was $35. Now you're lucky if you can find it. It's like $350 if you can find it. It's out of print. But he talks about how the Mossad and the pre-state Mossad was actually, and the post-state Mossad actively attacked Iraqi Jews, blamed it on the Iraqis to get them to emigrate out.
But then there are, like, of course, the state of Israel did the whole incident in Egypt. What was that called with the hotel where they blew up the thing at the incident in Egypt?
I think in a King David. That was in Jerusalem, the King David.
No, King David. There was another incident in Egypt.
Operation Susanna?
No, it was like later time period. I think somewhere around the time when Nasser was in Egypt, or maybe at a later time period. I have to look it up. But there was an incident in Egypt where they did use a bunch of Mizrahi Jews to do terrorist plots in Egypt.
Operation Susanna. It was Operation Susanna.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they did intrigue over there with the Mizrahi. And like I said, I know a little bit about Middle Eastern politics. I know it's very controversial these days. Very controversial these days.
In 1979, after the Ayatollah was installed, after the Ayatollah took over, we were talking about this earlier, but the Mossad used to break into Iranian shuls and synagogues and tell them that they were all in trouble and that they were all about to get murdered. And then the Ayatollah issued a fatwa against that, saying you can't harass Jews, and that put an end to it. They were trying to push immigration out of Iran as well. They were trying to do that. We were talking about it earlier in the stream. There's an unknown number of Jews left in Iran, but they predict it's as high as 70,000, but anywhere from like 10 to 30,000. So.
I mean, what have I said wrong, Sabrina? I mean, you can ask this gentleman here. I've hit all like the notes.
I've been wanting to bring up something here.
What have I said wrong? Have I said anything wrong? To what's her name? Danny. Is it Danny Hulk over? What have I said wrong?
Well, let me explain the screenshot real quick. So I've been waiting like 5 minutes.
What have I said wrong? Sabrina,
I've been waiting 5 minutes.
You don't want to make Danny angry.
Okay, so this screenshot.
His name's not the Hulk for no reason. You know what I mean?
The screenshot is relative because why would the King of England have such interest in Israel? But if the King of England was an Aryan, and that if he thought that he was an original Semite, quote unquote, then that's why his motive for that's why the crown and the Aryan.
Sir, it's actually, as Sabrina pointed out, it's not pronounced Aryan; it's pronounced Avion. So they're blue Avion.
Well, I'm not crashing out. I just want to know what Sabrina thinks. I said something wrong about Middle Eastern politics.
I do believe, like, regardless of anything, I do believe that, like, especially now because things have changed a lot, and I do believe that despite that there were crimes of the Zionists, and I acknowledge them. Yeah. I absolutely acknowledge that there were a lot of criminal activity on behalf of the Zionists that made a lot of, and Jabotinsky's hold on a second. That there, Oh. And there's a lot there. I do acknowledge that they were criminal, but I don't believe in like an entire war of destroying everything and killing everybody and destroying. I believe the country's there. I believe that a two-state solution or a peace solution is possible, but I don't want people killed. I don't want people getting murdered. I don't want people getting murdered. I don't want bombs going off. I don't want bombs getting dropped. I want there to be peace because I think both sides can live peacefully. And I think that, and I think that they can work something out. So, but that's where my opinion.
I hope so.
That's what I want to happen. I mean, that's why
for the sake of America, I wish also, Israel wouldn't drag us in the middle of it. Leave us out.
Israel's the one who actually gets dragged. Israel doesn't have the control over the United States that people think it has because Israel doesn't benefit from the United States going to war.
I've heard this argument. In
91, look what happened when the United States went to war with Iraq. The first thing the Iraqis did was bomb Tel Aviv. So, and then it doesn't quite benefit them because Israel doesn't have an expeditionary army. Israel is a defensive. So, what, you think that the Israeli army can travel and invade a country that's not on its borders? Absolutely not.
You tell me Israel doesn't have any influence over our diplomacy or our foreign policy?
If the United States pulled its support of Israel would be on its own. Okay. Israel would be stuck on its own. Israel does not. Israel requires us. We don't require it.
So AIPAC is nothing. AIPAC is nothing.
AIPAC is nothing. AIPAC is nothing. AIPAC is just one of those smoke screens that they put up to keep people focused on that. The United States has invaded and attacked the Middle East for centuries, for decades at least. We overthrew most of that.
Come on, let's be realistic about Israel. Let's be realistic. You guys are starving the Palestinians in Gaza, bro.
They're at war.
I wouldn't say starving.
I wouldn't say starving either.
I've seen a lot of debunking of that starvation stuff.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
No,
seriously. We got a vampire in our mix. Oh, wait.
But there is a war zone. There is a war going on. But I do believe that
war against who? It's IDF fucking killing kids.
Well, it's a lot of people.
You don't understand. Every time I've seen somebody report something like that, and I dug into it,
bro, it's IDF. That it was.
You don't understand. Let me fucking talk. God damn it.
Bro.
Let me talk here.
Come on, guys. They kidnapped that young lady.
That's not bullshit. They used to have point systems for killing pregnant women.
I don't think.
Fucking Palestine.
Doc, that young lady kidnapped herself.
Bro,
there's a lot of stuff that comes out that is embellished on both sides, and that's because it's
mind wars. It's mind wars.
It is mind
wars. Nazis want people to hate the Jews because
they want people
to hate the Jews. I don't like Israel. I don't.
I'm not saying that you do.
Like Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. The idea is that we focus on people like Bibi Netanyahu, when in the reality, like as Phil Oakes said, if we win the wars at home, there's no fighting anymore. So it keeps us focused on AIPAC and Israel and all this other stuff, when it's really not what we should be focused on. We should be focused on what's going on here, and the fact that if this country turns to shit, if we lose our Constitution, if we lose our Second Amendment, if we lose due process and all that other stuff, that's not going to be Israel's fault. That's going to be our own fault for letting that happen.
Dual citizenship?
No, I have no.
Danny, have you read the Jewish Century?
Have I read the Jewish Century?
Have you read Schindler's List?
Yeah, the original copy.
I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not an anti-Semite, but I don't like Israel.
I just think that the focus on Israel is just a giant distraction, so we don't focus on what's going on here in the United States.
I agree with you, but part of the problem is our foreign policy. We have to square that out.
Which Israel is not the center of. Our biggest foreign policy problem is China.
I would also rescind the whole Camp David Accord. and not fund.
I mean, I wouldn't even waste my time. I wouldn't even waste my time on that. I mean, the Camp David Accord benefit. We built the entire Egyptian army. We've rebuilt the Iraqi army 4 times. We've rebuilt. We've had.
Just because I raised my voice, bro, I'm not like crashing out. I'm just very passionate about the Palestinians. I don't like. I know Palestinians. I know some of them over in Gaza. And I do know that the IDF is doing heinous things to the Palestinians. It's bullshit. I mean, it's bullshit to sit here and tell me that Israel's
you want to know something?
massacring the Palestinians. That's bullshit.
In China, they're doing some pretty nasty things to their people too, but we don't focus on that because if we get into a fight with China, we lose our entire economy. We need to be more focused on stuff that affects us than Israel.
You don't even know, bro. Sabrina, you don't even know my ethnicity. You don't even know if like I could be myself. So like, I mean, how are you sitting there saying I hate the Jews because I don't like Israel? Are you playing the top bad cop thing? I mean, I'm going to be respectful, but seriously, I mean,
look here, buddy. I'll be the cop around here, all right, buddy?
Of the Palestinians, like I hate Jews. Where does that come from?
Yeah, where does that come from? It's bullshit. Total bullshit.
We've been in the total bullshit hour of Harry's discourse.
The fucking Palestinians are Semites.
Well, the whole racial thing is ridiculous.
All the Arabs are Semites too. So
yeah, but the Nazis classified. Hold on, there's something you're missing here. The Nazis classified the Islams as Aryans, but they didn't classify the Jews as Aryans.
Do you want me to bring up dirty little history about Israel, how they dumped a bunch of Ethiopian Jewish blood and like said it had AIDS and performed eugenics on Yemeni Jews?
Yeah,
I mean, listen, are you saying that also is a farce?
The very scumbag.
Hold on here. Let me interject. I got something to say. Okay, so the OSS 1968 had a Nazi in charge, and a bunch of old Nazis were all up in the. Hold on. A bunch of Nazis were all over the intelligence game, and that fucking the intelligence game started running the media, and that fucking I do believe the Fourth Reich exists. And that they're
living in it. They're the Fourth Reich of the Blue Obians.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. If you read Jim Marr's book, The Fourth Reich, yeah.
Yes, there are Ethiopian Jews.
That was actually. I'll agree with you, Harry. That was a good book. I don't normally agree with vampires, but
Operation Moses, where they brought a bunch of Ethiopian Jews into Israel, and they donated a bunch of blood. They overturned their blood, and we don't want that.
No, that's a bunch of Ethiopian women. That's true, and they stole a bunch of Yemenite babies. That's true. Also,
they like sterilized.
Yes, that's correct.
Yemeni
that
Jews.
is true. No, they didn't sterilize them. They stole their babies.
What?
They stole their children. Yeah, that they did.
Okay.
Back in the day, we called them M babies.
Israel didn't do anything wrong. They've never done anything wrong to like.
Well, I just said I do believe Israel's done plenty wrong. I think the Zionists' leadership, the founders, did plenty wrong. My point is that that's what they put on TV for us to watch. When in reality, the biggest threat that is to this country and the biggest problem that we have in this country is not Israel.
I had to dig to find out stuff about the Flasha.
I don't know where you have to dig to find it. I don't know where you have to dig to find it. It's everywhere.
Do you think that's mainstream news? Do you think they're publicizing the fact
if you have verifiable evidence? You can
but we sterilize people. I mean, listen, but they sterilize their own people. That's true. But we have this my point is that people who are focused only on Israel are not focusing on the fact that we have way bigger problems in our foreign policy than Israel.
You want me to pay attention to Arab terrorists?
No, I want you to pay attention to China. I want you to pay attention to China. I want you to pay attention to a country of 1 billion people that controls all of our electronics, that builds everything we own.
You're correct.
I think that
not a sandbox in the Middle East that doesn't have an expeditionary army and couldn't invade anybody.
Israel doesn't have
China runs the drug game, was what many folks don't understand as well.
So Israel didn't kill Khashoggi with Pegasus. They don't have the Talbot or Pegasus or any of the stuff in Silicon Valley. They don't have their own Silicon Valley to where they spy on the NSA farms out
Trust
most
me,
of
they don't got a spy on the
India.
United States. We got way bigger spies coming from China who are getting away with murder in this country. We have Chinese people
Like
coming over the
Jonathan
border.
Pollard, like
The
Jonathan
Chinese people
Pollard.
who jump over the
Give me a
border
break.
get separated
Yeah,
from
Jonathan
everybody else,
Pollard. I
and we
hate
don't
to
know where
agree
they're
with the
going.
Nazi anti-Semite here, but Jonathan Pollard is a good case.
No,
Yeah.
Well, Jonathan Pollard barely did any damage to anything compared to what did Jonathan Pollard really do? What did he really give away?
Robert Maxwell. I mean, I
Well,
suppose
Robert
he's
Maxwell
not a
was also
problem.
MI6, so it seems like Robert Maxwell was playing all sides. See, that's the problem. Is
like
you
Lichio
fall for that.
jelly.
You fall for that idea that somehow Israel is the center of everything, and in reality, regardless of Israel's Operation Pegasus, regardless of Israel's Silicon Valley, everything in our house, everything in our electronics comes from China.
Why do they destabilize all of the different like Arab countries and they claim they're peaceful with them? Like when they killed the Jordanian ambassador with like a fucking poison tip umbrella, Mossad did that whole like operation. God,
Mossad only does glorious things for this world.
And
Clearly,
guess
don't read
what?
the propaganda doc.
And there were Arab terrorists who murdered people on school. But listen, the politics this is really international policy. Who cares? My whole point is that we are living in a country that we live
Jamal
in.
Khashoggi, yes, you murdered Jamal Khashoggi, your greatest
in Turkey with the Saudi Arabian government. I mean, I don't know how you get that because Khashoggi was killed by the Saudi Arabians.
The Saudi Arabians are in with you. They kiss your ass.
No. The Saudi Arabians are not in with us because
I'm
the Saudi
pretty sure the
Arabians
Saudi Arabians are
more
ethnically
powerful
Jewish
than
from the
us.
Turkish region. Sure, I think that's
the
actually a
Saudi
true statement.
Arabians were created by the Jews. Totally.
The Saudi Arabians, no, the Wahhabis were created by the British.
I'm not going to say that.
The Wahhabis were purely funded and created by the British. Sykes-Picot was the British and the French. We didn't. The only reason Israel exists is because
like a joke,
the
right?
West allowed it to.
Right? And I'm sorry, like
This is a bit.
for disrupting your live stream, Clint. I have respect for your live stream, but fuck.
Sounds like Forrest Gump. Sorry for interrupting your Black Panther party.
I'm sorry
the Saudis were involved with the Nazis.
This is absurd. Like this
totally
is
absurd.
You're right. It's very absurd. If we broke ties with Israel tomorrow, it wouldn't make any difference. If China broke ties with us,
are you serious?
Well, I've already brought this up before.
Let me finish my point. If China decides to block the Strait of Taiwan, we don't have ships anymore. Our entire country falls apart. So I think China is a much bigger threat to us than a sandbox in the Middle East. Well, listen, if I'm wrong, tell me how I'm wrong. Don't just laugh like I'm
totally
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Totally
tell me how everything in my house isn't coming from China. All our technology didn't get sent to China.
Chink stuff like get off the pot, man.
You can't say that
buy
word.
American or buy North American or
what's
European.
American? Tell me where you can find American anymore. Everything we own, all of our technology.
You make a good point. Okay, I will give you this, Danny. You make a good point about China, and I do have my eyes on them. But I'm tired I'm tired of like being reminded about Israel every 5 minutes on the news or all like.
That's exactly the point. You're making exactly my point. You tell me you got to dig for information, and then you explain how Israel's on the news every 5 minutes.
I'm tired of like
something is put there for you to find, and it's there for you to find.
Almost every head of every news and telecommunications news network, they're all members of the CFR. Or the Trilateral Commission.
They're all big.
They're all fucking.
Jeffrey Epstein's friends.
Or
Jeffrey Epstein's in both of those organizations.
It's the same thing like with Jeffrey Epstein. We're told to focus on Jeffrey Epstein, so we don't focus on the bigger picture. We narrow it down to one person, and we make him in charge.
You make a good point on that. Okay, I will give you that, Danny.
We live in an Epstein world order, gentlemen. He's run by the Blue Avians.
That's exactly right.
I'm still going to call him the Epstein class, and yes, that's true. I mean, human trafficking is going on in the back, our own backyard, and like really nobody cares about it.
Because everyone's focused on Epstein. Now they're blaming Epstein for the vaccine mandate. And I'm like, why don't we blame Epstein for everything?
Solitary mind. I can't help it that people have a single solitary mind and only hyper focus on this one wealthy individual, that happens to be, from Israel maybe, or from America. I
Probably
don't know where he's
Austrian.
from.
Probably
Who
Austrian.
knows?
Yeah,
It's like
who knows, right?
It's
Who
obvious.
knows?
It's obvious
that's my
that David
point,
Wilcox is Jeffrey Epstein. No,
Okay.
I'm just joking.
That's a good one.
Listen,
If a
listen.
conspiracy
Good
is
one,
put
Fred.
there
Not
for
one
you
of
to
these
find,
people.
then it's there for then it's not a
Listen.
conspiracy.
I think you're mistaking me for like one of these people that that only hyper focus on one particular entity and the sandbox. But I have my eyes all over the globe. But I do know this one particular group in Israel. They get away with a lot. They get away with genocide. They get away
totally.
with a lot, and I don't like
Yeah,
it.
so does
So I
China.
just say that.
So does China.
Well,
And we
hold
don't
on,
have a
though.
choice. We
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
do business
China
Hold
with
does
them.
on, hold on.
too.
I interject. When 9/11 happened, in proportion of the deaths that happened in the Middle East caused by 9/11, the same proportion of deaths happen with the with what you're saying is a genocide, and that there was an even bigger genocide by the United Nations that was far more exceeding.
Fuck yeah, we all work for the UN now.
I mean,
That's
listen,
true.
the common retort about Israel is they say that, well, Israel manufactures our weapons, and that stuff, and that's why we should give them billions of dollars a year.
Well,
I hear
but
you. Blue Avian
Israel is a money
conspiracies
launderer,
aside here,
not
gents. We have another guest here. Your mom's here. Welcome, Gerald Hall.
well, so Israel has 100 nukes. If the Arabs get a hold of those nukes, then we're all toast duck. I mean,
Well, the United
we
States.
have to
Dude,
protect
first of all,
The
Israel.
United
nuclear
States could
missiles are
never have
not
done
real,
it.
dude. They're fucking completely bullshit.
Nuclear.
But I
don't
agree,
believe
yeah.
in
Been
nuclear
demonstrated
either.
over time
I
and
think
time
that-
again over through numerous manners. I'm happy to help
Yeah.
assist in that capacity if necessary.
Well,
It's
I
part
know
of my
they
mission
were.
here with the Blue Avian, sir.
Oh
That's
boy,
what I do.
Nesta Webster again.
Well, you gotta
Well,
understand that.
Mr. Webster's great. Yeah.
Imagine you had a giant ball of rubber
I don't
band,
agree.
and that you somehow sliced all the rubber bands at once, and they snap really hard. That's what happens when an atom gets crushed. There's
Harry,
so
they're
much.
cheering for you, bro.
Have
They're
you
cheering for
seen
you.
it, or were you just reciting what other folks? I'm just saying, like,
I've studied it a lot.
there's a lot of fairy tales and folklore around these ideas of nuclear missiles and whatnot.
Totally.
And it really boils down to Thelemic sex magic fuel and a Nazi
Hell yeah,
dick
Jack Parsons
statue
represent.
being launched into the
Represent.
fucking ocean.
And
I've
I
seen
can
I've been at
give
these
a-
launches,
I
dude.
can
I've
give
seen
a-
these launches. They
Hell
go on
yeah,
a very
Babylonian.
direct
JJ,
shot into the
Scarlet
fucking
Lady.
ocean.
The Scarlet
I
Lady
can
launched
give
a million nukes.
a sort of opinion on it because my son is a nuclear physicist and he works in Lawrence Livermore, and he's
Dude,
told
I
me
only
what
intended to
goes
stay here
on
for
there.
like 30 minutes. I should probably leave.
Excuse me.
Anyway.
So I know all about the.
Does he work on lasers though, Harry?
Yeah, lasers.
Fuck
and
yeah.
mirrors.
Is that Rob Roberts?
Rob Roberts. Who's he?
I'm just trying to figure out who your mom is.
What's up? What's up?
That's Gerald Hall. That's
How
Gerald
you
Hall.
doing, bro? How you doing, bro?
Oh, doesn't he comment sometimes?
It's an honor to meet you, bro. In the chat.
Who?
Doc, it's crazy because I've been listening to you for years on like random podcasts. I never thought I'd actually get to talk to you. It's fucking
Hell
rad.
yeah! You heard me on the farm and a couple other
Dude,
podcasts.
all over the place. Jimmy Fallon
yeah.
Gong, fucking subliminal jihad before they got fucking stupid. I don't know. It's just cool, man. It's cool to talk to you.
Yeah, that's true. It's cool to talk to you, man. Sorry for like crashing out there, though. I mean, I was kind of like, I think I was getting kind of double
I'm
teamed
cool too.
by Danny and Sabrina in the chat.
Don't
My
worry,
bad,
man.
man.
They both have good hearts. They're not bad.
Yeah,
I know. I don't
Sabrina's
dislike
true
these
colors were displayed in the chat.
I fucking
I don't
hate
dislike
Israel though.
Even if
I'm
she
just gonna
loves,
say
even
that.
if she loves Israel, I still don't hate her. I don't
Yeah,
like
No, I
Israel.
don't.
I don't
I
hate
just hate
Jews.
Israel.
For the
Cool
record.
girl. Yeah.
Not
Well,
the
you guys-
Jews,
I'm not
dude. Israel.
anti-Semite.
You guys are all
I just
ignoring
don't
the
like
fact
Israel,
that
and I
there's a
don't like
world government.
Zionism.
There
I don't like
is a world government. I mean, you can't ignore that fact.
Jews have a right to exist, dude. It's not there.
Yes, I agree.
There shouldn't be any hatred towards Jews, but the state of Israel is fucking evil.
Yeah.
Period.
What I'm saying though is that hold on.
But I don't like being called.
Hold on.
I dislike
Any
Jews.
military
See,
act.
what kind of triggered me?
Hold
is
on
I
though.
was
Let me
told,
bring up something.
I hate Jews
Hold
because I
on.
don't
Hold
like
on.
Israel.
That any military act done by a country always has to go has the supervision of the UN Security Council, and that they either stamp go or no.
Damon, I call people girls if they're younger than me, so whatever.
The Blue Avians?
You can dispute that. I don't care.
Blue helmets?
It's a compliment.
Blue Avians?
It's a compliment.
You guys seeing anything there?
It's a blue avian world order, sir. We all have to work for
Blue
you,
avian.
man.
I don't know. That's a good one to me, but it's interesting.
So, JJ, where does the blue avian thing come from? Does that come from that?
It's the well. First of all, I'm the disembodied blue avian spirit of David Wilcox. So I don't know who this JJ as you speak of, but yeah, it's basically out of the Looney Tune mindset of one Corey Good, I believe, who was an associate of David Wilcox in these fake UFO matters.
From Cameron movies.
I must highly recommend one of their most hilarious documentaries. I believe it's called Above Majestic. Maybe is that the name of it?
Muppets.
Well, that's
they're definitely Muppets.
Well,
it's one of the funniest UFO
guy,
films I've ever seen.
JJ, I'm looking at this guy, James Corey Gooden. He is a he has a 1,000-mile stare.
Oh, dude. First of all, that's because he was 20 and back, dude. They reverted his age 20 years when he traveled back from Mars. So obviously he's going to have that stare.
This guy's stare. this guy's stare, man.
Dude, if it wasn't for David Wilcox, Corey Good would be known for flipping burgers at a Whataburger somewhere in Myrtle, Texas. You know what I mean? Like,
or in a straitjacket somewhere, climbing the walls.
For sure, dude. He's the fucking loser, dude. Big time.
Yeah, cashing out.
Wow. Have you guys seen the picture of this guy? Holy shit. Oof, that's scary.
Well, I just put a link in the private chat. Click and post it for Above Majestic. It stars both the actual David Wilcock. I'm the disembodied blue avian spirit of David Wilcock, and one Corey Good.
Yeah, when you speak of blue avian, I'm thinking of Avatar for some reason.
I mean, that's probably where he got it, dude. He's not a very creative. He's not very creative. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I think that Avatar movie was propaganda. I mean, look who they directed it.
It's a bunch of communist nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we got to go in on the communists.
Dude, commie bastards, dude. I mean, it's the same difference. You can call it communism. Now, the Chinese Communist Party is not very communist. You know what I mean? But they do.
No, they're capitalistic. They love.
Yeah, and they're very authoritarian. They're extremely authoritarian.
Yeah.
It's just all the banks are not private; they're government. That's their only communist concept.
They're a big fan of Carl Schmitt. That's the guy they're a big fan of.
Communism was never meant to work. It was only meant to be a
Chinese
tool.
are a big fan of Carl Schmitt. That's how they have a lot of their policy.
Yeah,
well, they're also a fan of Karl Marx, but you gotta understand, it's like
fucking love Mike Schmidt, dude. He's a great third baseman.
Communism was never meant to work. It was only meant to destroy nations.
Yeah,
and then to turn them into democracy and socialism.
The Chinese did a good job using it to
because I'm outnumbered here. I will not comment.
Easy duck.
I'm outnumbered.
What does numbers have to do with anything? You're allowed to speak your opinion.
I don't think so.
Spit it out, Doc.
I will refrain.
Spit it out.
I will refrain. I don't agree that Karl Marx intended to write the Communist Manifesto to destroy the world. I'm just sorry. I don't believe that.
No, that wasn't his intent.
Then why was Engels paying his life?
The result. It was the result.
Well, Marx,
you don't understand though. The Communist Manifesto
Marx wasn't paid by
plagiarized.
Engels, like Marx had his own money. His dad was a
no,
wealthy.
No, he didn't. He lived on Engels' support.
That's true.
Engels was his handler.
Marx was a trust fund kid.
Was his dad a rabbi?
No, his dad was a Lutheran.
Originally, they converted
to Lutheran.
I mean, this is like going.
He was an atheist.
Danny knows his stuff.
Yeah,
but
I'm not
yes, Karl Marx was a Lutheran. His dad was an assimilated Jewish guy in Germany.
In the book Marx and Satan,
and he didn't hate Germany, by the way. He didn't hate Germany, by the way.
In the book Marx and Satan, it says that he was performing some sort of mass with candles upside down that was parallel to the inversions of the Satanists, and that Marx.
I mean, they make that claim about Bakunin as well.
Yeah.
Well, Marx, though,
has anybody read Marx's essay on the JQ?
Well, if you read
Yes,
Marx's
on the Jewish
first
question.
edition
Yes.
of Marx and Engels letters, you'll see that Marx and
He
Engels
didn't
were
have
both,
very high opinion of his own people. I will say
well,
that.
they
No,
were
he
both
didn't.
racist.
You
They
are his
were
people.
That's true.
So I gotta read it because I wanted to see, because I have a feeling it has to do more with the Jewish economic situation and than like,
No,
you know.
no. He
But
says
like I
that
said, I didn't read it. So
I don't want to repeat what he said because it can be conflated with anti-Semitism,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
this is coming from Marx's mouth.
well,
He
Marx
said,
was an anti-Semite.
yeah,
He
I mean,
I mean,
he
how can he be an
compares Marx
anti-Semite?
compares black people and Jews to fleas.
That's true. Well,
True.
no, that's not accurate. What he said, he
No,
wrote a letter to Lincoln. He wrote a letter to Abraham Lincoln when he was
well,
living in the Deep South.
I'm
He
talking
lived
about
in
the
South for a
letters from
while.
Engels to
Yeah,
Marx.
but I'm telling you what he made. Where the letters where he made comments about people of African descent is where he was talking about his letters that he was writing to Lincoln. Where he was
Well,
talking
I
about
can bring up
the
the book
South
quote if you want.
plantations. I mean, I'm pretty sure he made disparaging comments about Slavs, about Hindus, about various other groups. So
Well, he was a
did
racist.
many other people. Well, a lot of
What
people
was
in
his
that era
position
was
on the Blue
racist.
Avion, sir?
He probably compared them to fleas as well.
He said they were the global proletariat that should be defended.
I disagree, but we'll agree to disagree.
That's what he said.
Well,
like those damn communist Smurfs.
Well, here's an excerpt of.
They're one woman that they all had to share.
Here's a quote right there. I can't say it on here, obviously.
They are wearing that particular hat that was worn by French revolutionaries.
Phrygian hat. Yeah.
Phrygian hat. Yeah, there you go. Phrygian hat.
Yeah.
Damn, Marx was a hard R guy. Huh.
Well, so here on the screen you can see the quote that
No one's gonna CIA Chud the Builder this statement here. Do I need to do it for y'all, or does the Blue Avian send me to do that for y'all?
Fuck Chud.
Oh yeah, he mentions it in terms of
Clint stream. Quoting that shit. What are you doing, Clint?
Well, I'm just proving that Marx is a racist.
You're trying to hit all the key cut words for you.
There was no such thing as a racist until
honestly, the stream might be pulled down.
That's why you can't.
Trotsky.
Hold on. That's why you can't find the first edition of Marx and Engels letters. You can't find it anywhere because they didn't want anybody to see the racism that's in that book.
Dude,
But there,
I mean,
there was
how many
no
people in
such
the
thing as
1800s were racist?
racism until
I mean, how many people in the
Trotsky coined the
1800s,
term.
how many people in the 1800s, great like people that people cherish, made disparaging remarks about minority groups? I mean, there's plenty. There's plenty from all sides.
If you consult the book, The Free Negro in Maryland,
said about African Americans or what?
Hold on. If you consult the book, The Free Negro in Maryland, you'll find that Baltimore, Maryland had 70% free black people, and that was the largest free black fucking place in the world, and that there was more free black people in Baltimore than there was Irish.
Totally.
Well,
The
everything that they
Irish
say,
were
everything the modern
enslaved.
people say is
There was
fucking
more
retarded.
white slaves than black. Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Well, they don't understand that America was started. I got a quote by Thomas Paine, which says that he basically wanted to start America to stop slavery.
That's a good reason.
That's how you That's how you create a new economic system.
And there was a thing called the Bacon's Rebellion, which had a bunch of white people and black people trying to overthrow the state. But I mean, that was sort of the kibosh was put onto that. So,
well, I always also bring up the first death in the Revolutionary War at the Boston Massacre.
Crispus Attucks, yes.
There's three white dudes with their black friend, and they got murked by the British.
Yeah.
And that
Are we going to bring up the black slave owners too?
Yeah,
that was the first case that justified
Let's bring up some of those Jewish black slave owners of the Confederate Army. Let's talk about some of that.
85% of the slave trade was run by
people of Sephardic descent owned, plantations like Benjamin Judah, P. Benjamin. Are we going to bring up people like that?
What about
Moses?
Well, they were pro-British.
No, they weren't. They were freaking Sephardic Jews.
Okay.
Who controlled the slave trade or who owned the
Yes,
plantations?
No, I said who owned
Judah
P.
they
Benjamin.
controlled.
I said specifically one guy. And then there was the Aaron Lopez in Rhode Island. So it is well
I
documented.
can
It's
tell you
not just,
about a
you know,
Confederate
Well, we
Army
know
fellow
who-
named Israel Hartzog who owned a bunch of slaves in South Carolina, and he fought for the Confederate Army. He was a Jewish fellow.
Any relation to
the
Governor
biggest
Hartzog?
the biggest slave corporation in the United States was Franklin and Armfield, and it was owned by
Forgot
Quakers.
Monsanto.
Yeah, those Quakers are some dirty sons of bitches. I'll agree with you on that.
You
one,
forgot
too.
Monsanto. Monsanto got money from owning like slave plantations in New Orleans.
Georgetown University was the land that Georgetown University was built on was bought for 570
I'm not
slaves.
trying to have a tit for tat about like who owned more slaves than others.
Well, that's the whole point. It becomes that. It's not about a tit for tat. It's about we need to focus on the fact that, hey, this happened. Everybody. That's what I try to explain to people. It's a system. We live under a system. There are many different components. There are many different pieces, but it's still a system. And that's why we should focus on the system and not on the components.
I mean, why? But so that's a very convenient way to dismiss or minimize blame to the most guilty of the parties. Like you shouldn't be. Yeah, I mean, certain groups were more guilty than others. I mean, yeah,
the people that dismantled the Constitution were socialists.
But you know, most slaves went to Brazil, right? You know, most slaves went to Brazil, not America. And you know who controlled the Brazilian slave trade? I'm not gonna say it.
Who created? Let me ask something. Who created the slave trade? It was a papal bull called Inter Cetera. The only reason why Spanish Jews were allowed to trade in slaves was because of a papal bull.
Yes, I know, because of
okay. So then there's a step above. So you're focusing on individuals on a trade that was allowed to happen because of the Pope.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, where did they buy the slaves in Africa? They bought them from Africans.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's
Don't
correct.
forget also that the Pope was the one who justified the African and the brown slave trade by saying that they were descendants of Ham.
That's just passing the buck, Dan.
Descendants of Ham.
It's not passing the buck. It's bringing it to its conclusion. You can focus on individual people, but they would not have been doing it if it wasn't for a papal bull.
Who created that?
So blame
Who
the
created
Pope on
Christianity?
it.
Catholicism isn't Christianity.
Yeah, and Rome created Christianity. If Jews had created Christianity, you guys wouldn't be celebrating pagan holidays.
That's a good argument, actually.
Yeah.
Why are
Santa Claus was a Jew?
Well,
Saint
Nicholas was from
who invented Christianity? Who developed the whole system? Where
I just want to throw that frag in there for y'all. Enjoy that one.
Guy, dude.
The recreated Santa Claus in the U.S. by Coke and other companies. Yeah, he's probably a little
JJ
bit
is a cop.
Jewish.
But you know, shouts out to the Karaite Jews.
I'll do the cop business
that are
around here,
so
fellas.
far in numbers that get marginalized. Shouts out to the Jews that hate
Karite?
like Israel. The Karite,
Yeah,
yes.
the Karite.
They live in
Karite
Israel.
Jews.
The Karites live in Israel mostly.
But they don't
Karites
respect
are
it.
Zionists.
They don't respect it though. They don't think it's a legitimate state.
Of course they do. The Karaites,
No,
absolutely
they don't.
do. It's the
The Karaites
It's not part
reject
of
the
their
Talmud.
prophecy. It's not part
They
of their
reject
prophecy.
They don't have any
Kabbalah.
reason. They have no reason to. They don't have any kind of
It's not part of their.
Jewish.
They don't believe, but they don't believe in their prophecy. You know, and
Well,
the
because they
return.
don't follow the prophets as much. Because they only follow the 5 books. They don't really follow anything
Okay.
else. But
Yeah,
if
they
they
don't follow
create
the
the
Talmud.
Jewish
That's
faith,
correct.
then they do. They live mostly in Israel, and they do join the Israeli army, and they do. Their problems, yes, they are
Well, you
treated
have to
second.
join the Israeli army. You have to.
Well, they don't. I mean, you can. The Hasids get out of
What do
it.
you
The Hasids
mean?
riot.
What do you mean? Yeah, I mean,
What?
okay,
The
you mean the
Hasidic
Orthodox
Jews
Jews get out of it?
riot in Jerusalem because they don't want to be drafted. The Karaites are not rioting to not be drafted.
Okay, they're respectful.
My niece
I mean,
married a
that doesn't
Jew,
mean they. That
and
doesn't mean
I
they
know
like
all
the
about
country.
that shit. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Like
there's a lot of
country.
Israelis who don't like the country, but that's not, and that's why they come to King's Highway in New York.
but they keep putting Kahanist in the Knesset, and they keep putting all these Third Temple people in the Knesset.
That's because a few years ago, I forgot what his name was. He was a German peace activist who wrote an article about how all the left-wing Jews were moving out of Israel and moving to Germany, and the ones who were staying put and who were coming were the hardcore Kahanists. So the balance between the left and the right in Israel is starting to change because a lot of the ones who are left wing are leaving. A lot of the ones who are peace activists or don't want to put their kids in the army are moving to Germany.
All right.
That makes sense. That makes sense, dude.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Have you read Gilad Atzmann's The Wandering Who?
No, I never read it.
Okay. He had to go into the army in Israel, and because he was a musician, he got into the band.
Man,
so
I
he
still
didn't
wish
do-
I lived in New York City. I love
A
New York City.
magician? He was a magician?
musician.
Oh,
I love New York City.
He played.
I'm an actor.
Let's
I'm a
choose my
model.
life.
Harry, what the fuck you mean I do magic? Come up here talking vampire shit in here, dude.
That was so brilliant.
I do magic. I'm not ashamed of it.
I'm an actress. I'm a model. And what are you saying?
I used to love New York City, man. It's changed, Doc. I'm sure Danny can comment, but I've been there a few years.
I like the Kabbalah. I'm a real big fan of it.
What?
Yes, I love the Kabbalah. What's wrong with the Kabbalah? Is there something wrong with it?
It's Babylonian mystery rites.
Exactly, and
Jewish
it has a lot of Neoplatonism in it. It has a lot of maybe even Zoroastrianism in it. So
Yes,
it's a very
totally.
interesting text.
It is an interesting text.
David, or I should say Danny. Sorry, I called you David. Do you like the Kabbalah? You a big fan of it? I'm a big fan.
I mean, I don't really practice it or anything like that, but I mean, Kabbalah to me is just mysticism. I mean, Rosicrucianism, this Christian Kabbalah. I think that's one of the things that the Protestant reformers wanted, was to allow a creation of more of like mystic Christianity and esoteric Christianity and the mechanics of because that's what we were talking about earlier. To me, Kabbalah is just the mechanics of the Bible. But I don't really see anything wrong with mysticism.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you there.
Yeah, back during the Reformation, this guy wrote a book on the art of the Kabbalah.
I mean, even good old Martin Luther, who was an anti-Semite, loved Jewish mysticism.
What were you saying, Harry?
You've heard of Rushalin. Rushalin, he was a Christian, but he wrote this book on the art of the Kabbalah, and he tried to defend the Kabbalah in Lutheran Germany, but he was censored heavily.
Who's this guy again, Harry?
Luther, I think, was a Christian Kabbalist.
No, he wasn't.
A Rosicrucian.
His name is.
I just mentioned that. But who's this guy you're talking about, Harry?
You see his name there, Rushalin.
Oh, Rushalin. Yes, I know who Rushalin is. Yes.
Yeah.
I know who he is. Yeah.
No, well, I was putting on my hoodie, Dean, so I couldn't make the screen bigger. Sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
Yeah, Damn, I'm pretty stoned.
What's new? What's new?
The world is in balance as long as
we're
Clint is
having
stoned.
a very passionate conversation here. I like it.
Yeah, I need another cigarette. You guys are driving me to smoke cigarettes.
Bringing liveliness. Harry likes this conversation. Harry thinks we're being lively.
Yeah.
Clint, is your lady mad at you for smoking cigarettes now?
Oh,
no, doesn't she smoke?
Well, that's why I started smoking as a joke to make her quit.
I love
Don't ask Harry
everybody.
if he
Damon
likes.
Damon
Don't
isn't
ask
real. I
Harry
love
if he likes
everybody.
certain particular people. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Harry surprised me. Okay.
I love everybody. Like, come on.
Okay.
Have you
I
read?
don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
you know, Texie Mars is considered an anti-Semite,
He
but
is an anti-Semite, bro. He's like totally wrong about the Kabbalah as well.
but
He's a
in
nutcase.
his preface to one of his books, he wrote exactly what I say. Is he's a Christian and he wants to convert Jews to Christianity, and he loves them.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my opinion too.
Yeah.
My opinion,
Well.
totally.
Why is everyone always trying to convert everybody? Like, what the fuck is that, dude? Like, just stay
Well,
in your
Just let
lane.
people live. Just let people live.
There was a funny video that came out of this Muslim guy trying to convert Hasidic Jews. It was really funny.
Oh
They were like,
God,
"Would you read the Quran?" And he's like, "Maybe I talk about it. I look at it. I don't know. I don't read much." You know, it was really funny. It came out recently.
I like that accent you do, Danny. That's a good accent.
And
Yeah,
also Michael Hoffman, who's written.
That's a really good accent. Wow, that was on the money.
Michael Hoffman also in one of his 1,300-page assessment of the Talmud, he in the preface he has the same opinion as I do. Like he's just trying to show the Jews that they're mistaken and they should really consider the Christian option. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. If it wasn't 3:45 in the morning by me, I'd say, "Give me your best shot." But it's 3:45.
Well,
what?
Well,
for
okay,
debate.
here's a shot. The Old Testament, or the Torah, as you call it, what did it presage? It totally talked about the coming Messiah. The Messiah came in the New Testament, and the Jews rejected the Messiah, and thus they were cut off.
Here we fucking
That's
go.
why I said 3:45 in the morning isn't the time to start this. But okay, go on.
No, isn't that enough?
Harry's ready to go. He's revved up.
Well, I mean, why does it have to be Jesus? Why couldn't it have been Bar Kokhba? And Bar Kokhba was
because he was a direct descendant of David.
Harry, were you there? Were you there when all this happened?
He was right there. Of course, he's that old.
Do we have to be there? We can't be there.
Yes, Harry is that old to where he walked with Jesus.
What? Are you serious?
Harry, do you still read and write Aramaic?
Don't you believe in history? You know, what's his name? The guy that wrote
Schindler's List.
No, not Schindler's List. The guy that wrote
this stream is so gonna get me in trouble.
What?
Anyway, go ahead.
We're just I put on the screen earlier to get everybody in trouble, dude. Got Harry all fired up, dude.
He wrote The Hero's Journey, and
people love Israel for some reason.
Schindler's
List. Campbell. What's his name? Campbell.
Harry loves Israel.
Joseph Campbell.
Joseph Campbell. Okay, Joseph Campbell in his 4-volume books on religion and stuff. In one of the volumes where he designated Christianity as the only religion that was historical and ethical, and no other religion is like that. So you have to factor in the historical.
Abrahamic religions, or just religions in general, including Zoroastrianism and various sorts of paganism?
I forget what the title of the series was. Something of the Gods. It's a 4-volume set. I read it 40 years ago, so
that's smart.
Yeah.
Well.
I could say something. I'm not going to.
Well, now that you said it, you have to say it.
I was going to ask you a question. I was actually going to ask you a question, Danny. If do you know those things that the Hasids put on the light poles to extend on Sabbat or Sabbath.
The
what are those things called? What are those things called on the light poles?
Erev.
Okay.
What about it?
I used to see those. Oh, I used to see them all the time. It just brings back a memory when I was in New York, living on like the upper east side of like Manhattan. I used to see those things everywhere. And when I went deeper into like Brooklyn, into like certain where like Bensonhurst and I'm trying to think one place sort of intersects. Yeah, somewhere around there. I remember seeing those things everywhere. Like I couldn't go anywhere without seeing those things.
Yeah, they just redid the ones up in Muncie. They just did a full inspection of them in Muncie.
Muncie.
Muncie, New York.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Muncie.
So let me ask you, Danny, is
Muncie, Indiana?
Bushwick still a shithole?
Yeah.
Is Bushwick still a shithole?
It's back to
Or is
being a
it
shithole.
gentrified? Oh,
It's
really? I thought it was
gentrified, but it's back to being a shithole. Yeah, I lived in Bed-Stuy back when it was very good, and now it's back to being a shithole again.
Well, I'm in Bed-Stuy.
A
When was
gentrified
Bed-Stuy ever
shithole,
good?
but no.
When was Bed-Stuy ever good?
In like the 2010s, like when I was living there, it was really nice. My friends and family thought I was crazy, but I'm like, bro, we walk to Broadway every night to get veggie burgers and get high walking down the street. Nobody bothers us. And my friend was like a skinny kid from Michigan, and nobody was bothering anybody. So, and we lived right next to the projects too, on Lafayette.
Can you do that safely today?
Probably not.
No.
I mean, the really grimy part of Brooklyn was always Brownsville. That was only the shittiest.
They're still trying to gentrify it. They're still trying to gentrify it. Yeah,
they're trying to gentrify Brownsville.
Yeah, but it's the only cheap rent left in New York City.
That's true.
Yeah. That and the South Bronx, which they tried to call the piano, and that didn't work out very well.
Like they're trying to gentrify the South Bronx too. Oh shit!
Yeah, they tried to call it in real estate. They tried to call it the Piano District, and it just.
That's funny.
How's Long Island?
Hunts Point.
I've always wanted to go to Long Island.
It's boring.
Yeah, it's a bedroom community. It's a typical bedroom suburb.
Okay.
It's boring. It's boring.
They got good iced tea.
But the Nassau and Suffolk Coffin.
Really boring. Lots of professional people and working class people too.
Yeah,
very boring though. Not as boring as Staten Island though. Staten Island is really boring.
Nah, it's awesome. Staten Island is
Staten Island. I lived around Staten Island for a little while when I was in New York. I don't know. It was all right.
I mean, it's a bedroom community, but it's kind of like it has its place.
I didn't like riding the ferry to go into into the city to get to work. It's like annoying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, totally. And it's you got to drive the Verrazano, or you got to go through New Jersey, or you got to take.
Verrazano has a toll. I mean, pay a $20 or $10 fucking toll.
20. It's about $24. It's somewhere between $24 right now.
Why the fuck are you guys still there? Get out!
Damn.
Holy shit!
God damn.
That's retarded.
Yeah,
that's
like you gotta really be wealthy to live
from
there.
Vancouver to Victoria.
I left in 2013, and I will never come back to New York. Fuck
Your
that.
memories of New York are the best. You lived in one of the best times to be in New York. Gentrification.
I agree, dude. Last time I was there was July of 2019. I spent a significant amount of time there, and I was there again, I think, in 2022, and it was a complete shithole. Just in there for those couple years.
The late 90s, early 2000s in New York, where it was like the best time to be alive ever. It's like
it was a mecca, dude. I used to love that era of New York.
Hey, Gerald Hall, man, you sound like this guy that does these hip hop videos, these named Swamp Stories. Your voice is kind of similar to that guy.
No, I don't listen to hip
not me, dude. Not me. Hey, don't admit nothing, sir. Not until you consult your health concern.
Swamp Stories. I'm a big fan, bro.
It's totally me. Like and subscribe to my show.
Like and subscribe to Swamp Stories here.
Yeah, fuck. I don't know. I was like super into the club scene. It was like Pasha and fucking Sound Factory was still going. I don't know. It was a good life, man. Yeah, Danny, you know how good it was. Fuck.
Dude, I used to go to McSorley's old ale house all the time in the East Village. And one time I was getting off the subway station and I ran into this Vietnam veteran homeless dude who was doing this kind of weird artwork on Astor Place. You know, that dude, it was like meeting the Cyclops in the Odyssey or something, dude. Like that dude fucking fundamentally altered my existence.
Hopefully he didn't piss on you or start,
No, I just hit my dude I was with. He's like the top dog trainer in the Air Force. So he immediately was playing with dude's pit bull for like the whole 3 hours. I'm getting a dissertation from this hobo Vietnam veteran dude. He was hilarious.
I'm still friends with my high school sweetheart. And when we used to go to we used to hang out on St. Mark's Place. And when I moved to Manhattan from Brooklyn, when I won the apartment here, I called her up. She lives deep in the bumblefuck upstate. And she's like, no, is this on St. Mark's Place? Is this on St. And I'm like, no. I'm like, holy crap, you don't want to see this. And what they did to St. Mark's Place is such a sin. Like that was fun places to be, especially as a teenager, as a punk, when I was a punk rocker with a mohawk. It used to be so much fun.
Was St. Mark's is Union Square where they have that fucking cube? Like
Cooper Square.
Union
Square.
I would say that's named after Mark Epstein, I think, now, because he's the one who's redeveloped Cooper Square and all that. He Jeffrey Epstein's brother took over that whole Cooper Square fund.
That's so nuts.
St. Mark's Square.
It's obvious, I'm being facetious. His name's St. Mark's before that, but his may as well be named after Mark Epstein now.
I've been to St. Mark's in Venice.
No, the one in Manhattan there, that's all Epstein's redeveloped that entire block. All those new constructions you see there, that monstrosity they put on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 7th Street there where McSorley's is. Complete monstrosity of a building. I forget what it's even named. That's thanks to Mark Epstein.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ruined that fucking block, dude. That block had been in one existence since like 1860s, dude. Like, and then they come bring in the Epstein boys.
They ruined my childhood home. They ruined Coney Island, Brighton Beach. It was like the last of like old school. That's why I have the accent that I do, is because I grew up over there. And my parents used to have this view, like we had a view of the ocean, the amusement park, everything. And they built this ugly, nasty building right in the middle of Neptune Avenue. And it's just ghastly. And it completely destroys my parents' view. And it completely does not fit the aesthetic of the neighborhood. And it's just a sort dumb. And we did it in Brighton Beach, too, in the bungalow district. There's like a part of Brighton Beach where a lot of the houses are like holdovers from back on Coney Island. And Brighton Beach was like a summer vacation home. It was, and then they tore all these old little houses down and built these ugly buildings that are poorly built, look ridiculous, and just don't fit the aesthetic of the name. You can't film if you want to film an old movie about Brighton Beach. They now go to Hoboken because Brighton Beach doesn't have that old look anymore. So they got to go across to Hoboken, which is the closest they can get to what old Brighton Beach used to look like. Bad.
Yeah, I was stationed at fucking Floyd Bennett Field for a couple of years, so I would commute. Was it the
Flatbush Newburgh?
Yeah, I think it was Flatbush. Yeah, so I was living in Forest Hills in Queens, and I drive. I can't remember, dude. It's like 20 years ago, but yeah, I remember Brighton. We used to fucking go party there after work. Actually, we used to go drink. That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
Dude, New York City's a different place. Like, I remember I was fairly cultured at the time at the age of 25 or so. I joined the Air Force at 17. And one of my dudes was a recruiter in New York City, and I went to do recruiter's assistance with him because I wanted to go fuck around for 2 weeks. I was an active, you can do so much in active duty. You can't save the world every day, Sometimes you have to go fuck around for 2 weeks in New York City on recruiter's assistance duty with your friend. And dude, I remember going to one of the schools he had in Brooklyn. He was covered. He did Staten Island and Brooklyn, and it was his regions. And we went to the school in Brooklyn, dude. And these 8th graders, because we were in an 8th grade class, because he's hitting on the teacher. I think he's banging the teacher or whatever. But
nice.
Whatever. So I'm talking to these. They weren't really his recruits, but they're bullshitting with the students, distracting the students while he's hitting on their teacher, and fucking these kids that are hitting me with all this shit. I'm like, whoa, dude, where are you learning these fucking words from, kid? Like they're hitting me with some shit like Gerald knows what I'm talking about. You had a different set of curse words in the military, There's a different language, and some of these kids, I was offended by some of the shit they were saying to me. I'm like, whoa, dude, I'm offended. I wasn't really offended, but I was shocked that 8th graders were hitting me with like, "Shut your man, please," or "Old man, give me some candy" and shit like that. I'm like, whoa, dude, what are you talking about?
Non-rating, yeah.
Different. I just feel like even 13-year-olds in New York City are like 25-year-olds in America. You know what I mean? Like
that's true. That's true.
Swear
they were hitting me with some shit like on my peer level. I'm like, you kids are talking nonsense. Where's your teacher?
Koreans just say daggone a lot. That's what I remember. Just daggone is everything. Like, hey, go get me that daggone prick 117 or whatever. Like, daggone, go run over there really fast and don't come back without sand in your pockets.
What's daggone?
Brick 117, dude. I haven't heard of that thing in a very long time.
That's how long it's
been.
The
bro. Drag on.
Right.
Okay.
Daggone it's like god dang. But daggone.
Yeah, Harry doesn't understand it because he's Canadian.
He's part
vampire.
Understand.
Doesn't understand.
He's a Canadian vampire.
Speak English. I'm sure.
I would probably watch a television show about Canadian vampires. Harry,
Who cares about Canada?
Well, there is one. It's called "What We Do in the Shadows."
Sorry.
It's a damn
story, Doc.
Yeah, sorry. Hey guys, I'm sorry.
Sorry. What's that place up there? Is that
Jonas does it like that too.
Does, dude. I laugh every time.
Jonah's good. I like Jonah.
He's awesome. Jonah's great. I'm still gonna make fun of him for being Canadian.
I mean, he's kind of common. No shade though.
Jonah got beat up by a fucking tree. That's an accomplishment.
Wow.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
A maple tree.
Harry loves. Are you kidding me? Harry loves rap music. I would imagine.
No, I hate it. Totally hate it. Obviously.
He owns the Big L album. He owns all the Nas albums. He owns all the underground stuff too.
No, the only rap song I liked was
he's got all of those. He's got all like
Vanilla
Blondie's
Ice.
Rapture.
Zelda,
Blondie's Rapture.
I don't think I heard that one.
It's a hilarious song. Yeah.
All right.
Harry loves
All right,
rap
folks.
music though.
I'm gonna bail. It was good to talk to you all, Clint. Thanks for hosting the stream, man.
Oh yeah, peace out. Nice meeting you.
We'll see you, brother.
Thanks for coming on.
See you, man. See you, man.
Yeah.
Adios.
Take care.
And then there were 5.
Who's that person that you mentioned? Alfred Lilienthal.
Lilienthal. He's written 2 books called The Zionist Connection.
Yeah, I think I read some of his books.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I own some of his books.
Well, good.
I interviewed Lenny Brenner years ago. I was going to do a documentary about.
Wow.
Yeah. My friend, who I'm not friends with anymore, probably still has the tape. I smoked weed with him also, and we tried to do. I wanted him to do an AMA on Reddit socialism, so I set it all up. He insists on getting high first. This dude's like 88 years old. He gets high and then he gets way too stoned and couldn't follow through with the AMA. So we got about 2 questions in, and he was catatonic.
What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I got Lenny's book.
I have
froze up there for a minute, Danny. Froze up there for a minute.
Oh, did you hear me?
Froze up there for a minute. Yeah, I heard
Just
you.
the video froze.
Oh, all right. That seems to happen from time to time. Yep, I got it. I think I have that one, and I have Zionism in the Age of the Dictators. Totally.
Oh, that's a good one.
Totally.
I got both those books.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one where I wanted to do an interview because he has the coin. He has the von Mildenstein coin. About, I'm sure you guys know about.
Just as a caveat, so you know that I've got over 700 books on Judaism.
And they're all anti-Semitic.
90% of them are written by Jews. So
that doesn't make any better. No, but I mean, his research is out of this world. Him, and there was another guy who I tried to interview in California, whose name, but apparently he's grumpier Marxist than Lenny Brenner, and he wouldn't get back to me. What is his name? I forgot his name, but yeah, I tried to interview him too, but he was.
I probably have his book because I've got all those books. Yeah.
Well, in all those books, do any of them bring up any collective motives or anything?
What do you mean?
Yeah, Tikkum Olam is the primary motive.
Well, I don't know what that means. What I'm saying though is that everybody.
Olam means it means heal the world.
Yeah.
What, Lenny Brenner's books? Absolutely not.
I'm not Lenny Brenner's, but I'm saying the overall schema is Tikkum Olam. Yeah.
Well,
heal the world.
If you were to try a court case or something, and there's a prosecuting attorney and a defense attorney, it's like the defense would have to prove motive for one. They would have to prove, the prosecuting attorney would have to prove motive.
What's the charge? What's the charge? Like, what's the offense?
Well, I mean, with
jaywalking, blue avian jaywalking.
Well, I mean, with all the anti-Semitic arguments, the motive is it's like in court. If they can't prove if there's no motive, or how does that go? No, wait, I'm thinking of hold up, I'm pretty stoned.
Motive doesn't matter in a court of justice. All that matters is
they have to be proven beyond the reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Which includes motive.
They don't give a shit about motive. Yeah.
Well, there's a court case though where it's
only when you're
motive is how you frame the case.
First degree with second degree murder.
Yeah. I'd like to incite the landmark case of David Wilcox versus the Blue Avians.
I still can't think of that court case.
It's people versus David Wilcox. And the Blue Avians.
That's definitely not it.
Oh shit, we lose Gerald Hall. All right. Fair enough.
Oh yeah, he passed
left
out
a few minutes ago.
I was making food. I'm a great big fat person.
Yeah. Right, well, I'm smoking a cigarette because I ain't got no food. So. Touche. No.
Well, I mean it's peanut butter, Greek yogurt, and strawberries. It's about as limitations as I'll go on carbohydrates.
Deep fried, that's probably really good.
Yeah. It's pretty. I'm not gonna lie to you. I made a second plate. It was pretty delicious. I had to go back for round two. I mixed the peanut butter and the Greek yogurt into a nice floofy disaster on my plate. Then I just throw the strawberries on top of it, and I kind of just mounded all my face hole.
Was it organic?
The whole process I'm going through.
Is that flavored Greek yogurt, or was that?
It's a plain Greek yogurt. It's a plain Greek yogurt, but it's also a light on the carbohydrate peanut butter.
Oh
but
yeah.
It's still a tasty little treat. I'm not gonna lie to you. Might throw some cream cheese in the mix next time. Who knows? Make it wild.
Keto.
Yeah, it's very keto, sure.
Demon isn't real. It's Wigga.
Demon's trying to get Harry to say bad words.
Yeah,
don't fall into his chat, Harry.
He's trying to bait
you don't have to do much. Just stick around long enough there, Damon.
I'm taking
he's trying to bait you to say a dirty word. Slur.
I'm taking the J Dyer route and saying Wigga. Wigga.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I will ask you though, Harry. What if I support Tikkun Olam? What's wrong with Tikkun Olam?
What do you guys think Tikkun Olam is? It's not like it's not jihad.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm
It depends on how is it played out in history.
Well, it's not really something that's played out by it's an individual to do the right thing. It's not like jihad where it's like conquer nations or there's no.
Yes,
no,
it is.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. It has not. It's the opposite. It's just doing good things to bring up good.
The Jews think of two classes of people: Jews and Goyim, and ultimately the Jews have to rule the Goyim in order to heal the world. Yeah, totally.
No, nope, no. How can you get two Jews to even agree on one thing?
You're frozen. You're frozen, Danny. Again, you're frozen. But
just talking. The video is frozen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
just the video is frozen.
Just the video is froze. Yeah.
How do you even get two Jews to agree on one thing?
I know. Isn't that the classic joke?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't. Jews can't rule anything.
Discussion and they come up with three opinions.
That's what I'm saying. Jews can't try to rule anybody because Jews don't.
I mean that's what the Talmud shows us. Multiple rabbis discussing something, and they come out with 3 or 4 different opinions.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You're saying Tikkun Olam is the Jews have to rule the Gentiles, and that's absolutely not the case because Jews can't even rule themselves. How are you gonna? You can't unite every Jew in Borough Park, and 90% of them dress alike, and you can't even get them.
Bibi's doing his best to do that.
Who? Bibi's hated by most of the Jews in the world. Bibi's hated by Jews, hated by Orthodox Jews, he's hated by Israelis. So I don't know how you can say something like that.
Danny, let me ask you a question though. Don't you think Jews are united by struggle though? By their historical oppression?
Not really. It's because Judaism, the only Jews who define themselves by their struggle are usually Jews who are secular. Orthodox Jews don't really if you go to Borough Park, they'll tell you about people playing out the Holocaust. They'll talk about October 7th conspiracies. I
don't really want to talk about the H, but I will say this is what I heard from a rabbi. He said basically it was a punishment. He said it was a punishment. That's what he said.
What
is that kind of?
A lot of Jews say that it was a punishment.
He said it was a punishment for the Jews sinning.
Yeah,
that's what I heard some rabbis say.
Well, that's the thing. It's known that we're going to. That's why I've had arguments with rabbis about this too, where it's like it's part of what we're supposed to do is we know we're going to struggle. We know we're going to be oppressed. We know that. It says it. That's what the books say. That's what the Torah says. That's what the prophets say. You're going to struggle. Part of our history. That's why God says to us, "You were strangers in a strange land." So yeah, we part of it is, and it's a struggle, but that's part of what it's supposed to be. That's what half of Judaism is they try. You can say about the holidays, they tried to destroy us. They failed. Let's eat. But it's not a concept that's, blacks do too. Blacks, I think, have more of a struggle syndrome than Jews do. If Jews really thought that they were afraid of things, they wouldn't be walking around Borough Park identifying as Jews.
Yeah, the cigarette won't go out.
That's a good point.
Danny, have you ever met Rabbi Shmuley?
Rabbi Shmuley is a P. So first off, I'll tell you this: a lot of Jews hate his guts. And another thing about him is he's actually, and I'm going to get a little conspiratorial here. He's a Frankist. He's a papal.
Frankist.
He was over at the in the Vatican meeting with the Pope. And he was there praying as he's a design. If you let's be logical.
Frankists still exist?
Well,
yes, they do.
He's an example of one. Totally. He's an example of one. He's basically a papal agent. And the reason I would say that is let's be logical. If you were in PR, would you really put somebody like that as your PR face? If you think about it like this, the black community.
But isn't Rabbi Shmuley a Lubavitcher?
Yeah,
well?
he's hated by them. They despise him. Yeah, they despise the hell out of him. If you follow Jewish Twitter, every time he comes up, they're like, "Can you please get this guy out of here and get him off and stop giving this guy publicity?" But he's given publicity on purpose. They put people like him out there because they want people to see that and say, "Oh, this is a representation." But that's all. But he's despised by everybody.
Danny, have you ever read Rabbi Marvin Anselman?
I haven't read his stuff, but I've read a lot about him. Yeah.
He says that I think Brandeis was a descendant of the Frankist.
He was.
That's
He was
what
a
says in that book.
Yep, he was. Yep. He was.
So you endorse those books? You think they're accurate, solid information, or do you think he's
no? I take him with a grain of salt.
Well, you got to understand Rabbi Antelman's what he's actually doing. He's not. What he's trying to do is he's trying to defend Judaism against the wider Jewish people against people who claim to be Jews and do evil things. And then people say, "Oh, this is the Jews. This is their representatives of the Jews." That's why he excommunicated Henry Kissinger.
Way to go! I didn't know that. Wow.
He excommunicated him because people were saying, "Oh, Kissinger's a Jew, and look at what he's doing." So Antelman said, "Well, we're going to put him under excommunication because he's not part of us. He doesn't represent us. He doesn't." Bibi has the same problem. When Bibi comes out and says something, thousands of Jews turn around and say, "This guy doesn't represent us." And who gives him the right to speak for every Jew in the world? And that's what people want that's what they want people to think. But in reality, he's just a figurehead.
Yeah. I've always been of the opinion there's Joe Catholic, there's Joe Jew, there's Joe whatever, and they aren't part of the program. They aren't part of the hierarchy. Blah blah blah. But Bibi's in control, and his way is getting leveraged. Like he's in control.
Well, ultimately, the reason why Israel exists is because of the Counter-Reformation. They're playing out the 70 weeks of Daniel. Israel wouldn't exist if the Reformation had been crushed.
And it's so weird because they say they're a secular state that they're not. Blah blah blah.
Well,
but they depend on the Torah totally.
Well, that's the catch-22 of it. They have to have the Hasidic Jews in the state who are anti-Zionist, and yet they have to be a secular state too. But then you had someone like Rabbi Meir Kahane who wanted to turn Israel into a Jewish Iran, where they would force businesses to close on the Sabbath. They would get rid of secularism and stuff like that, and basically turn it into a Jewish theological state. So you have people like him too, and that's why he used to speak before But now, because they're playing out messianic events, or they're attempting to, now they think they're playing out Ezekiel. And if you read in Daniel, the last two beasts before the messianic age are
Abraham Isaac Kook. Is that his name? Kook?
Yeah. About Abraham Isaac Kook? No.
What were you saying?
What's up?
Oh,
but that's why you have Christian Zionism too, because the Counter-Reformation worked. They were able to get into Protestant theology, into Protestant schools that were living in a
dispensationalism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now they think they're playing out that Ezekiel is
Cyrus Schofield attached the whole
Totally.
John Nelson Darby constructed this sort of
the
apocalyptic
Bible
rapture-based Christianity.
It was totally financed by the Rothschilds through.
And the Rothschilds worked for the Pope. The Rothschilds are papal knights. They're subservient to the Pope.
Yeah, Rothschild's great grandpa is Illuminati member also.
Yeah, they're Knights of Malta.
Yeah, totally.
So whatever the Rothschilds do, they're just middle management.
Yeah, that's why I make the distinction between Joe Jew and supremacist Jew.
But you see, that's the thing. They don't want that distinction to be made. They want people to know, to look at Hasidic Jews who don't own televisions, who don't watch TV, who don't even.
Theodore Herzl say that anti-Zionism is the Zionists' best friend? Didn't Herzl say that?
Yeah, and Theodore Herzl
because that's
totally atheistic. He wasn't.
He didn't circumcise his own son. He was a self-hating Jew. He hated Jews. He hated Judaism. George Soros too. George Soros, his mom was a vitriolic anti-Semite, and when the Nazis came to Hungary, he was protected by a Hungarian nobleman who I'm trying to find who it was, and he actually helped the SS round up his neighbors.
My question is, Danny, how come every time, and I'm not accusing you, but every time on Twitter when the whole Palestinian thing comes up, and when you say you're anti-Zionist, someone that is Jewish will say, "Well, if you're anti-Zionist, then you are an anti-Semite," and they always use that as like a bludgeon to try to strike down.
This guy, Gilad.
Why do they do that though, Danny?
That's what they want. That's what they want people to.
Explain the difference between, or why they conflate.
Well, I found that there's
Zionism with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, because they don't actually want to fight. Because, like you said, like Theodore Herzl said, as you mentioned, the anti-Semite is the best friend of Zionism. If Jews feel that they're going to be threatened in the rest of the world, and that Israel is the only place we have to go to if our neighbors turn on us, then what do? That's why we have to protect it. But then you have a situation like, look, if Hasbara is so good, why doesn't it go out there and do what I do and debunk Jewish conspiracies? Because they want people to believe them. It's like when France is an anti-Jewish attack in France, what does Bibi Netanyahu say? Oh, you're not safe anymore. You need to come to Israel. It's like, all right, so I'm going to leave Europe, where I'm the EU zone, where I can move to another European country. I can move to another border, to a country that's completely landlocked, isolated. Well, not literally landlocked, but you got the sea on the other side. But you got to go to a hostile, isolated, and paranoid little country to be surrounded by your enemies, and put your children into an army to join a war. That's supposedly a better deal than moving to a part of France or moving to another part of Europe. Like even the Ukrainian Jews, when they had the Ihor Kolomoisky, he put together the Jews in East Ukraine lived very well. They lived very, very well. They had a huge thriving community. And Ihor Kolomoisky put up this Havara style agreement to get the Jews to go to Israel. And my opinion is like, wait a second, you have Poland taking in all these Ukrainians. Why doesn't Poland turn around and say, hey, we're going to take, because they get accused of, oh, we did such horrible things. Why don't you take in those Ukrainian Jews, set them up and be like, look, we're taking them, we want them to be here.
Poland
because if they did that, wouldn't look good for the narrative.
Deny their fucking. Yeah.
It wouldn't look good for narrative. There's a narrative that they have to keep going. And the narrative that they have to keep is that every Jew is in danger and Israel is the only place we have to go if we have to escape. That's what you want.
Danny, have you read Simon Dubnow's 3-volume history of the Poles or the Jews in Poland and Russia? Have you read that 3-volume?
No, but my ancestors lived it.
Yeah. Okay.
And isn't that where most diasporic Jews come from? The Ukraine or Poland, the ones in North America?
Yeah, totally.
Well, Ukraine,
totally, and they're the Ashkenazi Jews are actually Khazars.
No, we debunked the Khazar thing once with you, Harry.
I won't.
I remember because I had to sit through it. You got You got debunked, Terry, on that Kazar thing.
Genetics debunks
No,
the
no,
Kazar
no, no,
theory.
And genetics, either way, it's like
no. I've got 3 books on the genetic
Harry, you're full of
history
shit.
of
Everyone's debunked you, including the blue avians.
No, I've got 3 books.
Well,
One written by a
I've already
Jew.
explained this to Harry also, where I used to know a chick from Canada that was, her family was from Israel before the war, and that she was full Jewish, and that, you know, we discussed this stuff quite a bit a long time ago.
I'm surprised Danny is open to discuss this, to be honest.
Wow. Yeah. True.
Well, if you go back to my Reddit posts from about 20, wow, Jesus, I can't
Reddit.
20
What
years
the fuck
ago.
is Reddit? I don't even.
Well, back when
know
Reddit
what
was actually
Reddit is.
decent. And I was going back, and I had lived in Israel for
Are
a
you
little while.
on TikTok and Instagram
No.
too? Like
No, just Twitter, and I was more active on
No,
Reddit.
Harry, that's only for vampires like you and your TikToks.
No, I don't belong to any of them.
Yeah, no, I got on Reddit because
Classic tale, Harry. Classic tale of a vampire.
Oh yeah, of course. You
Danny,
know,
you ever
I
heard of
would.
a guy named Luke Ford?
no.
Name what?
He was Luke
No,
Ford
but
was
Harry
this,
knows
like,
a guy
weird,
named Nosferatu.
it was like this weird porno journalist that converted to Judaism. He used to have this really wild stream on YouTube where all these different Wignet Nazi types and Jews would have it out with each other and just battle. And he was a converted Jewish guy. He was an Australian Gentile that converted to Judaism. Really bizarre stuff. But
Sounds like Jerry Springer.
yeah, it was like Jerry Springer exactly. But yeah, he had all these like different Wignet neo-Nazis that would go on there. Some sophisticated anti-Semites that tried to peddle the JQ, and then you had a bunch of other people, I think, that were Jewish were trying to refute them, and it was just a circus, just like a 3-ring circus. I thought maybe you'd heard of them.
No, that's kind of interesting. I've been challenging some of the biggest JQers on Twitter to debate. They will just block.
Pedro, this is a sequel to.
So the JQ people don't debate.
No, they won't debate.
I remember back in the day when I was on, regretfully, on like 4chan and Poll and all those other places, they put up quite a good debate. I'm surprised the JQ people don't debate in this era.
How about this? The invention of the Jewish people.
Ooh. When were the Jewish people invented?
According to
that's by Shlomo Sand. He's I think he is. What is he? Sephardic or Mizrahi Jew?
Yeah.
Zon.
Anyways,
I'm really surprised you engage in this, Danny. I mean, I'm surprised.
Well, because like I was before, like 20 years ago, about 20 years ago, when I had actually come home, I fell deep into, like, wait a minute, are the anti-Semitic conspiracies true? Because I grew up in a Kahanist family, so I had a very different opinion of things. And then when I got home and I started doing the research, I started going full on into research. Oh shit! Hold on. Did I lose you guys, or are you still here?
Oh, Danny,
we can hear you.
Pop my phone and click.
I recommend.
Dude, my bad. I got lost in a UFC Michael Myers fight, dude. Someone made AI in a UFC fighter.
Danny, I recommend that you watch Signal Before Silence, where she goes through the 103 expulsions of Jews from various countries. It's an amazing video. Yeah, you got to watch it, and the reasons why they were expelled.
Michael Myers knocked out in the second round. No big deal.
The reason why they were expelled was because of usury and corruption of morals.
Well, corruption, it was more usury because, the Catholic Church was way more corrupt of morals than anybody. But the thing is the reason why a lot of times Jews were moved around was because the Pope needed to move money around. Jews were put into the place where they had to practice usury.
If I might interject too, a lot of times the royalty and some of the people in they wanted to use the Jewish people because they didn't want to be the ones to administer taxes. So they were outsiders. So they did the dirty work for them.
Well,
And
that
that's
was
why a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of the
true.
riots. The
That's true,
Clemency
Doc.
were
That's
actually
true, Doc.
peasants developed
Totally.
this sort of antagonism against them because they were used as like a battering ram
well,
against you know, the
Yeah,
peasants
to-
and
in
totally,
Europe,
Doc.
the
And
only method for
they
upward
financed
mobility
the
for
monarchy.
Jews was the fact that was to engage in money stuff, because it was considered dirty work. So Jews were the only ones who were allowed to practice history. So they were put into that position by their government, by their leadership, and by the church. So what happens is if you don't want, did you ever read Voltaire? They threw the Jew on the
Yeah.
ground.
Yes.
The Jewish
Yes.
Sunday
Yeah,
on the
that's
ground.
Voltaire.
You
Yeah.
had no obligation to pay back the money that if you were a king and you borrowed money from a Jewish guy to gamble, and then you died and your sons knew that part of their inheritance was going for the Jewish guy, they killed him. They would just kill him. There was no obligation. So when a Jew gets kicked out of
that never happened with the Red Shield
happened.
and
Well, because the Red Shields were
No, that
papal
never
agents. The
happened.
Red Shields were put up for a purpose. If not, they were put up specifically to destroy Protestant banking, which is a different story. But
Yeah, totally.
you were moved around. Think about it like this: if a king kicks the Jewish usurers out of his country, does he have to pay back the loans?
No.
Okay,
No.
so that's your whole point. That's why they did it. That was the whole point. Now the Jesuits,
and that's your fait accompli. I disagree with it. Totally.
Well, I mean, let's see. When the Jesuits were kicked out of places, it was for actual insurrection, sedition, and for real serious crimes. And they were kicked out of hundreds of countries, hundreds of places. They were actually forced into disbanding and only brought back in, what was it, 1814?
Let's keep that trend going. Let's kick them out of America, too, while we're at it.
Yeah, why were they brought back?
The Jesuits?
Yeah.
They invaded America as soon as they could, dude. They had control over Pennsylvania and Maryland right off rip.
Well, think about Maryland for a second. Where did Washington, D.C., the White House is named after a Jesuit priest, Andrew White. It's not named after the color of it.
On that one.
And the land, if you look at where Washington, D.C. is located between Virginia and Maryland, it's located in Virgin Maryland.
Oh, it was definitely a ritual of the Jesuit varieties. Lord Baltimore was certainly in the Vatican's pocket for obvious reasons, because they took away the Howard's family and gave it to the Baltimores.
And Baltimore and Maryland was the only place in the United States in the colonies where you could practice Catholic mass, where you couldn't hold office in this country if you were Catholic. Meanwhile, George Washington is up in Rhode Island writing letters to the True Rose Synagogue. So
well, I think George Washington played everyone because he knew everyone was playing him.
I think they have like honest intentions, but I think like when you mentioned the Society of Cincinnatus, I think George Washington was actually opposed to the founding of it because he didn't want there to be
and George Washington was opposed to the Illuminati.
Well, again, these are all the tales that were sold on a very propagandized.
I don't buy it.
These are vampire tales, Harry. How dare you? Did the Blue Avian send you?
I don't.
Well, I think there were two Illuminatis.
Well, there's more than one Baphomet. Of course, there's more than one Illuminati.
I mean, like the United States had the seal of
Eliphas Levi's Baphomet's not the same Baphomet as the Knights Templar, Harry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you that. I'll grant you that.
Yeah,
Levi invented that. You better, you fucking vampire.
The Knights Templar Baphomet is the name Muhammad. That's where that comes from.
Exactly. I was about to say it's a totally different concept than what Eliphas Levi would later develop.
Yeah, I agree.
Eliphas Levi's Baphomet was playing with the concept as above, so below. The Hermetic concept, the polarity.
Sir George Fraser.
And probably also the divine androgyne as well.
Yeah. Divine androgyne.
Oh yeah, because they're a matriarchal society.
Well, no, it's fundamental to Gnosticism. It's
part of Hermeticism.
Androgyne.
Yeah. He was a Hermeticist.
They're a matriarch. Okay, so the Vatican's into Hermeticism. Is that what you're telling me?
They're like allegedly into Gnosticism.
They're allegedly into a lot of things. They're allegedly into kids' buttholes too. But
that's why they say
more
Marian worship is not a Gnostic residual.
Have you read
that's what
Alexander Hislop's The Two Babylon?
There's a reason why these bloodlines venerate the star Venus, and it's not because they think it's Lucifer.
Come on, read The Two Babylon.
You read the one Babylon, Harry. About you read one Babylon, I'll read the other Babylon, and then we can figure out some other Babylons after that.
Is it because Venus is the ruling planet of Tauros?
It's a goddess worshiping cult, dude. It's a goddess worshiping cult for many decades, facing off against these patriarchal societies of cults like the Vatican or
there was never a matriarchal hierarchy ever in history. Never existed.
What is a matriarchal hierarchy?
I don't think you know a damn thing about Native American history there, Harry the Vampire.
Americans. They're assholes.
You said in history, dude. How about that? In your face, dude. In your vampire face.
In your face. Spike the ball.
The Cherokee clans and leadership of the Cherokee was all based on a matriarchal society.
Yeah, that's true. The Native Americans are matriarchal.
And are they an anomaly or an outlier?
No, they're not an anomaly. A lot of Native Americans are not only matriarchal, they're matrilineal as well, which is kind of rare.
With the Micmacs. You can Micmac patty whack your way back to your fucking vampire cell, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
The Micmacs are from Canada,
too.
like
vampire. Like why do you harp on that? Like,
I would say look in the mirror, but you can't because you have any reflection. You fucking vampire.
You're gonna interview a socialist. How do you feel about socialism?
That's totally ad hominem at this point.
I didn't hear you.
I'll say what's not ad hominem. You're hundreds of years old, ended by a stake to the heart. I'm on to you, sir.
Socialism?
Well, go ahead.
Your opinion on Marxism?
I don't support socialism. I support the free market. I support gold standard economies. Which
you're a libertarian, right?
I'm sorry.
Libertarian?
I don't know about full because some of the libertarians kind of get out there. I'm just more like a constitutionalist. I believe that if we follow the Constitution the way it is, then our society would work totally fine. That's what I personally believe.
I totally agree with you, sir. Don't mind this vampire here. He's a fucking Canadian. He doesn't understand the Constitution.
Well, Harry wants to be a constitutionalist.
Are you serious, JJ? Like, I understand.
Yeah, dude. Harry, here's the deal, buddy. You live in Canada. You have the Queen on your fucking money. That and a bird.
And does that mean that I agree with all that bullshit? Do you think I agree with all that bullshit? No, I'm totally anti.
I heard you're not only the president, but you do agree with it, dude. You're the president of the Lady on Your Money fan club, dude, with the birds.
Well, I mean, if you're in Alberta, you might
be a total vacuous accusation. Like, if you knew me, you'd.
How dare you, sir? Where did you learn these? Where did you learn these adjectives you speak of?
Everybody loves Harry.
Like what adjective? Like. You know, I've
blood-sucking vampire adjectives.
I've been an independence advocate for 50 years, so fuck off.
Yeah, you're an independent vampire, huh? What's that pay?
Yeah, whatever.
Do you get, since it's Canada, do they even serve blood in gallons, or is this all in liters?
Unfortunately,
I forgot what we were talking about.
We've gone to the metric system.
Harry's
and I never
many centuries as a vampire.
Harry's balls. Harry balls.
Well, Harry's got some bravery, though.
We've entered into the Harry's a vampire portion of tonight's program.
Yeah, I totally don't get your vampire reference at all. Like,
JJ, what you drinking
that's what
on
a vampire
tonight,
would say. This is what a vampire would say for 200, please, Harry.
JJ, what you drinking on tonight? I'm guessing it's not blood, is it? What are you drinking on tonight?
I'm high on oxygen, my friend.
Bullshit.
Well, I mean, it's not really bullshit. I've been in hyperbaric oxygen therapy, so it's quite honestly the real deal, Harry. How dare you fucking vampire?
Hello, JJ. My brother-in-law, he had hyperbaric chambers. And
hello, dude. What are we on a phone call, dude? I can see you, Harry. Despite your lack of reflection in a mirror, I can see you.
You're totally out to lunch. Like, I don't know.
No, actually, this had lunch. It was kind of delicious. More of my dinner, though.
Way of saying things.
Harry, what did you have to eat today?
Besides blood in the innards of a small native child.
Unlike JJ, I don't have a fake a bullshit picture. I present myself in person where JJ won't.
Why are you so upset with the blue avian spirit of David Wilcock, dude?
Yeah, bullshit.
Bullshit.
Oh man.
It's total bullshit, Harry. It's total bullshit.
Well, look at Clint.
Hey, Lucy,
Danny at least exposes himself. I expose myself.
Whoa, Harry, you can't go around exposing yourself, dude. You may have got away with that in the 16 or 1700s, sir. But in the year 2026, we can't be having you exposing yourself like that.
Well, you know what I mean. You're so totally.
You know what you mean. I'm calling the authorities about it right now, in fact.
Okay, call them. See what they do.
I'm calling the vampire authorities, dude. What's Van Helsing's number? Anybody got that?
He's long dead. If he was
fuck off. It's total bullshit. I know what you're going to say, Harry.
Total bullshit.
I just don't get it. Like, you've got to hate on me.
I thought you were going to expose yourself, dude. I had to look away for a second. I didn't know what you were doing.
I just don't get it, JJ. Like you,
I don't either. It's total It's like it's total bullshit, man. It's like he doesn't even get us.
He's just joking with you, Harry.
Yeah, that's what I thought at first, and I let it go for a long time, but I still.
Well, it's a stubborn joke. It keeps going.
Why does he keep harping on it?
How long has this been troubling you, Harry?
Keep harping on it? Like, get over it. The jokes run
Get
by.
over it, man.
It doesn't make sense.
It's total bullshit.
Yeah, total bullshit.
Over it.
This is my favorite portion of the program. The total bullshit.
Oh man, you made him walk off, man. You made him walk off.
Oh, he'll come back, dude. Don't worry about it.
I know. I know.
I just had to turn my alarms off. Oh my!
Harry loves to argue with me, dude. He loves to do it. He's into it.
Harry loves what?
This is the highlight of
Harry loves to argue with me. I said he's into it.
This is the highlight of Harry's day.
Well, I would prefer to argue with you on a.
Well, Harry, let's be honest about the situation. We can all prefer a lot of things.
That's obfuscating. I'd prefer.
What am I obfuscating? I'll tell you what you're obfuscating, sir. Your true vampiric nature. How dare you hide behind such a veil of nonsense?
Really? So you believe in vampires?
So you're sitting there telling me
you believe in vampires? So
I believe in chupacabra, dude. We live in a chupacabra world order.
Well, yeah, I believe in chupacabra as much as you do.
I bet you do. They're full of vampires like you, sir.
Have you ever seen the X-Files episode where the chupacabra were on?
Or are you guest starring in that? Did you make the credits?
Yeah, totally.
What
and starring as Chupacabra number 3, Harry the Vampire.
AJ, I'm looking forward to that Carol Howe episode, man. Looking forward
dude, for sure. I'm gonna have to relook at that Fritz Springmeier court records, Bill. I'm definitely
looking forward
to it, sir.
Carol Milton now?
Yeah, definitely get that to me. Or
am I thinking of someone else?
I like the combination of the two, though. No, it's a different lady.
Oh,
Carol Howe was the ATF informant in Elohim City.
I'm thinking of Linda Milton Howe.
Yeah, you're the one
Yeah.
I like the combination of the two.
Linda
though.
Milton Howe.
Carol, I'm gonna make an AI version of Linda Moulton Howe
You
and
should,
Carol.
yeah, Linda Milton Howe.
Carol Howe.
Like body.
Right. That's fantastic.
And she just sings Elohim City.
Elohim City. Wow.
The Elohim City Rollers, dude. It's they were a band.
Yeah. My
I
wife,
they were like
my
a roller
ex-wife,
derby. A roller derby.
was a big fan of the,
And they drove Subarus.
Yeah, dude, you ain't kidding, dude. There are roller derby crews that do drive Subarus across the Midwest. I've seen it. I've seen it.
I know. And they're from
My brother's former fiance was a college professor with him at University of Iowa, and she was a roller derby girl, and she drove
And she drove a Subaru?
Yeah.
For sure, dude.
Did she have a short haircut?
did she like Skinny Mini
Dude,
Miller?
she was bigger and beefier than me,
Miller?
dude. She was about an inch taller than me and about an inch wider, dude. She's a big girl.
She was a
Big
linebacker.
girl, dude. Real big girl.
And he said, "Me want snoo."
Oh, dude, because I was coming in at a good 235 at the time, and she was, dude. She's like, "Are you gonna eat that?" Oh wait.
Oh man.
Oh wait.
So, you did your arm wrestler.
And she was beefy, dude. But she did drive a Subaru, and she was a roller derby gal.
Yeah.
I have a good friend that drives a Subaru, and she's totally awake and on top of things.
Is this a non-vampire friend? Because usually you all just fly, don't your types? You don't even need to drive a Subaru.
Of course, they're all vampires, yeah.
Harry, it's not an animal related to the kangaroo. It's a car. It's a Subaru. Just to be clear, Harry.
I know it.
How long you been drinking
make
water
sure-
out of that?
I don't know what kind of public
That
school
glass
education you
has
have for them
infinite water,
vampires these
Harry.
days.
That water has like infinite water. Like it's like bottomless. How long you been drinking out of that? You've been drinking out of that. That shit's like. that
Dude,
shit's
don't
like
call him out on his
bottomless.
vampire wizardry on camera, dude. He gets very
Yeah,
upset if you look
it's
at that. Like, he gets
wizardry,
very upset.
totally vampire wizardry.
I'm just saying that's a bottomless.
How else are you
like,
refilling
glass.
your bottomless cup of water?
Yeah,
Other than
totally,
some sort of
totally,
wizardry.
totally. Yeah,
Still a bullshit,
I
Harry.
haven't seen Harry get up at all, and that glass. He's drunk from that glass at least for 30 minutes. You know, like, and it still has water in it.
Dude,
That's
he's going to
magic.
transform into a bat and then go Gremlins 2 style through the computer system and come attack you.
Well, if
Dude,
he can
watch
do
out.
that, teach me how to turn into a bat. I want to turn into a bat. Sounds pretty cool.
Let's do a bat transformation instruction course, Harry.
Yeah.
Hey, turn into a wolf as well. I mean, that's part of Dracula's ability.
Yeah, what's your limitations on the animals you can turn into, Harry?
Yeah, a wolf would be nice. Yeah.
Because Dracula can turn into a hellhound or a dog, I think as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
And then he turns into an old man that plays the accordion.
That would actually be fun, dude. Like an old
I wish
Weird
I
Al.
could play the accordion. I think I could. Yeah.
I'm just going off Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah, I read that like 40 years ago.
I'm talking about the movie. I read the book too.
forget
But
it.
I'm talking about the movie.
Is it an actual portrayal of
Frankenstein
vampires, Harry?
is more relevant to me. Yeah.
Harry kind of resembles the old man in the movie. Kind of. A little bit.
The old man.
Harry kind of looks like that judge from Nothing But Trouble.
The Gary Oldman character, that the guy who's
No, the Dan Aykroyd
Oh,
character.
I hate Gary Oldman. I hate him.
Oh, you hate Gary Oldman? He's a good actor. What do you mean? You don't like him?
Was he
You like
in?
him in True?
Was
You
he
like
in
him
the
in True
Fifth?
Romance as the pimp?
Was he in the Fifth Element?
Yeah, he's good in that too.
I love the Fifth Element because I like Mila Jovovich.
His best role was when he was a pimp and like a he was like a wigger pimp and like a True
Okay.
Romance. It's pretty good.
I thought that was Harvey Keitel.
No, that was in True Romance.
Oh, yeah.
True. That was a good
It was a
movie.
good movie.
The Tony Scott directed, Tarantino scripted True Romance. One of the few good Tarantino scripts.
I would
Besides
agree with
Paul
you.
Yeah,
That
I've
Rush
one
and
never,
was
Richard
pretty
I've
good.
never
Dawson.
seen
Tarantino
True
script.
Romance, and I
There's
hate
not many,
Tarantino.
honestly. He's kind of a hack.
Yeah, it's
Well,
got Christian Slater, dude. Who doesn't like
I
Christian
like
Slater,
Kill
man?
Bill, the first one.
And Patricia Arquette and Gary Oldman given the performance of a lifetime as
Yeah,
Dracula.
that's true. That's probably my favorite Oldman.
Yeah.
That's that stoner scene where the dude's like hitting the bong.
Floyd the
Oh,
Stoner.
Brad Pitt.
Floyd the Stoner. Yeah.
Yeah,
Best
that's
version
pretty
of
That's an
funny.
Stoner
early
in a
Brad
movie
Pitt.
besides the dude.
Yeah,
Oh man, Harry, they said you got a pretty voice.
Hey, boy, you got a nice
Yeah, I
voice there,
don't
boy.
think so. I have a baritone, so fuck
They said
off.
you got a pretty
Freeman.
voice. Oh
Fuck
man.
off.
Hey, squeal like a pig, Harry. You got a pretty voice there, boy.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
A purdy mouth.
Purdy.
Purdy. Purdy.
P-U-R-D-Y. Purdy.
I'm pretty sure they made that film to try to keep people away from moving to the rural areas. They're like, let's make a film to scare the
It's probably a good move.
shit
I
out
mean,
of
rural
people.
people should appreciate it.
Wait, which
Yeah,
one?
Harry loved that film, I bet.
Which film was that?
Don't act like you don't know what we're talking about. Deliverance, Harry.
Deliverance.
I've never seen it. Never seen it. Sorry.
Whatever, dude. I don't know.
You know what? I've seen Birth of a Nation. That's one of my favorite movies.
Oh,
You should probably stop saying that, Harry.
Metropolis is my favorite. Yeah.
Oh, Metropolis
The
is good.
original or the remake by Oliver
He's talking
Stone?
about the original. With
No,
Fritz
the
Lang.
original. The original.
Yeah, you
The Fritz
seem like an
Lang one
Oliver
is good.
Stoneite to me. You an
Oliver
Oliver
like
Stone
Oliver
fan
Stone,
club?
JJ?
You part of the
You
Oliver
like
Stone
Oliver
fan
Stone?
club, Harry? What's your favorite Oliver Stone film?
JFK.
Wrong. They all suck, Harry. They all suck.
That's a trick question.
Hold a minute, JJ. You don't like Oliver Stone? What's
Typical
your
commie. You failed, Harry. Typical vampire.
What's your beef?
Yeah.
What's your beef
What's your beef with JFK? Like, fuck
with
off.
Oliver Stone? I mean, I think JFK is like a botched, kind of hack job, but
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
kind of active. I mean, I enjoyed it to a certain degree. That's probably my favorite Oliver Stone. But I mean, it's based on a Scientologist book. How much, you know what I mean? Like, what are we trying to
and
talk
that's
about
why
here?
I said it was my favorite.
well, I'm saying, what do you think about his other
Oliver
films that are less
Stone
like talk
book.
radio in Salvador?
Yeah.
They're okay.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think I've ever seen an Oliver Stone film that I appreciated myself. I hated myself after watching it. Like,
The
what
Doors
the fuck am I
sucked.
thinking?
I hated The Doors.
Doors was terrible, dude. People try to tell me Val Kilmer was good in that.
It was
My
not
least
a
favorite Val Kilmer.
No, I
My
hate
least
Val
favorite.
Kilmer. I
The
hate him.
Doors was awful.
Best Val Kilmer movie is Hot Shot Part 2.
Oh,
first-
that's a good one. Yeah, that
Hot
was a good
Shot
one.
was great. Hot
That was
Shot.
Charlie
Did
Sheen,
you
though.
do Hot
That was
Shot?
Charlie Sheen.
Comedy Central.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen.
You're
is
thinking of
amazing.
Top Secret with Val Kilmer.
So, that's right.
Oh,
Top
yeah,
Secret.
Top Secret was okay.
Hot Shots is
Top
the other
Secret
Well,
was
yeah,
okay.
Hot Shots is the knockoff of Top Secret for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Hot Shot.
Top Secret had some great scenes in it, dude. Like the
Yeah.
underwater bar scene. Bar
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Underwater, right.
And
Tic-tac-toe with shootout.
Elvis.
Yeah, whereas
and
Charlie Sheen
Yeah.
tries to pull that same kind of shtick off, with the same kind of spy action kind of parody business, but it just doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
What
I
was,
mean, when it's a show, and I guess
Charlie Sheen where he parachuted and
No, don't get me wrong. I like Hot Shots and Hot Shots Part Diff,
yeah.
but it's they're clearly derivative of the same spy
totally
action parody we
derivative.
see with
But they were good. They were good entertainment. At
Oh,
the
I
time.
enjoyed them. I mean, they
Yeah.
had some good scenes to them. I mean,
now
What's that?
it's better than the comedy that they put out now.
oh,
That-
for sure.
Yeah,
I like the new Naked Gun. That was pretty good with Liam Neeson.
What? I never heard of it. Wow.
Yeah, and I never heard of it. I never put out another.
Yeah, he plays Frank Drebin. It was pretty good.
Well,
Fans,
you know,
your favorite lately,
Leslie
JJ, was Toxic
Nielsen
Avenger.
is an Albertan.
Toxic
like,
Avenger, the new one.
That one was a pretty wild movie.
so I love all of
The one with
Leslie.
the midget from the Game of Thrones. the
I
new
didn't
one.
know. Oh, dude, they got Peter Dinklage in a new Toxic
Yes,
Avenger. Oh,
Peter
that's right.
Dinklage is in
I did read
Toxic
about that.
Avenger. Yeah.
I ended up watching that
Wow.
after we talked about it. I was
Oh,
like,
dude,
man,
that can't be good though, right? With Peter Dinklage, dude.
it's
Like,
pretty
that's-
entertaining.
It's campy. I mean, the Toxic Avenger was
That's
like
right. It's
no
got
Oscar
Kevin
winner.
Bacon. That's why we were talking about this. Elijah Woods.
No,
Yeah,
fuck Kevin
Elijah
Bacon. I
Wood's
can't
part was
stand
pretty
him.
fucked up.
Sorry.
They were all fucked
Dude,
up.
my dude Sam looks just like Elijah Woods. He used to meet women at bars
Elijah Woods
and
was
sign
good in
shit
Wilford.
like bar napkins as
That
Elijah
show,
Woods,
the
trying
show
to
about
convince
where
him
he
he was
talks to a
Elijah
dog.
Wood.
The show where he talks to a dog. He's pretty good in that. That Wilford show.
Oh, dude, that one creeped me the fuck out, dude. That was a weird show,
Yeah.
man.
I
Never
like that
seen
show.
it. Never seen
It was
it.
bad. I wouldn't
Sorry.
go out of your way to
I
watch
liked
that
it.
show.
I
I
liked it.
definitely
That was
wouldn't
good.
go out of your way to watch that.
I
That's the
liked it.
best.
I liked it for the
That's the
record. I
best
thought it
review
was.
of that show, dude. I would not
I
go
liked
out of
it.
your
I
way.
was
Because
offended.
like
I
if
was
you
offended. I liked
if you incidentally watch it, like it's okay, right? But like I would not go out of your way to watch it.
I enjoyed
Yeah.
that show. I thought it was like I like weird shit like that though. So
I mean, I've
I
seen it, dude. It's again, it's not the end of the world. I didn't hate myself for watching it, but I definitely wouldn't go out of my way to watch it.
I mean, that's like your opinion, man.
Did
How
you
do
do,
you,
did
dude,
you
how do
see
they
the
greenlight a
new?
show like that, dude? How do you even pitch that fucking show?
It's funny.
you
It's about a
see the
crazy guy. I
new?
mean, listen, it
Okay.
predicted the internet. I mean, most people on the internet are schizoid. So this guy's like talking to a dog and saying it's not different than anybody on the fucking internet you talk to.
Oh
Sounds
yeah.
kind of processy to
You've
me.
seen that science fiction
I mean,
movie
maybe
Yeah, dog.
about the
Talking
dog?
dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
that
right?
was good. That was good.
imaginary talking dog.
Yeah, no, he wasn't imaginary.
Well, I mean,
He was a
obviously,
real dog.
that's not a real talking dog.
Yeah.
The show is
Yeah.
really about Son of Sam.
I would watch a show about real talking dogs like Scooby Doo and shit, dude. I love that show.
Elijah Wood was
I
the
liked
Son of
it. I
Sam
thought
dog.
Wilford was good, but I mean, to each their own.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole Ring movie was I don't know. Nah, Hollywood's fucked up. All these
Totally,
people
totally.
pretending to be things. I mean, think about it. It's like a huge market of all these people just pretending to do stuff. I'm an expert pretender.
Did you see the movie Hollywood? It was called Hollywood. I think Brad Pitt and what's her name was in it, and they went back to the old days of Hollywood and showed the underground in Hollywood. That was a good movie. Yeah.
I only intended to stay 30 minutes in here, but I ended up
Oh,
spending like
I
4
think
hours.
it was called Hollywood Babylon. Hollywood Babylon. Yeah.
Well, there's a Babylon Gate in Hollywood. That's exactly 1,100 and something meters. No, I forget the distance, but it's on the same exact parallel or the latitude. Then the gate ends right with Route 66.
Route
At 666. I forget that. It's like 666 something is that.
My favorite Christian band has an album that totally is devoted to Route 66. Yeah. Yeah.
You ever hear that song, Watch Out for 666?
What's that?
You ever hear that song, Watch Out for 666?
No.
Oh, dude. It's from the 80s, and it's all about, like, and it's actually really catchy. I don't know. I think it's, I don't remember who, like, the name of the band who made it, but it's, like, about, like, a computer chip being put into people's brains, and, like, it becomes, like, it turns them into zombies. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. And I'll post it so I can look at.
No, he usually just bounces up. What was wait, what is that band? Was it by Iron Maiden?
No.
Is that a
Daniel
dream
Levy.
catcher in the background, Danny?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Hold on. Yeah, here. Harry, I posted it into our chat. It's a good it's a great video and a great song. And it's real super. So.
I'll put it in the public chat.
Oh shit, I forgot about the public chat.
Oh yeah, JJ got abducted by blue avians.
Now it happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. We're
Was the band called Crucial Youth? The 666 song?
Was it called Crucial Youth? Let me see.
Brian Von
I don't know. I don't. I gotta remember to try to sign in next time. I would forget to try to sign in through YouTube and so I can get into the chat also. But last time I did it on my other phone.
Ellie's on board. Hey, Ellie.
Greetings.
Love you, Germanophile.
Guten Morgen.
Hi, Americans. It's 11 in the morning. Why are you still awake?
We can't hear you, Ellie.
It's 5 a.m. by me, and
yeah, why are you awake?
Reboot your connection.
I think it's just on your end here. It'll catch up in a minute.
Yeah. It's coming in clear for me.
Yeah, Guten Tag.
What are the aliens doing?
Guten Tag. Yeah, Guten Tag. Schweinhund.
I'm not sure what that means.
It means pig dog.
Right.
Pig dog.
From Wolfenstein 3D.
Yes, we have some words, but not so fancy words like the American.
Morgen, lacht uns wieder der Wein. Gestern. Do you know that song, Ellie? No, of course not.
9 Luftballons. But
9 Luftballons. I love 9 Luftballons.
What's up in Golden Age America?
Well, actually, I was going to ask you because since you're here, I was watching this thing from the Netherlands. The other, it was like a day or two ago. They're like, I think that the city was called Loosdrecht, and they were rioting over a migrant center that they're trying to put in. They burned it down. It became a shit show. I was wondering how things are out there in Germany, if anything's turning into that, because it seems the Netherlands is popping off.
Maybe, but in Germany nothing will happen.
I'm not in the Netherlands, although I'm a Frisian from the northern province thereof, but I'm in Canada.
And endure a lot of things. They're not rebels. No. They're not so fucking cool Americans like you are, and have guns and so on.
We can't hear you, Ellie.
I'm so jealous.
Come on.
You can't hear.
I think it's just your internet, Harry.
Yeah. Harry, you're of Frisian descent.
What's that?
You said you're a Frisian, Friesland. You're of Frisian descent.
Yes.
Yeah. The language up there. I was in Friesland. On the wall in my bedroom at my parents' house, I have a McDonald's menu in the Frisian language. You know that's the closest language to English. That's like English closest living relative. There was a guy.
Yeah, I've read books, and Frisian is closest to Middle English. If I'm correct.
There's a guy who goes from England who speaks Middle English. He goes to Friesland and he tries to buy a cow by speaking in Middle English and being answered in Frisian. What is it called? Green bread and what is it? Brown of bread and green of cheese is good in English and good in Fries. You ever hear that expression?
Yeah, I've heard that, but I can't remember the exact.
It's a sentence that can be translated. That is exactly the same, and with just slight accent change. It can be said in Dutch, and can be said in Frisian, and said in English, and understood by both. I think it's green of bread and brown of bread and green of cheese is good in Fries, good in English, and good in Fries.
I'm trying to think of what my dad always said. Shit, and I said it to him before he died. So because he was totally in what do you call it when you don't you can't remember anything.
Senior moment.
Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's. My dad was in Alzheimer's, and I said this phrase to him from Frisian, and he totally, his eyes lit up like he knew that I was talking to him. Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was about rocka bread.
Butter bread and green cheese is good English and good freeze.
It was Manson, Horton, Seetoff, the calf of Stat, and Seetoff. I can't remember the rest of it. Something, rocka bread, Eastgeats, and Eastgeats or rocka bread. Well, this is what a cow would do. He shits a rocka bread. My dad recognized what I was saying in Frisian, and yeah.
It's a good story. I like it.
Manson, Horton, Steetoff, the calf is dead, and Skeetenoff, Sieven Daken Dote, Skeets and Rockabrot. 7 days daddy shits a rocka bread.
Oh yeah. Well, last time I talked to my grandma in Missouri, I called her up, and that they said that she had dementia and stuff and Alzheimer's, and I started talking about the conspiracy, and it lit her right up. she was
really
totally cognitive.
Because wow, that's amazing.
Well, it's like my uncles down there, they were too stupid to fucking talk about anything that was relative. My dad hates my uncles. He says they're all a bunch of idiots.
Wow. Ellie, are you with us or what? What the fuck's going on?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hey. Love you, girl. Even though you're not a girl,
Americans,
you're a woman, blah, blah, blah.
That way, they are so wonderful people. Last night, I walked through the forest and Angel Maroney showed up.
Oh.
Angel Maroney? You mean Gandalf showed up?
No, Angel Maroney, he gave me golden plates.
Oh.
With a wonderful song.
Gandalf.
Yeah.
She's making a Mormon joke.
Why you bring it? It's like some.
And I channeled a song for you. It's called "The Star Spangled Banner." And it goes like this.
I think your version of it's better.
I
Yeah.
have to look on my golden plate. Oh, I don't know the melody. Oh, say, can you see?
Oh, okay, Ellie. Ellie, do you know this melody? Morgan, Lockton, Sphere the Vein, Gaston.
How does it begin? How say can Clint, can you make the beginning?
Oh, say, can you see
by
the
dawn's early lights?
What so
gallantly
at the twilight's
last
What's so gallantly? What's so gallantly screaming? Is that the lyric?
Dreaming.
Rose, how does it go? Rose, broad stripes and bright stars through the
perilous night.
Over the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming.
The rockets red flare,
bombs bursting in there. proud to die right
Night
when our
that
flag
the flag was
there.
still there.
There.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. They can use me.
Says
Yeah.
the land of the free
and the
Yeah.
home of
and
Get
the
the
home of the
extended
brave.
version.
There you have it. Isn't this wonderful? This golden age in America, the land of the free and of the what? The brave.
The home
Good.
of the brave. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, not to be jealous. Jealous. Aliens, Bigfoot. You have it all.
Appalachia.
Alien.
Don't forget
Alien.
Covenant,
Alien.
Garden Eden in Jackson County, Missouri. Wonderful. A
Who's
golden
converting from
statue of your president Donald Trump.
Doc Inferno, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Just listening.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
but
Just
this
waiting for
is
the, just waiting
what
for the right, I'm
I'm ready
waiting
now.
for the right time to interject something.
Yeah, doctor,
Yeah,
doctor,
totally.
we talk shit. If you have something cool, go ahead.
No, not really. I'm just listening.
Doc Inferno, I'll warn you that Ellie is totally
I know
in
who Ellie is.
MK Ultra
That's
by
not true.
German
I know
Nazi
who Ellie
bullshit.
is. I know who Ellie is. I like Ellie.
What? Do you spy on me?
I still like her. I love Ellie.
Oh, he's
I
obsessed
totally
with
love
Ellie.
Ellie.
I like Ellie.
Yeah.
What topic do we have now? Can we read a book? I love it.
Yeah, can you read a book?
Miss Clint.
Like
A book?
read two
My
books.
favorite
Read
book is
2 or 3
The
books.
Secret Places of the Lion.
I got a book technically on the screen.
Yeah, I love it.
Thomas
I think
Paine.
people really like Ellie's voice around here. I can tell.
What?
Oh, sorry. It's
I said people really like Ellie's voice around here. I can
Yeah,
tell.
we do. We love Ellie.
I know. I
Yeah.
know.
I know
She's
that
got a
Americans
beautiful,
always
she's
say
got a
this.
beautiful
Americans like
accent
your
that I appreciate. Yeah.
Speaking die
Yes.
Deutschmark.
The Americans and Canadians. The
Sprechen
one
Sie
Canadian in
Deutsch.
the chat.
Sprechen
The,
Sie
the
Deutsch.
one Canadian likes
Schweinhund.
your voice.
I still be Sizer.
Yes, well,
I'm just joking. That's
Me
from South
too.
Park.
Me too.
I would say we all learned German off Wolfenstein 3D. That's how we all
Well,
learned.
I learned
Oh,
German
man.
from Hogan's
Yeah.
Heroes. Hogan's Heroes, if you ever watched that. Like
Which show?
Hogan's Heroes. It was a 60s sitcom about Stalag 13. Yeah. Amazing show. Carry on, Clint. Sorry for interrupting.
I wish my grandparents had taught me Yiddish because then I could speak to Ellie in Middle High German.
Well, I can speak a few Yiddish words too, so give me a break.
you don't need to. English is the world language, and you can be lucky that your native language is English. All the world speak English, except the French. There's no need to learn German.
Only I speak English as my native language, but I can speak French, I can speak Frisian, German, and even a bit of Latin, and even a bit of Hebrew.
I speak Ebonics.
I like the French Canadians because it's a really cool thing where like all of a sudden it's like these people speaking French, then you're like there. And I used to meet when I worked in Coney Island. I opened up Luna Park to Montreal and Quebec, and I used to get all these, and I wish I had spoken French because they don't speak any English. Like they can, they just don't, and they're like, "Can you speak to us in French?" And I'm like, "No," and they're like, "Okay." They understand me, but they would just rather have someone speak to them in French, even though they're fluent English speakers. But no, I think that's really cool. Like French Canadian.
Yeah, Danny, that was the problem. My brother-in-law, he lived in Montreal, Quebec for 5 years, and he found out that even though the French people could speak English, they refused to do it.
Yeah.
Parlez-vous français?
Are you sure? But they don't want to. They are arrogant people. Most are, in my opinion. When I was in French, okay, it was only one time and a Côte d'Azur, but all people I met, they were very arrogant and didn't speak English, and I can't speak French. Sorry. And my
Ellie, I went to Germany in
Ellie, what's your opinion
2007,
about
and
Italian?
everybody
What do you think about
spoke
Italians?
English.
Have you been to Italy?
Everybody spoke
Been to
English.
Italy,
yes,
Ellie?
in Italy, I was very often. I can understand it and I can speak it a little bit. It's a
I know
wonderful.
Germans like Italy a lot. I
Yeah.
noticed that.
Even in Italy, I went to
I'm a big
Venice
fan of
and
Italy.
stuff,
I love
and
Italian
they spoke
history.
English.
I like
Totally.
the Italian people. I'm a big fan.
My ex is Northern Italian, and they actually culturally more similar to Germans than to like Southern Italians.
Yeah, that's true.
That's different, but yeah, I like them as well. And their songs and their family.
I wish I could move
the
there.
families
I
holding
wish I could move
together
there.
and their
Someday I'm gonna
culture
move there.
and their food. Have you ever been in Italy, Doc
No, I
Info?
haven't. I want to go.
Yes,
I want to
I'd
go
love
really
to.
badly.
I'd love to.
I want to go really
If
bad
I
to
had my
Italy.
perfect
I really want to go to
persuasion,
Italy. Really
At
bad.
least you
I'd
have
live in Venice for 6 months,
I want to
and
go
then
to
south of
all
France
those
for
different
another
places
6 months.
that had all these events in the years of lead. I want to
Wow.
go there so badly.
That's
Yeah,
mostly the south, and
yeah,
I
do
think
it.
no, you're right. Yeah, no, it's the
At
north
least you
too.
have the mafia Cosa Nostra in the United States. A
Well,
little
also
bit
you have the
Italy in
Negrengata,
New York.
and the
It
Gomorrah.
should be called the Cosa
I'm more
Judaica.
interested in like the Negrengata and the Gomorrah. I know about the La Cosa Nostra. They're interesting, but I like the Negrengata.
Yeah,
I don't like
Doc
them. I
Inferno.
don't like them, but I mean I find them interesting.
Doc Inferno, the Cosa Nostra is the Cosa Judaica.
Yes, I know. I know.
I don't use
Well, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, but
I don't use my Instagram that often, but my Instagram name is Maxi Processo. If you're familiar with like
yes,
yeah,
the
and I
trials, right? The trials, right?
yeah. That was fascinating. The years of lead were really brutal
Yes,
too.
absolutely. My favorite subject. My favorite subject that I like to cover.
Damn it. I once did a Wikipedia dive on it a few years ago because it was
I
like
did more. I mean, I don't want to like be one up people or anything, but I'm just saying
no.
I have literally sought out every single English text on the years of lead just to find out more about it. It's just so interesting. I love that period of history.
Yeah.
Wait, about what subject?
It's like the Italian version of the Troubles, but it was like factional. It was like
I mean, a lot of it was stirred by Gladio and the CIA. We're doing a lot of interference with the neo-fascist groups there.
Totally. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Trying to think.
Really, it ties into the whole Gladio thing that everybody's now talking about. You know, now everybody's talking about Gladio. I talked about Gladio like 5 years ago. It's like now everybody knows about it.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody knew about it before. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like where were people 5 years ago when I talk about what I was talking about?
The Gladio armies, they are not only Italian, they are from every nation. This is like Colonel Towner Watkin used to say, it's an international syndicate. And I agree on that.
Yes.
The Gladio was this thing that was covered by in Italy. This one group, the stay behind group of NATO.
Yes.
And because of this,
where they left caches. They left caches of guns around,
Mm-hmm.
and like were all these different they were training them in Sardinia. They're training them in a base in Sardinia and also a base, I think, somewhere in northern Italy, somewhere around the borderland of Austria.
Yes.
Yes.
I
And
think
they were putting these cache weapons, and they were letting these neo-fascists just.
They train in Ukraine for sure, and in Airbats Ramstein.
Also Belgium. Belgium was a big place for
everywhere.
gladiators.
Yeah,
as well.
Belgium was the
That's where they had the
epicenter. I think.
Brabant, the
Yeah,
Brabant killings. They had the Brabant
yeah.
killings there, where they had the tall man, the old man, and I forget what they called the third man. But they had like these like really weird killings where they were going and robbing stores and doing it because in the cover of the CIA. It's pretty
Also Greece.
interesting
Also
history.
Greece. Yeah, Greece.
Well, yeah, Greece was a big hotbed of where they were doing all these coups. These colonels were doing
What
these
is
coups.
your
It was
opinion about the Gladio stay behind army when you see NATO is declining now, in my opinion? Do
what do
you
you
think
mean?
NATO is
NATO
very
is declining?
a paper tiger, so to say?
Mm.
No?
I don't know much about NATO these days. I don't know much about
NATO.
NATO these days.
NATO's part of the UN.
Yeah, NATO's
What
totally
about NATO, Ellie?
nowadays.
What's going on with NATO?
Yeah, the United States said that they will not take part anymore in some
They should have.
conflict, so to say.
Yeah.
But what NATO, the head of the NATO, who's this?
Well, the raison d'etre of NATO is totally destroyed because they don't have the Warsaw Pact to fight against.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, the whole claim
What
of
were you
NATO
saying, Ellie?
anyway.
it is so annoying. I want to listen what Doc Infern is saying. He's asking me something. I want to answer. And Harry always interrupt. I can't have that.
Sorry, Ellie. Sorry, Ellie.
Go ahead, Ellie. Go ahead. I think you have the floor.
Go ahead.
I have really forgotten. It was not important. It was about Gladio.
You were talking about the United. You were talking about NATO. You're talking about NATO was declining, I believe.
Yeah, right. Because according to our even alternative news and some guys I trust, so to say, they can be wrong, of course, but I trust that their assessment is right, and they say that the United States will not take part in some conflict anymore, what NATO is intended.
Well, I hope so.
This says
I'm tired of America being the global mediators of the world. It's getting tiresome.
Well, so you're against so then you must be pro America getting out of the UN charter.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I just want the parking spaces back in New York.
The German guy from the army
yeah, they give all those diplomats those parking spaces.
That the UN will be gone, but it will be replaced by this what Trump established, this board of peace or something like this. This is, so to say, UN part 2.0.
Let me ask you, Ellie, since you are in Germany, I mean, part of the reason why they claim that NATO and the UN was established was to prevent any more, world wars. I mean, do you think that's bullshit? That they were established because of
totally.
Look who wrote the charter of the UN.
Because it was a League of Nations, prior to that.
In the UN who has some reasonable rules, so to say, but the so-called rule-based international order is dead, I would say. And I think the UN is the former League of Nations. No?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it is told that they come in after World War II to avoid some evil Adolf Hitler will rise again, so on and so forth. It is the story what is told now, but I think it was intended from the beginning, because why did the League of Nations were shut down? What happened to it?
Okay. The NATO was created to oppose the Warsaw Pact, and the Warsaw Pact is destroyed. So why does NATO have any significance nowadays? Yeah.
New World Order. I found that
the Nazis who wanted to continue with their Third Reich or Fourth Reich, some say.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Oh, this is NATO.
Well, the Fourth Reich is just
That's
America.
NATO.
Yeah, the Fourth Reich has nothing to do with the
The Fourth Reich
Nazis.
is not America.
All
America's
people
the
in office
Constitution.
in the
I'm
government.
making a joke because there's somebody on Twitter with a podcast called the Fourth Reich.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, their grandfathers are all SS officers.
So this thing about
But we-
Gladio, it's saying that former Nazi SS member Staff Sergeant Heinrich Hoffmann and Lieutenant Colonel Hans Roos were both
That's
part
right.
of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
And he wasn't
Totally.
the only fascist or Nazi that was part of it. You might as well give
Walter
Klaus
Kopp.
Barbie, and probably that other guy. What is that other guy that was
Galen,
commando?
Reinhard
Galen.
Yeah,
Galen.
there we
guy.
go. Well, Galen, yes, and that other guy that had a scar on his face. The Nazi with like a scar on his face. It's late.
I can't
Damn it.
think of him. No.
He was also like he worked for Mossad for a little while as well, and for Nasser. He went
Galen.
around.
Reinhard Galen.
Scorzani, Otto Scorzani. That's
Oh,
he also was
Scorzani,
probably
yeah,
involved in
yeah,
this
yeah.
project as well.
Yeah.
There are
Okay.
so many.
Is he Italian?
I think it's
No,
something.
he was Polish.
He's
Cut
fucking
Polish,
on the
actually.
face was from fencing. All the rich kids had that because they used to fence. So a lot of them
Yeah,
had
it was
that.
part of like a fraternity in Germany.
Yeah.
After World War II, with Operation Paperclip, they hijacked the United States. For example, best example is the father of Arnold
Werner
Schwarzenegger,
von Braun, yes.
governor
Werner
of
von Braun.
California. No, it was Gustav Schwarzenegger. He was an Austrian SS officer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's very ironic that they have Arnold play Hercules and Conan and the Great Aryan Warrior and all this shit.
Totally, Clint.
The irony is just
Yeah.
flowing.
Yeah,
I mean, I
totally.
like
And I
the
loved
Nazis create
Conan the
steroids?
Barbarian. I loved
The
it.
Nazis created
What did
steroids,
we
didn't they?
learn? Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Well, it's like I love the Arnold movies, but
Didn't the Nazis invent steroids?
Every time
They
the
invented
father
steroids,
or
didn't they?
grandfather was a eugenist, or at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately.
I thought
What?
the Nazis invented steroids, didn't they?
I found a lot of Schwarzenegger's movies very
Young as
cool.
well, they can't do what their grandparents wanted to establish. They're too dumb.
It seems
Yes,
like
it is. And weak. Look at our German Bundeswehr army. I'm so happy that it's not the Hitler army back the time. It is a transgender, weak soya boy shoot in your own knee.
Hey, Ellie, what do you think about
Ellie,
what do you think
because
about them capturing
Hitler
that RAF
destroyed the
lady, that
transgender
Red Army
movement.
faction?
Yeah.
What do you think about them capturing that Red Army
Yeah, but-
faction lady?
Yeah, but Harry Mingele was doing experiments trying to change people's babies' genders.
Yeah, but that's
Before
a
they were
different
born.
topic. Different topic.
Well, he was doing that though
altogether.
after the.
Hey,
This is
Ellie,
really
do you
serious
remember?
topic.
Do you remember the Red
He
Army
was doing that in
faction?
South
They
America.
caught some woman. They
Yeah,
caught some woman
South
recently.
America.
Some
Hello?
old woman that was
Yeah.
like hiding away. She was part of the Bader Meinhof. Whatever
Ah,
happened to her?
RAF. This was
Red
a
Army.
left-wing
The RAF, yes.
terrorist
What happened to her?
group.
The old lady they caught that was part of the Bader Meinhof. They
Yeah.
caught her recently with a bunch of semi-automatic weapons. What happened to her? Has she been put on trial? I mean,
She
I wonder
died.
what happened to her. Yeah?
Yeah.
Totally.
Both died.
Totally.
Meinhof and Bader both died. The daughter of
Well, yeah, I know they did. I'm talking about the recent woman that got caught. She was hiding out.
which
Oh,
one?
oh.
What
She was like a fugitive.
I
no,
think the Bader Meinhof is
sorry.
totally CIA
Even
orchestrated.
God.
the FAF, the left-wing terrorist group,
Yeah.
it was not
Yeah.
organic. Yeah, it always Secret Service, BND, CIA ties. No?
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Doc, do you know what the unofficial logo
Yeah.
for the F-9 was?
What did you say again?
Do you know what the unofficial motto of the GST-9 was?
What was it?
Shoot the women first.
Jesus.
Wow.
I think I remember you bringing that up because women are more.
What was this group
more
again?
aggressive.
What was this group again, Danny?
They're now Germany's anti-terrorism force, but they were originally started as against to fight the RAF. It's called the GST-9. Ellie might know what the abbreviation is.
Yeah.
But it became the name of a book about female terrorists. It was written. It was called Shoot the Woman First.
Oh, Shoot the Woman. Yes.
No,
Yes.
it's
That
always
one guy,
the same.
Robert
Yeah,
J.
one tin
Lifton.
soldier.
Robert J.
blah, blah,
Lifton,
blah.
I think, is the name of the guy who wrote the book.
Yeah, Robert J.
Robert J. Lifton, the CIA psychologist.
No, not
dude?
him.
Yeah,
no,
totally.
no, it's Nash.
Totally,
No,
Clint.
not that guy. It's Nash. J.
Oh,
something
Nash.
Nash. Yeah.
Okay.
Shoot the woman first.
Yeah, women are more likely to pull the trigger before men will hesitate. Women will just pull the trigger.
That's true.
Very fascinating.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, it's 5:30. I've been waking up at this time for the past week, 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. I haven't been up this late in so long.
Yeah, wake up, Danny. Wake up.
Whoa, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you Americans are still awake. It is in the middle
Because
of
it's
the
boring in
night.
America. It's boring.
Seriously, girl, why are you still awake?
I mean, honestly,
Ellie?
I'm awake because I enjoyed the conversation. I was only going to stay there for 30 minutes, and then they started talking about Israel and Palestine. And I got called an anti-Semite, and I had to defend myself.
Oh, yeah, this is always cool.
There's a dangerous woman right there in the picture.
Defend myself. Defend myself.
God, that's chaos.
I mean, that's why I stayed up, because I got animated.
You are a skeleton with a clock.
I want one. That's going to be my first rifle.
It reminds me of Skull and Bones, even your slogan, Memento Mori. This is my favorite society. I always wanted to be part of them, but they don't let me in.
They got to have an Ivy League pedigree.
Did you understand the movie Memento Mori?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good movie.
Did you ever watch The Good Shepherd, Ellie?
Yes, this one I know with McDamon.
With Matt Damon.
Yeah.
That's kind of a semi.
Right, and others say the Brotherhood of the Bell is another movie,
Angleton was probably a member of the Skull and Bones. Probably also a Knights of Malta member as well.
James
like
Jesus
most CIA.
Angleton.
I thought he was also involved with the Russians.
Yes, he was.
What, Angleton?
Yeah,
No, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. Not really.
Well, Cooper says Angleton was the Russian mole.
That's Kim Philby. Kim Philby was the Russian mole.
Cooper says Angleton.
Wilderness and Mirrors.
Oh, you have to hear him out.
What's his argument for Angleton being a mole and a Russian mole? Because this guy was probably the most anti-communist guy in the CIA. Like, this guy was so paranoid.
What's the best way to hide if you were a communist? Point all your fingers everywhere else. Well, you really got to read that book.
Story.
You can trust the communists to be communists.
Check it out.
Come on.
I mean, I hope it is John
there's so much subterfuge going
type
on
rhetoric, though.
that we don't understand how X, Y, and Z.
But my point about Angleton is Angleton was very paranoid. He thought Kim Philby was like some secret double agent, which he was. He was right about Philby.
Totally he was.
Philby also went over and spied for Franco, and Franco is Spain as well. So Philby was all over the place. Philby just liked being a spy and spying on these various different people, you know.
Yeah, Philby's the ultimate.
He was also a homosexual, which, you know, I don't know how people feel about that, but it is true. A lot of the Cambridge Six in the UK were homosexuals.
Have you read? Who's the guy
Not that I'm condemning anybody or saying there's like anything wrong with it necessarily.
About the Cambridge
but he
Six
was.
stuff.
It's true. Philby,
My
what
Tell
did you say?
Jonah what you're saying about him. No.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard my joke.
My cousin
I'm
was
just
all
saying,
the
he
guy who
was.
prosecuted Aldrich Ames, Mark Holkauer. He also, I think he defended Blackwater and then died mysteriously at 53. If you look up Mark Holkauer, you'll read. You could see it. You
I
could
like
see him.
this word mysteriously.
Benny, could you type that name in the private chat?
What's the name? What's the name?
Mark.
Type it. Holkauer. My last
Mark.
name.
Mark Rubio.
No. No, the guy said with Aldrich Ames, because I know about Aldrich Ames.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Aldrich Ames is supposed to be the most, I guess, the CIA guy that damaged America the most. Was basically double spying for Russia.
Yeah.
And what about the Rosenbergs? There were spies.
Yeah, the Rosenberg. Yeah, the fucking Jews. Yeah.
Well, don't say that.
Town educated. Interesting.
Well, I
They
got
were
something funny.
Italians too. What were the name of the Italians that were executed for being communists?
No, they weren't Italians. They were Jews.
Seiko and Vanzetti, they were anarchists.
They were framed.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, so Harry, you said you're related to Ludwig the King, right?
I like to think so, but I'm not related.
Oh, you're
to
not?
him.
Okay, never mind.
No.
Well, technically, I'm related to Ludwig and Wilhelm.
I could be related to him, but I can't. All the records during the First World War and Second World War, all the records were burned, so we don't have a lineage.
This is not important. We all know how it works in principle, but I can't imagine that it works nowadays in the age of internet. I think the CIA, Mossad,
we could be genealogically related. Yeah.
Can I finish my sentence?
Sorry.
What the fuck?
Sorry, Ellie.
I don't speak anymore. I'm insulted or offended. I don't know the difference between the two words. Both. Fuck off.
Okay. I'm fucking off.
She told you.
Yeah, she told me. Totally.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, man.
Pretty stoned.
Yeah, now who's drunk, Ellie? Totally. Now who's
This is a
drunk?
good stream. It's been an interesting stream.
Totally, Doc. I love you.
Takes me back to my old days when I used to watch those shit shows on YouTube where people used to do blood sports.
Blood sports.
Blood sports. Yeah, I think I could contend in that arena. Yeah.
You think so? I don't know, Harry.
What is blood sports?
It's like this unhinged debates where they get these people with these very certain topics, everything from the JQ down to atheism, down to just really spicy topics, and they get people and they would just start yelling at each other. They would also talk about really controversial stuff like HBD, human biodiversity, and a bunch of taboo subjects, and just talk to each other and yell at each other over and over again.
What is human biodiversity?
Okay,
Yeah.
maybe
Don't look into it. It's racist. It's racist eugenics type stuff.
Oh, okay.
I don't recommend it.
I'm not gonna look at that. Yeah. Let's see.
I don't recommend it. I'm just simply saying this used to be the discourse.
Yeah,
on these various
maybe
different,
not, Doc Inferno. I appreciate your input and everything.
Okay, I don't like eugenics or HBD, but I'm just simply saying
Yeah,
they used
I
to
hate
have
eugenics.
these various different debates where people would gather around and talk about these taboo subjects, and it was called blood sports. That's where Nick Fuentes got his start on Bloodsport.
Yeah.
When he
Wow.
was Nick the
Yeah,
Knife.
that makes sense. Yeah, totally.
Fuentes.
Yeah,
It was
Nick
wild.
Fuentes.
Back in the day in 2016, the internet was like really crazy. Like you could
Yeah.
find all kinds of
everything was
controversial
crazy
stuff on
back then.
YouTube. Now,
Yeah.
like all of it's suppressed, and now it's funny. Stuff like the JQ is like kind of mainstream on Twitter now. Like everybody and their mother is talking about it now. I'm like, what the hell went on? What the hell
That's
happened?
because they want people. It's mind control.
I don't think it's mind control. I think it's exposing the fucking
it's completely controlled. If you follow Timmy G and Meowmelin, they actually have traced like some of the biggest JQers right back to the Flynn group, to intelligence.
Let's go back to
Manny, how do you feel about that controversial guy, that weird guy named Kevin McDonald?
Hillary
You familiar with him?
Belloc on the JQ.
You familiar with Kevin McDonald, supposedly some professor of anthropology? You familiar with that guy?
Let's go back to Benjamin Israeli on the JQ.
I mean, that's where I learned about the whole thing when they had like Kevin McDonald on. They were touting this guy out. All these white supremacists were touting this guy named Kevin McDonald out, and was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And supposedly he was like some kind of professor, where a lot of these JQ people get a lot of their ideas from. And he was arguing about evolutionary processes. And by the way, I don't endorse what Kevin McDonald says.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Kevin McDonald.
You've never heard of Kevin McDonald? I figured you know who he was, but
no.
If you look him up, he's very controversial.
Because
professor.
I've been JQ'd on.
He wrote like a 3-series book on the JQ, and he was like this evolutionary psychologist. I don't know. It's like just I don't agree with it, but
My whole thing is
they don't debate. Do you let them talk?
They're not.
Do you let them air it out? I mean, what do you do with these people? Because it persists.
They don't do anything. There's a Meowmelin and Meowmillion and Timmy G have been holding like anti-JQ spaces all the time, and we don't get the number of followers that the JQ spaces get. We try to challenge people on it. We challenge them to debate. I've challenged them. If you go to my Twitter page, you can see
I'll challenge you, Danny Halkauer, any day on the JQ.
We've gone through this. It doesn't. Totally.
He's already beat you in debates, Harry. You just don't remember.
I mean, to be honest, we've gone through plenty of things, and I think you were kind of, I kind of beat you a little bit. On at least the stuff we spoke about.
I think, does Harry mean it was a moderated debate where like you get one person to talk and there's no interruption, and like they make their points, and
they won't do it. They won't do it. They won't. They will. If you go into one, they'll tell you, "Oh, you can come into our spaces," and then they dogpile you. They mute you.
Doesn't everybody do that though? Does everybody do that?
Yeah. We've held spaces.
Really.
We have where we have like serious discussions, and we've been able. I've turned a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people.
Have you ever tried to talk to the parapolitical Marxist people about this stuff?
I've never even heard of them. Sounds like
they are a thing. It is a thing. It is a thing. It is a thing. I mean, they call themselves comminoids. Comminoids is their name. They are a thing. It does exist. It's on Twitter, bro. It's on Twitter.
Danny,
this guy named Parapolitical Mapping. This
Okay.
guy named Parapolitical Mapping has over 45,000 followers. I mean, it is a thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Anyways, Danny, I totally debate you on the JQ.
I'd like to debate him about Israel. You might agree with him.
Read the
You
H.
might agree with him about Israel. About a bunch of what he says.
Yeah.
Well, I've had discussions with Harry before on this podcast, and you've said a bunch of times,
we haven't.
We
haven't gone in depth.
You've definitely went hours and hours and hours in depth. I had to sit through it all.
Seriously?
Yeah. Well, you were a good. You were kind of like a good middle ground for stuff. So. Like,
I was
I
the
remember
referee.
the Noahide laws, and I remember like, tell me where the problem.
Oh, the Noahide laws. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Give me a
Well,
fucking
hey, Danny,
break.
have you debated Adam Green? That guy, Adam
He
Green.
won't debate me. He won't debate
Really?
me. The best I ever got was Wixit, and I kept calling out Wixit, and then finally, like we had a whole screaming match in DMs, and then he agreed to a debate. He went on Brother Nathaniel for like 3 times,
Yeah.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
he's getting some good info. He's getting himself some information, and then he doesn't show up to the debate. So I had a friend who was supposed to record it, but my friend's a dumbass and forgets about it. So I like go home now and get it on, and then I'll ask it. And then finally, after my friend gets home and starts recording, I'm like, hey, do you know where Wixit is? We were supposed to have a debate an hour ago. And he forgot. He forgot about it. So we ended up only having like a 20-minute debate, and it didn't work out very well for him because all he talks about was Jacob Frank, and even that like got pushed. Like I pushed him aside on that, and I'm like, yo, let's. So then after that,
Jacob Frank is totally relevant.
No, I'm not Jacob Frank. The guy from the South, the Mary Fagan thing. So
Jacob Frank. Yeah.
I forget what his name is. A Frank also, interestingly enough. But I have some stuff. Leo Frank. Thank you.
Which unfortunately was Candace Owens conflated with Frankist.
Yeah, she doesn't. She's a fucking Roman Catholic. I mean, she's a. But then,
Candace Owens called Leo Frank a Frankist. That was like the funniest thing in the world. I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah, let's not get into Candace.
Well, no, I'm saying she actually said that though. She said he was a Frankist, like Leo Frank was a Frank. I'm like, that shit is hysterical. Like she didn't know that he's not a Sabbatean or a Sabbatean Frankist, and she could have said Brandeis, but she didn't. I mean,
you could have said that she. Yeah, but they don't know what she's talking about. Like I've tried to, when Ninja Alex approached Brother Nathaniel to ask him to debate us,
Brother Nathaniel is a outlier, total outlier.
I saw him once in Columbus Circle, and I was like, "Oh shit!" But I didn't. I was still studying stuff then.
Brother Nathaniel isn't even accepted by Eastern Orthodox people. Like he's an outlier, total.
Yeah, I know, but if he won't stand on what he believes, then why should anybody take him seriously?
Yeah. I understand that.
I had what's his name? Brandon Tyler Moore blocked me. I kept asking him for a debate. Oh my God, a whole bunch of people. I don't even. I have a whole list. Every time they do it I post it on my Twitter page. I'll post like, this person blocked me after I asked them for a debate. Why do you people take these people seriously? And so that's been a thing. And then the JQers, like the last time I tried to get people to come into a space with me, and this girl tagged Ian Malcolm, and he's like, "Oh, why should I debate with Ian? Why should I debate with this guy? I'm like Michael Jordan, and he's like a kindergartner." And I'm like, bro, if you believe what you believe, then you should have no problem schooling me. You should be willing to come in and humiliate me if you can do it. I'm like,
I can do it.
I don't run from you.
I can do it.
Tonight, hold on. Let me check my work schedule, and I'll tell you right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm working tomorrow. I'm working today, but I think I got to be up Sunday at 5:45. Hold on, I'll tell you right now. So for Sunday,
Saturday. Oh shit.
Sunday I gotta be up at 5:30, but I should have an early day. And Monday I'm working at 3 p.m. So tomorrow night would be perfect.
Okay, we'll deal with.
So we're gonna have a hairy JQ debate. Oh man.
Well, I hear card game tomorrow. I don't know.
I mean, we've already had before, but
no.
I'm very but you gotta keep on topic. And don't ask me if I read books, because it's not about how many books you read. It's about how many books you comprehend.
Yeah.
That, yeah.
And how many books have you read? Like, fuck off.
Doesn't matter. I got information, and if the and doesn't anybody can write a book. How much is the information correct? I'm here. Take a look.
And I'm relying on Jewish books. Totally.
Here's a
Jewish.
book. And guess what?
Let's see.
The information is nonsense. This is where a lot of people get their.
The
This is
rulers
what
of Russia. That's by Fahey, Dennis Fahey, right?
Yes, this is Dennis. This was the European Father McLaughlin, and he's the one who started. The Bolsheviks are the Jews, and
they totally are Jews. 85% of them
right.
were
No.
No, they were Illuminists.
Only 9.
They were Illuminati.
Only 9. No. Only 9 of the
Fahey
Jewish.
was the one who pushed that. And the biggest enemy of the Bolsheviks was
wake up. 85% of the fucking
No, hold
Bolsheviks
on a minute.
were
This
Jews.
is my wheelhouse, bro. This is my wheelhouse. Communist history is my wheelhouse. The Mensheviks were mostly Jews, not the Bolsheviks.
Totally. And Bolsheviks too.
A lot of the Bolsheviks were anti-Semites.
Well, they were anti-Semites.
I disagree. Totally.
A lot of the Bolsheviks were anti-Semites. There was anti-Semitism in Russia, in the Soviet Union. I try to tell people this. They don't believe me.
I don't believe you. I don't believe
you. Well, I don't know you got to understand history. They were atheists. They were against Zionists.
They were atheists.
You know the whole
does that disqualify them? Well, fuck. If they were atheists,
do you know where the triple parentheses meme that 4chan made famous came from? That came from the Soviet Union. They used to catalog them as separate from the Russians and from the Slavs.
Hello. Okay, let's go back.
This is documented by a guy named Bernard Lewis. Bernard Lewis wrote The History of Anti-Semitism. He wrote a chapter on Soviet anti-Semitism.
Let's go back, Doc. Do you believe the Protocols of Zion were written by Jews?
No.
Okay. Does it matter?
Yes.
Matter? Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't matter. Because
I'll tell you who
everything is carried out. Everything that they prescribed is carried out.
And who wrote the original? It's 6 a.m. I do have to call it a night, but I'll give you another 10 minutes of my time. And then
I've studied the protocols.
So you know what the protocols were based on. What were the original?
I understand the document.
No, who wrote the original protocols?
With
Machiavelli
are what they're based on. They're based on by a guy named Maurice Joly.
Yeah, I understand that totally.
Before that.
But does it matter?
Of course it does. You believe because
it doesn't matter.
The text by Maurice Joly are the one they plagiarized.
Doesn't matter. The provenance doesn't matter because the actual
between Montesquieu.
No. The provenance doesn't matter because the actual carrying out of them is what matters. Totally.
Okay, but if it was written for somebody else about somebody else and changed, it was written by Father Augustine Barruel. He was a Jesuit priest.
No.
He wrote the Elders of Borg.
I don't know about that. Where's your proof about that? I don't know. Where do you have proof that Augustine Barruel wrote that?
He wrote it was called the Elders of Borg Fontaine, and it was originally written against the Jansenists. And that
I've written.
This is like a new piece of history. I've never heard this.
I've totally destroyed.
All I've read about
Norman
protocols is it came from Maurice Joly. It came from a guy named Maurice Joly.
Because Jesuit history is what they're trying to hide from you. They're trying
No. Have you read Norman Kahn's book?
That's why people research back in the airtime.
Totally out to lunch.
No, listen. Are
you familiar with the text by Maurice Joly though?
Yes, totally.
The original text was the Elders of Borg-Fontaine, written about the Jansenists, and it's basically they took the same wording and they swapped Jansenist for
but
Judeo-Masonic.
despite all that, has this been played out in history?
Despite all
Has
that,
it been
if it
played
was
out
written
in
about
history?
somebody else, then
That,
the people who
that,
wrote it
that's
were
what
Jesuit
matters. That's
priests
what
against
matters.
Jansenists.
Despite the provenance of the protocols, has it been played out in
So if
history?
I write a book
Yes,
about
it
a
has.
serial killer
Yes, it
named
has.
Bob Johnson and I change his name to Harry, and then I say it's about, can I say it's about you?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, but so I can say that you're that serial killer because I took a book about Bob Johnson, called it, changed the name to Harry.
That isn't what it's
That's
about.
what you're saying.
The
No,
fact
that's
is
same logic.
that the protocols have been played out in history. So wake up.
But the protocols were written by people who can actually play out history.
Yeah, and
the
whoever wrote the protocols, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wrote the protocols.
Exists
The
because
fact is that
the
it was played out in history.
The Counter-Reformation. That's why the 70 weeks of Daniel are being played out, because the Protestant reformers realized, and one of the biggest pulls that the Protestant Reformation has was that the Catholic Church and the papacy represents the biblical, historic, and prophetic Antichrist. And because of that, they had to undo that. So two Jesuit priests named Ribera and Lacunza,
I don't see
two
the
different time
equivalent. I don't see the
created
equivalent.
the dispensationalism. They created futurism, which means that the 70 weeks of Daniel didn't actually end, and that's what we're being played out now. And they're playing out a messianic event.
Futurism was created by
Is that related to Teilhard de Chardin?
He was the father of.
Totally.
He was the father
futurism
of
was created by Jesuit priests. Futurism was totally created by Jesuits.
I can't hear him. Let him respond. I don't know if if this guy's related to the futurism is related to Teilhard de Chardin.
That's related to like the modern, like the Christ consciousness. He was really big into God, I'm getting tired. Like esotericism and stuff like, and like the modern like esotericism. Yeah. But the two priests who created futurism, they didn't do it at the same time. They were in different time periods working on the same objective, was Lacunza and Ribera.
Yeah, Jesuits. Totally Jesuits. Yeah.
And Jesuits were kicked out of hundreds of countries for sedition. They're responsible for South America. The civil rights movement was created through Jesuit liberation theology. Communism was based on the Paraguayan reductions. So yeah, I would say that, and don't forget Karl Marx. Engels was really the guy behind Marx, and even still Marx's, what was it, his brother-in-law was a Jesuit?
Yes, yes.
I don't know about that.
To interrupt, the best thing I heard was when I hanging out with on Discord with the Silicon Valley dudes, the whistleblower sect, and Patrick Ryan said back the time, "I hate identity," and I asked why. What's up? Yeah, because you will see how it will turn out. Everyone will take and put a finger on them. It's the Jews, it's the Jesuits, it's the Mormons, it's the Germans, it's the United States, it's the white woman. Yeah?
Yeah.
It's probably Ellie. Ellie is the supreme.
Ryan Patrick said back the time, in the apex elite, they have no religion. They are using religion to turn you against each other. And I said, and I agree on this point with him, I hate identity when it's used politically. Point, I'm finished. Now you can talk, Harry.
Yeah, religion.
Hey, Ellie, I love you, and
I have to translate your shit American English in my German brain.
I love you.
Well, Harry's Canadian.
I love to be.
Harry is
all the time. Shut up, fuck off, you scumbag.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking, girl. Fuck off.
Oh wow.
Oh, I just ate some pickled asparagus with pickled carrots and goat cheese.
That sounds awesome.
Pickled asparagus
It was really good.
Is amazing.
I think in many ways we're kind of reverting back to the Middle Ages in America.
Yeah, totally.
Like
totally.
time is going back to the medieval period.
Totally.
Create the digital dark ages. That's what the intention is to create the digital dark ages. So
That's
there's never going to be another reformation if everybody's phone in their pocket and they can tell exactly what you write. You can't write 95 thesis with a phone on your phone without somebody knowing.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally, Danny.
That's what I think. I think time is sort of reverting back to like the Middle Ages, which is a lot of these NRX people like Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin, people like that. They want
Yeah.
But
they're obsessed with monarchies, like Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel.
I'm obsessed with
absolute
monarchies.
power.
I believe in monarchies. Totally.
So you support my ambition to someday take Scotland back? No.
Yes.
Well, you need
totally.
you need to like click up with like Peter Thiel, I guess, and finance that.
No, I don't like those type of people.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I don't
Peter
either.
Thiel. Peter Thiel is an asshole. Totally.
You're not a fan of Peter Thiel?
Technocrat.
I have
He thinks like you, though, Harry.
Very good point. Peter
He's in the
Thiel?
eugenics like you.
What?
He's in the eugenics like you.
No, I'm not in eugenics.
Oh, okay.
Sirens going on here. Peter
I
Thiel
do
is
have to call it a day, everybody. It's already daylight, so I don't mean to interrupt you, Ellie. But so have a wonderful day. Thank you, Clint, for the
Good night.
And yeah, I can see you tomorrow night. I'll be ready, Harry, if you're down. So just let me know.
Yeah. Thanks, Danny. Love you.
See you, Danny.
I respect you totally.
Good night. Good night.
Good conversation.
Just hanging out.
Good conversation.
Take it easy. Oh, there's like a siren going off.
Yeah.
Wow.
And once again, 3 times already.
You said something about Peter Thiel, Ellie.
Yeah, but it's very loud. One moment. He's calling himself recently the Catechon or something like that.
He's
this is the character in the Bible who avoids the Antichrist. But there's another point. Peter Thiel wants to live forever. What if he succeed on that? Then Antichrist will never arise.
He doesn't care. He's just using that as like a plot device to like manipulate evangelical Christians.
Do they believe in this?
Yes,
a lot of evangelical Christians are very naive. They're very naive and easily coerced.
Oh man!
And they can be led around by the nose pretty easily.
Oh, it's sad. And they are believing in the state Israel, these Christians, and I have to blame my Christian fellows on this point because in Galatians 1:16, Jesus said Israel is now the church or the rock I'm standing on. I'm Jesus, no? And
you're talking about replacement theology, right? Replacement
replacement
theology.
Well, evolution.
No, Doc. Replacement theology is a myth. Total myth.
Jesus.
Well, that's what they call it. That's what they call where they say that the Christians.
Yeah, I know. The detractors call it that, but I mean, Israel was always the saved people under Christ. Totally.
Excuse me.
That all creation, even hybrids and even
at least Ellie gets this point
consciousness.
Right.
All creation is saved with his sacrifice, and I think this is a good thing. I love Jesus.
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna roll one more joint.
And because I know the Bible very well, And so it hurts me to see Christians fall for that and think, oh, what Israel is saying we have to do. No, you stupid idiot. The sacrifice of Jesus was about this, that not only the Hebrew people, I don't say Jewish, it was Hebrews, are God's people, all of creation. You know?
Yeah, all people are God's people.
They're full because of the rapture. They're full because
when you are a Christian, you don't have to believe in the Bible, and you don't have to believe in Christianity. That's not the case. But when you call yourself a Christian, what the new Reformation Apostolic Church, or what is it called, it's doing, and the American Republican Party, isn't it? Are saying, oh, the Bible says, and this is wrong, and it is written in the Bible. My people, Jesus said this, to the Christians. My people, the Christians in this case, will perish for their lack of knowledge. And I say, yeah, deserved.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Because it's not hidden in the Bible cryptic. No, it's a very main topic. Jesus crucifixion or sacrifice was about this, and not to know this. It's like you don't know how said this sentence. Call me snake.
I'd really like to meet
no, it wasn't.
I'd really like to meet you.
To compare everything with Hollywood movies. Okay, I make the "Are you a real American?" test with you. So
I'm not American, I'm a Canadian. So
who said the sentence in the very famous Hollywood movie? Call me snake.
That's my 16th cousin.
Empire is Escape from New York, right?
You're right.
Escape from New York. I love it.
Yeah. Snake Plissken.
Snake Plissken rules. Yeah.
Call me snake.
Yeah.
Oh, this movie.
And then they have Escape from LA as well.
Yeah, Escape from LA
a real proven American.
Yeah.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. Fight for your rights. We gotta play the theme song, Ellie. When you
which is weird
the Hulk
because
Hogan
the
theme
star,
song.
the star of the show, he was in a Big Trouble in Little China, and he was in other movies like that. Like he was a good guy, and his wife, who I totally love, his wife, she was amazing too. Yeah.
Goldie Hawn.
Yeah. Goldie Hawn was amazing. Yeah. She was in a shitty movie, but
American? Who is playing the main role in Triple X?
Triple X? I don't know. I don't watch Triple X. So
Diesel.
Right. Doc Inferno is a real American.
I am a real American.
And third and last questions: are you a real fucking American?
Okay.
How many stars are on the American flag?
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
6,000.
I'd love to.
50.
I'd love to meet you.
55 stars.
51.
51. Yeah.
Aren't they? I don't know.
There's 50.
No, 50. 50, yeah.
I
mean, we have provinces, we have commonwealths like Puerto Rico and Guam, which technically are American properties. But they're technically part of America, but they're not states.
the
Yeah.
13 pilgrims, Mayflower families. What was the history of the 13 colonies?
Yes, 13
Yeah.
colonies. Yes.
And why came it to the 50? What had happened?
Are you talking about Hawaii?
No, come on, come on, come on.
You're talking about Hawaii. That's like the 50th state, right?
Hawaii, yeah.
Well, it's
First
because
it was 13, and now it's 50. And
yes,
what
it's 50.
happened in the meanwhile time? What was it? The Civil War when America was
No. They just,
created, or what?
they just bought it. They bought the territories initially from the French and
Yeah,
ultimately from
they
the
bought,
Russians.
and that was the French purchase.
Yeah, and then they bought the.
Then there
they
was like a
bought,
little bit of a 1812 kind of war.
Yeah,
That's
they
not really
they
big.
bought Alaska from Russia.
Yeah. And they invaded, I think, Hawaii and just took it for the Polynesians, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, totally.
I didn't know that Hawaii belongs to you. I don't.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Guam also is a territory of America.
Puerto Rico,
and so is
Samoa.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and the
Guam,
Philippines, sort of the
no,
Philippines.
not really the Philippines. Not really the Philippines, but
It's under the U.S. code under the Philippines.
Yeah.
I think they have their own independence.
Yeah, but it's
Do you remember the fight?
Supposedly we acquired the Philippines from the Spanish-American War.
Do you remember what?
The Hawaii, the fire.
The Spanish-American War.
Not in Maui. A few years ago, there was
the lasers.
In Hawaii.
The lasers, yeah.
Yeah, and then I first time realized what do the Americans again here? Oh, it belongs to America. I didn't know that. Why? What's the history? How did you conquer Hawaii?
Yeah,
World War II.
Story. It's a long story. Yeah.
They took Hawaii in World War II.
Yeah. We can't get into it. It's a long story. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
then
they needed
Age of Reason. And 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Sounds great.
Yeah.
Well, this
Will
is
you go on with reading, Clint?
Well, I was bringing this up earlier because you guys were talking about Christianity, and I interject on
I'd like
all
to
Christianity.
spend 3 nights with Ellie.
Well, because it's funny because Thomas Paine brings this up also. It's fun. First Jonah was 3 days, 3 nights in the whale's belly. So shall the Son of Man be 3 days, 3 nights in the heart of earth. But it happens awkwardly enough that Christ, according to their own account, was but 1 day and 2 nights in the grave, about 36 hours instead of 72. That is the Friday night, the Saturday, and the Saturday night. For they say he was up in the Sunday morning by sunrise or before.
Yeah, but he was crucified.
But hold on. But as this fits
he was
quite
crucified on a Thursday. Yeah.
No, I think it was Wednesday to Saturday.
I
But
think
as
it was Thursday.
this fits quite as well as the bite and the kick in Genesis, or the virgin and her son in Isaiah. It will pass in the lump of orthodox things. Thus much for the historical part of the Testament and its evidences. So,
blah, blah, blah.
Well, Thomas Paine always brings up stuff that people don't really.
Yeah, Thomas Paine. You know, Thomas Paine wasn't really an American.
What was about the belly of the whale?
Yeah, the sign of Jonah.
Belly of the
Well, most Christians deny the 3 days, 3 nights, the sign of Jesus.
No, we don't. We don't.
But I never heard about the belly of the whale. Maybe I missed something.
Well, in Greek, it's Leviathan.
Okay, this makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Snap
Oh
into a
yeah.
Slim Jim.
Oh yeah.
The system is now
Oh
changing
yeah.
from
I'd
the
like to connect with
uh,
Ellie.
Babylon system into the beast system. Have you realized it?
She's
The money
amazing.
is now not backing up again in the Vatican. It is moved to the Sanhedrin in
Her
Israel.
voice is so gorgeous.
Yeah, we get it. We get
You
it.
know
We
what
get
the
it. We
beast
get it, bro. We
system
get it.
is?
You like Ellie. You like Ellie. Okay, we get it.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
now
Sorry.
shifting and it's
Sorry.
important for humanity because your dollar system will collapse soon. And then, what will you make? Huh? You are nothing without it.
You are
Well, we'll
nothing.
trade seashells.
Oh, fuck it, fuck
How about
off.
Ellie? We'll trade tally
I
sticks.
can't
How about
change
tally
it.
sticks?
It is the
But,
money system
but
is
if you think about Ellie,
you have all these
her
distractions out
idea
there, you
about
dumb
the
fucking.
Holocaust is
Yeah?
totally reprehensible.
And it's not
Yeah.
replaced by
She doesn't
CDBC or
understand
something else.
Harry,
anything.
The
Harry,
bankers
let Ellie
themselves have
talk.
now.
Let Ellie talk. Harry, I can't hear
Okay.
Ellie.
Okay.
Let her talk. Kids.
Sorry, continue.
So I know what's now happening. The Wall Street guys, these Anglo-American bankers, their money system is collapsing. Yeah? They have no idea how to fix it. Even the CDBC idea is nonsense. It will not work. And
That's
because
what you
of
think.
that, you have dealing now with all of this distraction. They know that the propaganda they put out in the last 10 years or so, the American people don't believe in because of that the Epstein files, because of that UFO disclosure, to distract you on they don't have anymore.
UFO disclosure.
That's whatever they have, because they themselves, their money system worked 200 years, I think, and they can coup d'etat this government and expanding by wars their empire and so on and so forth. And now it is not working anymore, and they have no idea how to come out of it. And they know that their money system, okay, dollar is only a currency, but their fiat money, a debt system, it's not working anymore because
The
they're
IMF.
to reconquer the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's a side distraction. Sorry. Yeah.
No, this is economy. This is simply economy and interest.
Well, the UN won't let us get our own oil out of our own
That's
country.
what it's called.
It's like
Interests between countries. Yeah? And
Yeah.
You believe
and so
that?
on.
You believe that?
That
Ellie?
is very simple. It is economy.
Yeah,
Very
the world
simple.
economy.
Right. And this is what it's all about.
Yeah, the world government. It's all in
And
place.
a lot of New Yorker, Wall Street trading guys, they know that. And they say, yeah, you have the world will not collapse. You will survive, no problem, yeah, because the United States has a lot of resources, and you can't, you will not starve or something like that. But I'm sorry for the people who are living in these big cities. Maybe the food supply chain will collapse out of the sudden. This is hard, no? When you live outside the big
she's got a point.
you will have ideas and you will helping each other. This is no big deal. And you will come over it. But the people in the city, this is rough. You get rough.
Yeah, you've got a point. You've got a point, Ellie. And
Yeah, I'd move out of the cities. It's dangerous.
but I'd really like to.
I like the cities. I don't want to move
I'd
out.
really like
Well, I mean,
to.
if there's a food shortage.
meet with you.
What? Oh man.
Okay, calm down here.
What did I say? I'm
just joking.
Totally full of shit.
What?
Totally full of shit.
Man.
Yeah. I'm pretty stoned. I guess I can smoke one more cigarette. I got one more cigarette.
That
Good
Star
night,
Wars,
guys.
for
You guys have a good
example,
night.
has mega withdrawal.
Good night.
Good night, guys. Yeah, guys, have a good night.
Did we cure your insomnia?
And Moody's,
No,
they had
not
mega
really.
withdrawal.
No.
And they have
No.
downgraded, for example, Shadow
I just gotta
Banks.
get out of here before anything else weird is said by Harry.
What?
Well, I would be too worried.
What?
All right, good night.
Wait.
Yeah, good night.
I was totally joking. Like, come on, folks.
I will check out as well because Harry is interrupting always. He is not learning.
Interrupting? I didn't interrupt.
In conversation like this. Good night.
I let
good night.
I let
Good
you
night, sucking it.
spiel on forever, and you know.
Alright, well, I'm smoking one more cigarette with you because you got me hooked. No, I'm just joking. Okay. Well, it seemed like a pretty good podcast.
Yeah, the latter part was pretty good. The first part was shitty. Yeah.
I forget what the first part. Oh yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, I got one more cigarette I can smoke. I can pass out. Freaking all the weed finally like hit me for some reason.
Yeah. I don't want to leave on a negative note with the respect to Kelly. I like her. Totally, I like her.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't want to leave on a negative note. I'm sorry if I
No,
joked.
you're good. You're good.
Sorry if I joked presumptuously.
Well, I'd say you behaved pretty well today. You didn't say any bad words, hardly.
No, I didn't. Well, I want to say one now, but I won't.
Oh, yeah. Oh man. Oh, birds are
Wigga.
howling.
Can we say Wigga? Yeah.
Birds are chirping. It's definitely morning.
Ellie totally disconnected. Oh, maybe I offended her. I hope I didn't. I hope I didn't.
Well, it was I'm pretty stoned. I think I ran out of gas. I drank like 3 chocolate milks earlier.
Chocolate milks are cool. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, I could get into them, but they're unfortunately they're only 2% versus 4%. I don't.
4%. I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's hardcore.
Yeah, I prefer when I drink coffee. I drink 18% cream. So
18%. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Damn. So you basically like do you put a lot in there? Or?
No, just one thing, whatever.
Oh.
But I prefer the 18% cream. Yeah.
I used to drink a lot of cappuccinos. I always make them homemade. Freaking drink like 6 cappuccinos a day.
Nice.
I had to quit drinking the coffee though. There's too much oxalates in the coffee.
Well, I only drink it once a month. Yeah, once a month. I'll drink it.
Oh, coffee.
Yeah, decent coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge. I mean, I like coffee. I had to quit drinking it because I was abusing the coffee. Same with these cigarettes. I quit smoking
Yeah,
the cigarettes.
unfortunately, I'm smoking a pack a week, or a carton a week. Yeah,
Oh Jesus, that's a lot.
yeah, it is a lot.
Hmm. I'm surprised my furnace hasn't kicked on. Uh,
Are we the only ones left here? Oh, apparently, everybody
yeah,
else has departed. Shit.
we made it to the end of the party.
Yeah.
We have survived. uh, let's see.
Sad.
Yeah, my brain is pretty fried from all those joints. I probably smoked like 4 roach joints and 4 regular joints. Maybe
Yeah.
more.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really affect me very much. It's normally people would be like passed out, freaking.
Yeah. Yeah. Normal people, or I don't know. You know, I like Ellie. I like what's his name, JJ. But it pisses me off that he keeps calling me a vampire.
Well,
Come on.
you don't want to let it piss you off.
I mean, why does he keep calling me a vampire? Like, wake up, JJ. I'm not a vampire.
No, he's just joking. I wouldn't be too worried.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about it.
You could embrace it and get a cape. No,
Yeah, I would love to get a cape.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was not very good.
and who is it? What's his name? BIPOC.
Doc Inferno.
Doc Inferno. Doc Inferno. I really appreciate him quite a bit. Yeah. Him and I are on the same page on a lot of topics. Yeah.
No, well, I still gotta try to organize a bunch of Illuminati documents and, you know, give them the full presentation. None of them are labeled, and I mean, some of them are labeled, but I've already done trying to extend because I've done a presentation on it before.
Yeah, that's a problem. I have these books and all that shit, but yeah, people don't understand that. Hey, you've read these books and you understand what the fuck is going on, and they dismiss it outright. Like, come on. I've read these books. I've understood what's going on, and people think you're full of shit. I guess I don't know what they think. Yeah, yeah. It's a hard road to hoe. Yeah.
Well, I think there's a lot of this. I think a lot of people are missing the Aryan race conspiracy, and it's not even really.
Well, yeah, Aryan race conspiracy. I don't know if I believe in it because
Yeah,
I've
but how many
studied.
times does Blavatsky say Aryan and just blabber
Yeah,
on and on about it?
I've read Blavatsky, and I've read Mein Kampf, and everything like that. And yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it at all.
Well, I showed you that one quote the other night. You never seen a quote like that where it's saying that the Aryan were the real Semites or whatever.
Yeah,
Written by,
that sounds total bullshit. Total
well, I'm
bullshit.
pretty sure Albert Pike wrote that.
Have you ever read L.A. Waddell?
I'm putting the cigarette out.
He's written on the origin of nations and shit like that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I'm probably gonna pass out here.
Okay, I'm gonna pass
Sour
out.
almost. It was cool hanging out.
I'm full of shit so far.
Well, I enjoy hanging out.
Thanks for recalibrating so I could join the chat. Thanks.
All right.
Thanks so much.
All right. Well, I might not be around tomorrow night because I got a card game. But
No problem.
I'll try to come on. But if my back hurts a bunch, I probably won't come on.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, bro.
Oh yeah. Well,
I understand. Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
All right. Good night.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so I figured I'd end with Thomas Paine here. This is from well, I might do a rap or something. The Citizens of Pennsylvania, page 329. At the time the Constitution was formed, it was a great departure from the principles of revolution. Among those who then assumed the lead, asparagus and cheese, and the country was grossly imposed upon. This accounts for some inconsistencies that are to be found in the present Constitution, among which is the negativing power inconsistently copied from England. While the exercise of the power over the state remained dormant, it remained unnoticed, but the instant it began to be active, it began to alarm, and the exercise of it against the rights of the people to settle their private pecuniary differences by the peaceable mode of arbitration without the interference of lawyers and the expense and tediousness of courts of law has brought its existence to a crisis. Arbitration is of more importance to society than courts of law, and ought to have precedence of them in all cases of pecuniary concerns between individuals or parties of them, who are better qualified than merchants to settle disputes between merchants, or who better than farmers to settle disputes between farmers. And the same for every other description of men. What do lawyers or courts of law know of these matters? They devote themselves to forms rather than to principles, and the merits of the case become obscure and lost in a labyrinth of verbal perplexities. We do not hear of lawyers going to law with each other, though they could do it cheaper than other people, which shows they have no opinion of it for themselves. It's very relevant. The principle and rule of arbitration ought to be constitutionally established. The honest sense of country collected and convention will find out how to do this without the interference of lawyers, who may be hired to advocate any side of any case. For the case is, the practice of the bar is become a species of prostitution that ought to be controlled. It lives by encouraging the injustice it pretends to redress. These were Thomas Paine is brilliant. He brings up such good points. Courts in which law is practiced are two kinds: one for criminal cases, the other for civil cases. or cases between individuals respecting property of any kind, or the value thereof. I know not what may be the numerical proportion of these two classes of cases to each other, but that the civil cases are far more numerous than the criminal cases. I make no doubt of whether they be 10, 20, 30, 40 to 1 or more. I leave to those who live in the state or in the several counties thereof to determine. But be the proportion what it may, the expense of the public of supporting judiciary for both will be in some relative degrees according to the number of cases that one bears to the other. Yet it is only one of them that the public, as a public, may have concern with. Criminal cases, being breaches of the peace, are consequently under the cognizance of the government and state. The expense of supporting the courts thereof belong to the public, because the preservation of the peace is public concern. The civil cases, that is, cases of private property between individuals, belong wholly to the individuals themselves, and all that government has consistently to do in the matter. It is to establish the process by which the parties concerned shall proceed and bring the matter to decision themselves by referring to impartial and judicious men of the neighborhood, their own choosing. Well, I don't think I'm going to go on anywhere here. That stuff about the lawyers is basically what I was looking at. Well, maybe I better continue. This looks like it's getting good. This is by far the most convenient time and place, and the cheapest method to them, for it is bringing justice home to their own doors, without the chicanery of law and lawyers. Every case ought to be determined on its own merits, without the farce of what are called precedents or reports of cases, because in the first place, it often happens that the decision upon the case brought as a precedent is bad, and ought to be shunned instead of imitated. And in the second place, because there are no two cases perfectly alike in all their circumstances. Therefore, one cannot become a rule of decision for the other. It is justice and good judgment that preside by right in the court of arbitration. It is forms, quoted precedents, contrivances for delay and expense to the parties that govern the proceedings of a court of law. By establishing arbitrations in the room of courts of law for the adjustment of private cases, the public will be eased of a great part of the expense of the present judiciary establishment. Certainly such a host of... I don't think... Okay, yeah, I think I read the good part. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to do my... do a rap beat here. Let's see. Yo, erroneously and arbitrarily, rapping like verily. Wait, I gotta turn it. I gotta turn this. Yo, arbitrarily, come back like a rarity. Yo, I'm too impaired to beef. Come back like I stare in street. Motherfuckers aware. Retreat. Yo, as I speak to beats. Come back like motherfucking I reach to me. Yo, this shit is unnecessary. Pick up the microphone and get buried. Carried back to the spot like motherfucking barely. Chilling with liberty, wisdom. Chilling with wisdom and liberty. Motherfuckers make notes, hit the beat. Motherfucking mixtape hits the streets. Hit the microphone, roll swish a sweet. Yo, I miss the beat. Wow. Yo, Yo, awaken, come back like the spot was forsaken. Motherfuckers know, yo, 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 nah, I can't really rap about. Yo, I rap about it, like it's expected. Smoke so much weed that my brain is neglected. Coming through like motherfucking Corona with infections. Yo, detection, back with dialectics. Yo, up microphone, then I wreck this. Snatch your necklace, back like motherfuckers heckle. Y'all motherfuckers, some speckles on some shit. And shit, why? 'Cause I just wrecking this shit. Motherfuckers know that I'm second to spit. Yo, I'm the second to spit. I'm leaving it most decadent. Yo, I don't know. Yo, I smoke weed. It's unnecessary. I'm back. I'm motherfucking weary. Motherfucking query. The opinion. Back to minions. Yo, the divisions. Roll with the motherfucking shit while you listen. Smoke that weed. Yo, rhythm. Yo, rap about the Constitution. And then I talk about these cons that motherfucking loose through with some fury. Talk shit. Make me hear me. Come back with the motherfucking swear beats. Wait. Yo. Shit was copied. Smoke weed in a lost me. Then I find me. When I get back, down some coffee. And then I'm drinking another cappuccino, playing bingo. Yo, like my name is Bingo Star. I'm back like I'm from the desert with a sitar. And in my mouth, I got a cigar. Yo, and I heard your mind loves different parts. Yo, this shit's smart. Yo, on the radar like a blip mark. Yo, drinking weed and smoking Bismarck Heath. Yo, oh shit, like I'm on a Harley. I'm back like Bob Marley. Smoke this split. Like I know this shit. Like I never wrote no shit. I'm back like, yo, I open the book. Motherfuckers hoping you look. The Necronomicon. All is gone, all upon, ton of times. Smoke weed, phenomenon. Yo, all is wrong, motherfuckers. Yo, I smoke weed out the smallest bong. Yo, I guess I'll do some. Nah, fuck that one. Dude, I forgot to bring another clip up. I gotta relabel this video. Yo. Yo, I gotta label it. Come back like some Keen and Abel shit. Y'all motherfuckers pay legit. Come back like break your shit. Motherfuckers know that I'm motherfucking, yo, I stay bad with the motherfucking shit like I'm NFL with Madden. Come back like motherfucking flatten. Smoke weed, chillin', trying to go to sleep with the Afghan. Yo, I've got a half hand, poker hand, and I'll lay the ace of spades. and I make charades, and I motherfucking, yo, I rap about it, then I take the place, come back to the spot, then invade the place, motherfuckers, yo, savage, good play Flavish, yo, trying to smoke weed Spanish, yo, come back with the back flip, y'all know double motherfucking rap sick, talk shit like you got a half wig, inflated, lit, come back with the microphone while I'm spitting, talk shit like you motherfucking drifting, y'all motherfuckers don't be no opinions, y'all minions, new world order, that was ordered on the order first, motherfuckers, I got more nerves, worse, motherfucking, wait, yo, you talk shit like you struck a nerve, what's up with herb, I'm trying to roll it, light it, smoke it, motherfucking, my brains and lungs is broken, come back with that shit like fucking corroded, y'all motherfuckers know the notion, yo, I throw the ocean back, and motherfucking step through, y'all motherfuckers are on the next move, y'all motherfuckers, I'm on some magical shit, I might hex you, I'm just joking though, yo, I'm like Final Fantasy with a chocobo, chillin' like I might smoke a bowl, yo, let the folks just know, yo, yo, you gotta hold it down, cause you know some clowns come back while I'm at the oldest town, y'all motherfuckers, keep it rolled up now, yo, I got an incentive to roll up a fat joint, it was impressive, yo, rap about a message, y'all motherfuckers could have texted, come back and then exit, motherfuckers on some motherfucking, yo, fucking wreck shit, yo, you defective, y'all motherfuckers, I infected, talking shit, why? Cause I keep it dialectic, yo, motherfuckers know how I wreck it, yo, I speak the jargon, like I'm motherfucking chief sergeant, I'm back with motherfucking shit that I reach, the argument, yo, I start to quit, and I start to restart some shit, yo, at the beginning, coming through the inning, and then I'm winning, and then I say fuck your opinions, y'all motherfucking on some Funyuns, yo, corn chips, tastes like onions, yo, the history is a mystery, come back like aliens to visit me, y'all smoke weed subliminally, y'all motherfuckers talk shit and hit the beats, yo, I got raps that reach, come back to speech, y'all motherfuckers clammed up, yo, damn what, yo, I'm in a hammock, chillin', motherfuckers know that I'm need a sandwich, I'm trying to eat decent food, come back with the lyrics that I speak to you, yo, and I'm motherfucking read it too, I'm fucking talking shit like I need it too, yo, okay, one more rhyme. Yo, I can't think of anything. I was just making all that shit up these last 3 songs or whatever. Yo. It's irreparable. I got one step to go. You talk shit, I'm gonna kick you with a testicle. No, I'm just joking. Infallible. Come back to the microphone and then I battle you. Smoke weed, motherfucking rattle too. Talk shit while you motherfucking trying to be savage too. Yo, yo. I come back to the bracket, talk shit, then you smack it. Motherfuckers know I'm like Metallica, blackened. Yo, trying to be stacking. Yo, come back like motherfuckers know. Yo, I got nothing. Alright, yeah, I'm going to sleep. Well, I guess we still have to be here. Yo, I got half a beat, so I have to speak. I laugh on feet when I'm walking, motherfucking talking quick. I'm the opposite. I'm trying to roll up a blunt that's chocolate. Yo, cause I got spit. Yo, and then I speak it, talk shit every weekend. Y'all motherfuckers, y'all knew who you reaching. Coming back from the deep end. Yo, I don't know. Yo. I'm started like America and going home. These motherfuckers talking shit, they sold your hope. Yo, and now they keep you on that vision of socialism and the schism. Come back with the rhythm, and I come back with some timid shit. And I'm motherfucking Master P like I'm on some limit shit. Yo, motherfucking prohibited. Yo, when I exhibit it, come back like, yo, magnificent. Yo, and I split it. Smoke weed in a minute. Yo. Yo. I'm chilling like I roll a blunt like a torpedo. And then I get hungry and eat some Cheetos. And I'm motherfucking, rapping like buzzwords like Cheetos. Yo, and I'm trying to eat some burritos. Yo, playing basketball with three free throws. Yo, okay, yeah. Yo, come back with the captain. Yo, you know that it happened. Back to Metallica like blackened. Yo, I rap quick. My mouth is dry. I need some chapstick. Yo. Alright, I'm going. Blake, what? Peace out. Good night.